Morning, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. It's very good news about Ira. Very happy about that. Gloria's got all these presents and everything ready for her. So sweet. No, you can't have that. Hold on, love. So we're going to be optimistic, apparently. I like it. They're saving the best for last. Got a crazy little man over here. Oh, that's awesome. Pancakes sound yummy. Ira is on her way back, on her way home. It's just crazy to think that just 2 days ago, they gave her a 5% chance to make it. I know, isn't that wild? They told Gloria, this is one. They said we needed a miracle and we got it because no one can believe this. It's absolutely amazing. God is good for sure. If you didn't already know it, you know it now. Oh, good morning, Legs. I don't think you were on here. Yeah, I turned down some of that. Oh, that's funny. Oh my gosh. There's Gloria. Getting ready and listening to. Oh, good. Good. It looks awesome what you've done. I know. Every time you write something, Legs, I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, okay, yeah, what she said. I'm assuming, I think we had it figured out at 5 hours. Does that sound right, Gloria? You guys are too sweet. Mr. Snotty and I thought we had it figured out at 5 hours, but we could be wrong on that. I'm ready for a miracle in this courtroom. We need one in here. Oh, really? So, well, that's the way it should have gone. They should have had a bag of all of her things. But the hospital in Salt Lake said no. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Legs. Oh, that's funny. Remember, I used to make you Mickey Mouse. I used to make you Mickey Mouse pancakes. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, the sweet baby calves. I actually make really good pancakes. I'm not gonna lie, I love my pancakes. Yeah, I can bet she's not gonna put up with that. Oh, that's funny. So sorry about your husband. That's just crazy. Oh, that's funny. That's funny, Fig. I can't believe that either. How about no? Seriously? I put you down, you psycho. You're a crazy man. You're crazy. Yep, that's a good. I think I had one of those one time. Oh my gosh. That's terrible. They are, and it goes back forever. That's why I'm saying, oh, Grandpa is not a great guy either. All I want is candy. But I am out of candy right now anyway. And I always have to have candy. Oh, that was very sweet, Gloria. Very nice. Yeah, how come that's not coming out, Legs? Watch, has it gotten started? And I know. Let's see. Oh. We need to check on Jackie and Shadow. Anytime now we're going to have those little babies are going to hatch. Look at that. It looks so cold there right now. Her. Yeah, she was leaving him. That's what I'm saying. We're acting like it was all babe this and that. That's not true. Yeah, I saw a picture of him on a boat with one too. Oh my God. How funny. Bottle and change time. Oh, thank you so much. Oh gosh, I have no idea. Gloria, seriously, none. I would say it wouldn't need to be a real expensive one. Oh, it looks like. Okay, we're in. It's on. Looks like it anyway. For reals here. Yep, court's in session.
Let me also explain at the outset, until I read your autopsy report, I had never really considered the mechanics of a shotgun or an AR-15 or blackout impact on a human body. So I'm learning even as we speak, and I hope I can learn some things today that help me understand your opinions, and also help me understand what may have happened or didn't happen, okay? So if I ask you questions that seem simplistic, my understanding of this process is somewhat basic. So I'm going to try to walk through this in a way I can glean what the evidence is and what your conclusions are, okay?
Absolutely.
So tolerate my somewhat sophomoric approach to this, if you would. Okay?
Of course. I'm sure you'll be fine.
So let me understand, first of all, let's talk about Maggie for just a minute. And were you shown photographs of the back of her thigh that were taken at the scene?
No,
The back of her calf, I'm sorry.
I did not.
Okay. So let me see if I can find these. And it'll take me just a second. I thought I had them laying right out here. Thank you for indulgence. One moment. I apologize. I thought I had everything sitting right here. Apparently, I may. Okay, here we go.
Harpoon, if there's an item in evidence, you don't have to show it to opposing counsel to present, to continue with the witness.
This is not in evidence. I apologize. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 115.
Any objection?
No objection on the site, Your Honor.
And could I get that, please, on the screen? Have you seen that photograph before?
No, I've not.
Okay. In your, I noticed in your autopsy report, you remarked that there is a bruise on the back of the leg in that similar position, correct?
Oh, I don't recall. Can
Could
I?
you look, please? Thank you.
I don't see in my report where I'm remarked of a bruise on the left leg.
Okay, so was there a bruise on the right leg?
I don't have any, I didn't make any comment about that in my
So
report.
no one asked you to opine about any issue on the back of her left calf?
No, and I did not observe that at autopsy.
And by the time it got to autopsy, had her body been washed or?
No,
Okay, but if this is mud, you wouldn't necessarily expect to see
it
it.
could have fallen off, correct?
Correct. So, you were not asked to opine about whether this was whether there was bruising on the back of the left calf, which would have been consistent with somebody stepping on her calf.
No, I was not asked about that,
Okay. And you were not shown this photo.
correct?
Okay. And just to deal with Maggie a little bit further, you testified yesterday that the shots were consistent, I think, with someone circling her.
Well, I didn't actually use that term. I said that she was shot from, at one point, from behind her and at one point from above her. So that could mean that there was it could mean that she was turning before she got the first one and then fell, because she could have also been moving.
Well,
So,
we know that the shooter was moving because some wounds have stippling, stippling and soot. Am I saying that correctly?
well, there was no soot, but
Now,
just
what
we
was
have
soot indicate?
soot is a contact wound.
Okay,
So she had stippling, which is not quite contact, it's further back.
3 to 4 feet?
Well, usually, we don't see it more than 3 feet away. So it's somewhere within 3 feet.
Okay. And so she may have been turning. The shooter may have been moving straight on. I mean, that's as good an explanation for what you saw as somebody circling her, correct?
Yes, I mean, from my perspective, based on the autopsy, that is a reasonable explanation.
Of course. So the reasonable explanation is she's moving, trying to perhaps avoid being shot, turning around, trying to run, whatever, right?
Well, she could be turning around after getting the initial shots.
Right.
And then if the shooter was still stationary, then she could have gotten that one. So it doesn't imply that she could have been moving, not just the shooter.
Okay. And the ones without stippling were the barrel of the gun would have been more than 4 feet away from her.
Well, it's kind of a rough estimate, but I would say, it would be more than 3 feet, possibly more than
And that would be the barrel, the end of the barrel of the gun.
That's right, because that's where the gunpowder starts coming out.
That doesn't mean the shooter was 3 feet away. or 4 feet
Absolutely
away.
not, just the barrel of the gun.
Right. And you testified about why there was a wound that would appear to be parallel to her, and your indication is that the shot that would have hit her kidney or pancreas or whatever, she might have been bent over.
No. The injury to the pancreas and kidney was on the right side of the abdomen,
Right.
and that went from front to back and exited the left back. The one that was kind of along parallel to her body was on the left side of the body going up.
So why did you testify that one of the shots would have been so painful she would have bent over? What was that consistent?
Yeah, that was the one to the right side of the abdomen. And the reason I believe it's probable or, quite likely that would have caused her to bend over is because a subsequent shot was going sort of upward in the body. And it's hard to imagine, that wound going upward and then into the head unless she was bent over. So it's a possible explanation of how she was in a position to actually get that.
So she bent over and it would go upwards. Why?
Because if somebody is standing behind her, and there's no close range here, but at least a few feet away.
So she got shot, turns around, bends over, and then you're saying.
She could have turned around or not turned around, or I don't know if she turned around or the shooter's moving.
Okay, did anybody ask you to look at the pattern of ejected shells from the blackout?
I wasn't asked to look at those.
Okay. So your conjecture, opinion is based on purely the wounds and trying to figure out how that happened.
Yes, so I basically, I do the autopsy, I have everything to do with the body. And at the time, I never heard anything about, I composed my autopsy reports
Right.
without any reference to the scene.
Okay. So let me move along to Paul for the moment, okay? And you indicate that the first shot would have been buckshot to the chest.
I believe that was most likely the first shot.
Well, because the second shot is basically executes him.
He would have fallen to the ground.
Right. And clearly he was upright when that first shot was made.
Yes,
Okay, and it goes in his chest. And would he have to be turned diagonally to the shooter for it to come out his left armpit?
no, not necessarily.
Well, if he shot straight on with
Yeah.
that buckshot, and if that was a
Yeah.
contact wound or
No, it's a close range.
close range, closer than 3 feet.
Yes,
Okay, can't estimate how far.
I can't, you'd have to testify.
Okay, so the chest shot, if it's straight on, wouldn't it just go right through his lungs and his heart? and kill him?
Yes,
Okay.
so this was shot at an angle across. So that might indicate that his body was positioned perpendicular to the shooter. Now, the shooter could also shoot from the side, doesn't necessarily shoot from the front. So we can't be 100% sure
So
about these things.
if you're the shooter and
Yes.
I'm Paul, and you shoot me with that buckshot, if I'm faced to the side, would the results be consistent with your autopsy examination?
Yes,
Okay, and we know that some of those pellets, you think his arm was down by his side.
I feel confident about that.
Okay, and the reason for that is there are pellet holes in his arm, right?
No, that's not the reason. The reason is because there's bruising around the exit wounds. They're kind of shored exits. And then we have corresponding bruising on the underside of the arm. So it indicates that they were in close proximity at the time the pellets exited and then re-entered. Because if there was a distance, we wouldn't have the bruising around those wounds.
Okay, and do the pellets go through his arm?
Yeah, there are pellets that exited through the arm.
And so there's little pellet holes on
Correct.
his arm exiting.
Yes,
Did you see a corresponding entrance wound with the pellets?
yes, the entrance pellet wounds were on the inside of the arm.
Right, and then they go out, and I think they struck things after that, as far as you know.
I don't know what happened to them after they left the body.
So either the shooter is to his right,
Yes,
shooting across,
yes,
okay, and you think that shooter would have been closer than 3 feet, but you can't say how
Right.
close.
right. He could have been to his right, or Paul may have turned his body in that perpendicular manner yes,
But either way, there would have been almost immediate bleeding, well, not a fatal wound, there would have been immediate bleeding from that wound, correct?
there would have been bleeding. It's hard to say how much, but certainly I would expect some bleeding.
But if there were footprints found halfway into that feed room, and those are Paul's footprints, would that indicate to you that he had stepped in his own blood?
Oh, that's certainly possible.
Okay, not inconsistent with what you have.
Correct.
And that second shot would have come, I mean, as I understand it, Mr. Barber, can you take your coat off and come here, please? I hate to do this to him, but I can't really do it to myself. So if you would step down here, with permission, Your Honor, may she step down? Okay. And what I'd like to have you do is we need to not block these folks over here. Let's see how we do this. Or that gentleman right there.
Want me to stand back here?
That would be good. And he's fine. They're fine. Well, unless I get in their way. Let me see if I can avoid not falling over. Okay, so we've already talked about this wound. Left side. Okay. This wound, which goes in right about here. Show the jury where the wound went in.
Yeah, it was like between the sternum and the left nipple, so kind of right over there.
Right over there. And Mr. Barber's a little bit taller. He was, I think, 5'8",
Yeah, I measured his height. I don't recall.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but I believe Mr. Barber's a little bit taller than he was. But I think we need to know that because I'm going to ask you to sort of chart things out. So the entrance wound is here and is consistent with him being, how about Mr. Barber, turn just a little bit that way. So the shot would have gone like this.
Yes, that's approximately correct, and it has a slightly front to back.
Slightly front to back.
Right,
about
but
like,
mostly it's right to left. His
okay.
right to.
How about raise your left arm for me, please? So, and his arm was not raised, but I want to point out, it comes out, we're going to see some pictures in a minute. Okay, turn it a little bit this way. So it would have come out right under his arm.
Yes, we do have the exit pellet wounds there.
And we also have wadding, do we not?
Yeah, we have wadding stuck in the underside of his left
Okay.
armpit.
And then it goes through his arm,
Yes,
still coming front to back.
well, it's left to right, but there is a slight front to back because we have some exit wounds on the back.
Okay, so if I told you this is a narrow room, have
Okay,
you seen any crime scene photos
from here? No.
from,
Oh, yeah, from this case, crime scene photos in my career, yes.
in this case?
I really didn't, I may have been shown a very small photo, like a couple of weeks ahead of trial, but I didn't form any opinions
Okay,
based
so
on
if I
that.
told you that small room, the gap between some stacks of dog food here and the wall and the little thing over here is maybe 3 to 4 feet. And this buckshot goes through the back window
Mhm.
on this very narrow, very small. So that would be consistent with what you're saying. Some of the buckshot comes through, and that was buckshot that you shot with in the chest.
Yeah, it was shot, you don't remember the exact size. Buckshot is usually bigger, but yeah.
Okay, assume I'm not
Yeah.
misleading you, okay?
Right, some shot. yeah,
Buckshot goes
pellets.
through and hits the back window.
Uh-huh,
That leaves holes in the window and hits in the door, the window frame, and goes out. One of them embeds in a tree back behind. So that is consistent with your findings, correct?
yes.
That first shot. I'm sort of intrigued. Is there anything about the exterior of this shot? What's beveling? You know what a bevel is, beveling?
Yes, of course. Beveling is a pattern of defect through a bone. So when there's a gunshot wound that, for instance, goes through, let's say we could get an entrance wound over here and an exit wound over here. We're talking about handgun wounds generally. The way when there's basically a hole in one side of the skull, I can tell which is an entrance and which is an exit, even without looking at the skin. Okay, so for instance, if I get skeletonized remains with a hole through the head, I can see which is the entrance and which is the exit because the bone bevels in a characteristic way, depending on the direction of the bullet.
What is a bevel?
Yeah, bevel is like an angled chipping away of a hard surface.
So as a bullet goes through, and I guess the head is all bone, right?
Well, it's like a solid bone, right?
Right, so you can tell this is the entrance because, I mean, is it like,
It's the entrance, on the outer table of the skull, it's a smaller hole. On the inner table of the skull, it's a bigger hole. So the bone is beveling outward as the bullet goes in.
so it would bevel in on the entrance and bevel out on the exit?
Yeah, well, bevel in, meaning sometimes people don't always use these words consistently, even forensic pathologists. But there is a inward beveling, but means it's kind of beveled outward. So
Bevel
the
outward, inside the wound, you see something would indicate.
wider, yes, it's
Wider.
wider on the inner table of the skull than the outer table.
And when it exits, do you have a narrower bevel, if you will, or defect on the inside than on the outside?
Yes,
That was a lot. Okay. So was there, since this didn't enter bone, is there beveling with the flesh?
no, it doesn't bevel because there's too much elasticity.
Okay.
and also just shredding. Frequently, we can't see beveling on long bones either. The skull is kind of a flat bone, so it has that characteristic.
Okay, in the second shot, as I understand it, you indicate well, first of all, assume that he is, so maybe we just forget about the feed room for just a minute, okay? So show the jury, please, where the initial, there's a shot, it's shot with a shotgun,
Yes,
and it is more than, since there's no stippling or soot or anything that would indicate a close shot, correct?
correct.
So more than 3 or 4 feet away,
More than 3, yes.
more than 3. And where is the initial shot? Where does it hit him?
On the top of the left shoulder,
When you say the top,
the apex.
okay, are there pellets in here?
Yes,
In the apex?
yes.
And I'm going to show you an X-ray in just a minute and have you demonstrate on Mr. Harper, where that hit. And they're shot in here.
Yes.
And you indicated you thought his chin was bent to the
Yeah,
left.
this is something that I believe not necessarily have to be bent, but I do think it was at least tilted in this direction. The reason being, if this is in a horizontal direction and then goes through his cheek, let's say he's just your head up. And let's say it's just going through here, and it would just kind of hit like over this side of his head, okay? But meanwhile, it's kind of over here. So, and then the exit wound is back there. So at least we have a little bit of directionality like this. I don't know, if he was completely turned to the left, it would have gone through his face. But I think it makes the most sense knowing that a wound travels in a straight line, basically. Of course, these are pellets, so there's going to be a lot of destruction. But the fact that his face was spared from damage indicates to me that he had his head somewhat turned. I don't know exactly how much, but that it kind of coursed the top of the left shoulder into this left, neck, cheek area, and then exited the back of the head on the top.
Let me find the X-ray pictures while he's standing up there. Here we go. Wait 1 second. See if we got one. I'm going to show you where you're standing right there, these pictures, and see if you can identify them. And if so, we'll put them in evidence, and then I'll put them up on the screen. So I'd like you to look at these 3 photos and tell me if you can identify them. Am I speaking loud enough for the court report? Am I speaking loud enough when I'm facing that way? Okay.
Yes, these are X-rays that were taken at the commencement of the autopsy.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer defendant's exhibits. 111, 112, and 113.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
So could I have, please, step over. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's see, 113, please. Okay, so this is his left arm, correct?
Yes,
And this material up here, we see these little dots. What is that?
yeah, those are the shotgun pellets.
Okay. And they are, yeah, that's perfect. And so we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, along that line, 20, along these would be pellets that would be along here, correct?
Yes,
And they begin at, is this his shoulder? I mean, the shoulder bone?
yes, it's, no, the soft tissue of the shoulder. The soft tissue of the shoulder.
Okay, I'll give you the
Yeah,
pointer, you
okay.
know what you're doing.
Yeah, this is the humeral head,
Which would be-
humeral head, which
should
is.
show on Mr. Barber where
Yeah,
that
this
is.
is the bone of the humerus. So our humerus is that long bone from the shoulder joint to the elbow joint. And we can see that this is basically, it's not really perforating the bone. There may be some defect at the edge of the bone, but it's pretty much on top in the soft tissues.
Okay, and it goes on for a ways, and then if you would show me exhibit number 112. Okay, and would you focus on the upper right-hand corner, please? There you go. Now, that corresponds to this large picture, that orientation.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this showing us?
There are significant numbers of pellets also in like the left neck area.
Show us on Mr. Barber where that would be.
Yeah, so the entrance is here and pellets are basically spreading. So they're included. There are pellets in the left side of the neck area over here. And then there's also some going into the brain.
Okay, and let me see if I can count those. So, I mean, are these part of what we looked at before?
Yes.
Okay, and how far down did the new one start?
It's a different view, so may not include all of them.
Okay, so, but a number of them.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the x-rays is basically to show what kind of ammunition remains in the body, if any.
Did you remove these pellets?
Not every single one, a representative number.
Okay, so there's an exhibit that was shown to you by Mr. Waters of some pellets that you
Yes.
recovered, but that's not all the pellets you recovered.
That's all the pellets I recovered. I don't stay for days to recover each pellet. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. Here they look like you know exactly where they are, but you can fish for like an hour to find one pellet. It's fairly small and there's a lot of tissue, and
So you
so
got-
I
you
get a
got-
handful of them and that's sufficient.
Did you keep the buckshot separate from the birdshot? Because this is birdshot.
I don't think any of it was actually buckshot. Buckshot is very large. So they were all, I believe they were all collected together.
Okay, so you thought they were all birdshot?
No, I didn't make that conclusion. They're some kind of shot. I didn't make a
So
determination.
you didn't determine the.
Yeah, that's really the firearms. I'm the pathologist. It's the firearms expert to determine what kind of shot it is.
So
I said shotgun pellets, and that's
Right, so-
sufficient.
if previous expert testimony was that the chest was a buckshot and the head was duck shot or some sort of bird shot, you're not going to disagree with that?
I really didn't, it all looked similar to me.
Okay. Now, let me see Exhibit 111, please. And can you I guess the lower left, well, maybe not. Let's start with the lower left of this, his left, lower, right there, okay? This is the total picture.
Okay.
And so what does this represent?
Yeah, we can see his upper and lower teeth here, the upper teeth, the lower teeth. And so he actually did not have any fractures of his teeth. So the projectiles were going behind the teeth. His teeth were not all fractured out.
So would you show on Mr. Barber where these pellets would have been?
Yeah, this is just a two-dimensional image. So they're anywhere between here and here.
Okay.
It's hard to say based on a two-dimensional image.
Okay, and I think, show us where you think the exit wound was.
On the right side of the
The back
top,
of his head.
the top of his head,
The top of his head.
toward the back.
Towards
Yes.
the back. And if you were to extend out the shoulder wound, the neck, the path of these pellets, and then the exit wound, I mean, did you actually see an exit wound? Was there?
Yes, it was a blown out exit wound
And-
of the skull, and that is how the brain left the skull.
Well,
It had
actually, his
to-
skull exploded, basically, correct?
Well, the skull, and there was a defect there. I could not reapproximate the skull, so there's a piece of skull missing.
Was there a bevel around that piece of skull?
We don't get beveling when there's shattering of the bone.
Okay. We'll pursue that a little bit later.
It's
but-
not a typical feature. You could potentially see something that you can say, well, this looks like a little beveling. But in my experience, that's very difficult to assess because there's so much damage and fragmentation of the bone.
Take that pointer, please, using Mr. Barber as a mannequin, and show us the path of that shotgun blast.
So it was going along here and into the left side, I believe, makes most sense like this, and out the top of the right side of the head.
So and that was, you say, at least 3 feet away.
Yes.
Okay. Let me have that pointer again, please. And if you would step right over there. And just turn a little bit this way for me. Okay. So your testimony is, and correct me if you need to step over here and correct the angle.
No, I don't like that.
Okay, well, show me what you like,
All right. I like this straight.
right?
And then, because this is basically not, it doesn't look like it's going upward. It's going straight and then entering around there. So we have two distinct defects, a defect here and a defect there. So I believe the head was at least angled a little bit like that in order for the corresponding continuation of that defect to go in there. But I don't think it's going upward. I think looking at the left shoulder, it looks like it's kind of and if it was going upward, we wouldn't have as much in the neck as we do. So I think it's more like straight on.
But that would still be coming upward at some angle, right?
No, I think it's more straight. I really,
Well, how does it come out the top of his head?
well, that's because if his head is like bent like that,
Right.
then it's going to go in that direction. Yes.
If it's straight, it's going to go here and then out the top of his head?
Well, it absolutely could. The thing about the neck, heads can be twist and turn, so it's not at all inconsistent with that. It's most reliable that we can look at the shoulder wound and see that it's kind of, it's very difficult to assess the angle from where you're standing. And that's only because the head can bend and twist. And so we can only know where it entered and where it exited. And it's possible the head could have been twisted or turned to correspond.
Would it be more consistent if he turned your head the other way, Mr. Barber? Like that to get it out the top of the head?
That could be. However, we have a defect over here. So how would that happen?
Pull your head back and keep it over in that direction. In other words, let me adjust him. Back and then over that way.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with it coming in here, going this way, and then out
Yes,
the
I
head?
think that the head tilt to the right, as you've just demonstrated,
Right.
is perfectly consistent with that. However, because the hole here is here, I think even if his head's to the right, it would still be turned like that. Okay, now that makes sense to me.
So,
Right.
So the shooter would be at least 3 feet away from that right there, right?
Yes.
And would he have it up or would he have it down or?
It's hard to say, and that's because the head can tilt. We only have one area of an entrance to interior. It seems to be approximately horizontal, but it's impossible for me to say whether it's the entrance is kind of below him or at his level or potentially above him with Paul leaning over. It's hard to know. And that's because people aren't necessarily standing up straight. And they also, the thing about injuries on the head and neck, there's so much twisting and bending possible.
Okay, Ms. Barber, stand up straight. You get the crick there? Okay, I'm sorry. So now what you tell us is basically from here back on his skull, they can see. Why don't you stand over there for just a second so we don't block him. From here back on his skull, and I've looked at your autopsy pictures, all this is gone.
To the right side.
To the
Yes,
right
and
side.
there were fractures on the left.
Okay.
So we know it's going in a left-right direction.
Do you have a seat for a moment, please? Thank you. I may be done with you, but don't put your coat back on. Okay, if you go ahead and take the stand again, please. Okay, let me ask you a couple of preparatory questions. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes.
Okay, and it is like a definitive, I mean, I'm told most pathologists have read this. And
Yeah, it's a highly respected book on gunshot wounds.
Okay, so if you go to page 228 in this book, sorry. Can you identify this as page 228 in this book? Those images?
Yes,
Oh,
228.
showing, say, a copy of page 228. Defense Exhibit 116. Is this a copy of what I just showed you out of the book?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
Says the state.
Your Honor, no objection.
Admit it.
Thank you. Okay, could I have this on the screen, please? Can you do this for me? Would you show me the first two slides up top along with what's written there? Okay, so the caption on this is show the sequence of events that occur at the muzzle on the firing of a shotgun. Note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds in the contact range. So the first A is the shotgun being fired, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes. I didn't
Okay.
read the captions.
But now,
There's captions at the bottom.
are there
Yeah, yeah.
captions at the bottom?
So,
Okay. No, I don't think there are, but I'll show you the book.
okay. Okay, so I imagine that's sequence, right?
I didn't write the book.
No, that's right. Okay.
So the sequence of a shotgun shell being fired are, the first one is it being fired. The second one, note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds on contact. And the third one is at contact range. And then you see on the last one,
I don't see them on my screen.
I'm sorry, okay,
Yeah.
go down to the last two. There you go, C and D. You see I guess at the front end would be the pellets and the gas would be preceding the pellets. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct. This is depicting contact range. It specifically says at contact range.
Right.
So pellets are not yet released from the water.
Okay, well, we're going to go a little bit further on that in a minute. Let me,
Yeah.
referring again to, well, let me ask you this question. If this book says contact shotgun wounds of the head are among the most mutilating firearm wounds there are, you would agree with that?
Yes,
Extensive destruction of bone and soft tissue structures with bursting ruptures of the head are the rule rather than the exception. Correct?
yes,
These are the wounds of which an individual said to have had blown his head off, right?
yes,
In some cases, this is almost literally true. The skull may be largely fragmented and the brain pulpified. Large fragments of the cranial bulb and cerebral hemispheres are often ejected from the head. The scalp is extensively lacerated due to two factors: the charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combination of the propellant.
Objection before my question, Your Honor.
What is the question?
Does this, and one pathologist told me this is the Bible of gun wounds for pathologists, is that correct?
well, there's a lot of literature, and this is a highly respected primary source. It's not the only, but what are you asking me about?
Does the shot, well, are there two factors which contribute this the things we just talked about, the shattering, perhaps even the ejection of the brain? Are there two factors? The charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combustion of the propellant.
Okay, well, he's actually discussing contact shotgun
Yes, ma'am.
wounds, and that's not what we have here, but we have similar destruction.
Right, well, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But this is about a contact wound, I agree.
Okay,
You have not indicated it was a contact wound.
correct.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay,
The shot directly, does the shot on a contact wound from a shotgun directly fracture the skull and shreds the brain while at the same time producing pressure waves that increase the severity of these injuries as well as ejecting the brain tissue?
yes, it frequently happens that way.
Okay. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, let me make this a question so we don't get ejected to. Does the gas entering the closed chamber of the head expand rapidly, adding to the pressure waves, acting on the bony framework of the skull? The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
I would agree with that.
Okay. So it's your opinion that, well, let me ask you this. If the shotgun muzzle was 3 to 4 feet away, would gas have entered the body?
Well, it's still a very destructive wound. In my experience, there is still a huge amount of energy that would enter the head from a shotgun wound, even if it's not contact.
Okay, and perhaps I misstated the question. Would gas, just a yes or no
Yeah.
be fine, from 4 feet away enter the body and be destructive.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gas that's causing the destruction, but there must be some amount of energy that's causing this destruction, because a shotgun wound to the head, no matter what the distance, causes. But whether it's due to gas or not, I really can't answer that question. This is not something I've done not experiments like this as in the book.
But this is a book you check for reference, correct?
Well, it's a good source, but I don't know whether gas would be responsible for the destruction of the skull from a few feet away. There is destruction of the skull. I don't know if it's attributed specifically to gas or to other factors. So I really can't answer that. And if he says that, that's fine. But I don't know. He's talking about a contact wound. I can't not necessarily extend that conclusion to what would happen a few feet away. But there is frequently destruction of the head.
I understand that there was massive destruction of the head. I'm just trying to get my arms around the definitive work on one of the definitive works indicates that the most instances, the vast majority, that kind of destruction is caused by gas on a contact wound.
Well, this is a mechanism that he's describing based on experimental data. And I'm a forensic pathologist. I've not performed this kind of experimental data, and nor would I extrapolate from his conclusions about a contact gunshot wound to whether the same amount of gas is produced at a distance.
Well, ma'am, and Dr. Reamer, we can walk through this, but these are based not on some experiment, but actually on people that typically shot themselves in the head, contact wound with a shotgun. Would that surprise you?
Well, these are depictions of shotguns being fired. Contact shotgun wounds to the head cause massive destruction, and a lot of that is from gas buildup.
Okay, now we're on the same page, literally. So it's your position, there's a lot of energy when it's fired from 3 or 4 feet away, hits the shoulder, hits the neck, comes through and hits the head, and the head explodes, correct?
Yes.
And have you had a number of autopsies you've done of victims whose heads have exploded as a result of a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. And many of those were contact suicide wounds?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had one, and we can talk about the details of that, where someone was shot from 3 or 4 feet away, no initial contact with the head? You would agree, no initial contact with the head.
Correct.
It goes through the shoulder, the neck, and then the head explodes. Have you ever had one of those?
Yes, these are very dynamic, and he still actually had a lot of his head there. Sometimes with the shotgun wound, the entire head is basically, you don't really see very much up above like the teeth. So this was, there was obviously horrible destruction of this skull, but his face was intact, and frequently a contact causes fractures of the face. So, I don't see any evidence of contact range discharge on the left side of the neck. So it was not my conclusion. That was not my opinion that this is a contact shotgun wound.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Your position is the energy by a shotgun blast that went through the arm, through the neck, and then up to the brain still had enough energy. Is it the energy caused by, is it pellets going into the brain?
Yes, well, not just pellets, but there's also fracturing of the base of the skull, which is a bone that holds underneath the skull, and that fracturing with sufficient force can actually push the brain out.
And
So it's a variety of mechanisms that could contribute to the destruction and the loss of brain tissue.
It's not only pushes, it fractures the skull. In this case, the brain was brought to you in a separate bag because it ended up laying at his feet. It went up in the air and then plopped down at his feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The entire brain.
Most of it, yeah, except for the brainstem.
It exploded out of his head,
Yes,
and the skull was at least almost destroyed around where you say the exit wound is, correct?
yes.
Now, you've indicated the state did not show you any crime scene photos, correct? Or
Yeah, I really didn't look at them. Yeah. I mean, they might have said, oh, here, you know, this is a picture of the wall, but I didn't look at them. And they were thumbnail size. So this is a couple of weeks before trial.
Okay, now if you would put back up exhibit number, here we go. Exhibit number 112, please. No, I don't think, is that 112? That's the chest. I apologize. 113. Can you focus on that area where the pellets are, please? And yeah, that right there. So at his shoulder, how big a spread is that? I mean, as it comes in, is it 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, that wound?
I didn't measure the spread of the pellets.
Okay, so how about, I apologize to the jury, this is pretty graphic. How about pull up 109? Okay, so this depicts a very big wound in the shoulder, correct?
Yeah, that's a typical appearing shotgun entrance wound.
Okay, and would you come down here for just a second, please? We done? Hold on, wait 1 second. You're right. I need to offer these.
Your Honor, the state would request that the defense give exhibit and address before the to the jury.
I apologize, Your Honor. And this is exhibit number. Got multiples of these. What's this exhibit number? I'm sorry.
109.
109. Okay. Yeah, here it is. No. I apologize, Your Honor. I got ahead of myself. Won't take 2 seconds. 110, 10, 109. Here we go. This is a state defense exhibit number 109. Have you seen that before?
Yes, this is my autopsy photo.
Offered in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Would you put it up the screen, please? Now, as we look at this photo, we see this is the entrance wound,
Yes,
and then it goes in here, correct?
that's correct.
So, but this is a much larger wound than the next one in line, is it not?
Well, that's okay.
Well, let me ask you this, in terms of understanding a shotgun pattern, as we saw in the photo, starts out basically the size of the shell, right? But if you just answer the question and then you can explain. Does it start out as the same size as the shell?
Yes.
Okay. And as it goes forward, the pattern expands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it continues to expand even after it hits something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now please explain to me why this wound, and it looks like it's, I mean, if you use me on my left shoulder, what is the,
Yes. I'd be delighted to tell you why this entrance wound is larger than this one, even though what you said is correct about the spread. And that's because the entrance wound to the left shoulder, it's not straight on perpendicular. If it was straight on perpendicular, then we would have a smaller hole. But this is going in a tangential manner across. So we're not really looking at a perpendicular, entrance wound that's going to make a round hole. So as it's coursing along the top of the left shoulder, we get more of an oblong hole. In contrast, its continuation into the left side of the cheek is kind of straight on at a 90-degree angle. So that's why that is smaller. So there was nothing about this that was inconsistent with what I would expect from a shotgun wound.
so tell me, so you're saying this shot, this second hole was made in this direction? Is that what you're saying?
I just said that was a continuation of the logical sequences. It went through here, it's causing a lot of destruction, and then entered the left side of the neck.
So that big wound is because it's in a different direction than the small wound is your
At
explanation?
a different angle
Right.
along the surface of the skin.
Okay. And there's no pellets in his face, are there?
There were some pellets that we saw in the x-ray,
But not in his face?
not in the front of his face.
Right. So as it continues on, is there any evidence that it expands even more?
Well, it did cause, there's so much destruction, we can't exactly, have a single, easily tracked path. Because when the skull is involved, there's so much expansion, usually either from gases or just from the blast of the projectiles, that we can't really track. It caused an exit on the right side of the back of the head with loss of the brain and lots of skull fractures, predominantly on the right side.
Okay. But you would agree with me, that wound appears to be much larger than the next wound?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And you have an explanation for that. Could the other explanation be that this is an exit wound and that is an exit wound? Could that be a reasonable explanation? I'm going to show you something in a minute that may assist you in making that decision. But is it a possibility?
That is not, I do not believe this is consistent with an exit wound from a shotgun. There would be a lot more destruction because, it had to be coming from somewhere, right? Somewhere else.
How about a contact wound on the head, on the back, right back of the head? What would you expect to see on the bone structure of the back right of the head if that was a contact wound on the head?
Well, I would not expect the brain to come out. We would have had opening of a lot of skull. We would have had a path through the brain, which is not at all what happens here.
So if it was a contact wound, and we saw a moment ago, and you agree, that the gas would enter first, explode the skull, the brain would pop out. Did you find any pellets in the brain?
I don't remember if they were from the brain, but the brain was basically intact. A contact gunshot wound to the top of the head would cause, a huge defect of the brain.
Right, because the gas going in on a contact wound would create such a pressure, as we just read, that the skull would explode and the brain would pop out.
No, I don't think that would happen from a wound that was going toward the brain from above. I think we would have just certainly destruction of the brain, but it wouldn't just pop out because it's in the path of fire. There's going to be massive destruction of the brain. It may end up on the floor, but it's going to be in multiple fragments. So in my experience doing this for a long time, I do not think that the brain would have popped out the way it did from an entrance wound on the top of the head.
Okay. Now, let me ask you to look at would you put, and this is under seal, and I would also, Your Honor, ask the other photos I put in be put under seal.
They're under seal.
Thank you. Would you put defense exhibit number 59, and I apologize to the jury for the graphic nature of this. Go ahead. Okay, I would like you, do you recognize this?
I've not seen this photograph.
Would
No.
you disagree with me that's a photograph of, it's been testified, Paul Murdaugh
It does
at the
look-
scene
Yes.
and the way he was found? You've
I
never
don't
seen?
know how he was found.
Okay, but this is a photograph you've never seen.
I've never seen this photograph.
Okay, let me get one thing before I ask you questions about it. Okay, a couple things. If you would center on his head. Okay. And make it a little bit, can you make it a little bit bigger, please? Okay. So do you see a sort of semicircle defect in the skull right here? You see where I'm looking?
Do it again.
Right here?
I do see a defect, yes.
Right, in the skull,
Yes.
semicircle.
It does have a semicircular.
Okay. Can you determine from looking at the photograph any beveling?
As I said earlier, beveling is not really too reliable when we have so much destruction of the head. But if you're asking me if that could have been a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head with a kind of curved entrance, I would expect to see soot. We always get soot from contact wounds, and it's deposited on the outer table of the skull. So there is no burning, no soot on the outer table of the skull to
Did you
support that.
take an autopsy photo of this area of the skull?
Well, when he came in, I do believe I took an area of the skull, but it may not have caught that
Okay.
picture.
Did you shave his head?
No, I did not.
You did shave Maggie's head for a head wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you shave his head? To examine this, you would agree with me, had his head been shaved, you would have had a better look at this wound.
Well, I believe that my assessment of it was correct, and without, usually shaving is along an entrance wound, not an exit wound. So I determined this was an exit, and shaving is not done on exit wounds. I shaved Maggie's because that was an entrance wound, and it gives me an opportunity to see the margins of the entrance defect.
I guess what I'm asking is, you decided that was an exit wound without shaving the head, without looking for stippling, without looking for, so, because you would agree with me that to do that effectively, you'd have to shave the head.
To observe marks on the skin, yes. But
Okay.
also there would be soot on the outer table of the skull.
Well, did you look for it? You apparently had already decided.
Yeah, well, I did look. I didn't take a picture from this angle necessarily. I did take a picture after from the top of his head. But my determination, based on my experience, was that the entrance wound was over here. doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's my opinion.
Somebody could disagree with you, and that would be a reasonable disagreement.
Well, I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that doesn't change the truth.
You would also agree with me, though, that your notes contain no mention of the lack of or presence of stippling or soot on that part of his head. You never looked for it, did you?
Well, I look for it. I look at all of the wounds, and if there was, I would have documented it. But I don't document the absence of soot or stippling on what I determine to be an exit wound.
And I don't see any note of yours where you examined that exit wound in detail. I mean, shaved his head, looked for some distortion that would be inconsistent with the conclusion you'd already come to, correct?
Well, I came to the conclusion based on my examination of the entire area.
Okay, and as this book indicates, the vast majority of this kind of damage, the vast majority, I mean, they say most probably, almost certainly, is a contact wound to the head that injects the gas, which explodes the head. Is that not true?
No, I do think that you're kind of you're extending his statement. He's describing contact gunshot wounds to the head. Actually, a contact gunshot wound to the top of the head like that, like I told you, it would have caused fragmentation of the brain, not ejection of the brain, based on my experience. And then there would be a lot more, we would have a lot more fragments. It would never have just left the rest of the skull intact. We would have had fractures of the face. There's massive amount. I don't believe that the fractures of his skull are consistent with that being a contact shotgun wound. I understand that is a massive destruction of the head from shotgun wounds. But in this case, we do have the brain basically left intact. We don't have a path through the brain. It's a very dynamic, there's gases, there's pellets, there's fractured bone. But in my opinion, based on my experience, that was not an entrance wound, and that this was not an exit.
And you indicated, I looked at your autopsy report, that, well, first of all, do you believe this was caused by pellets entering the brain cavity?
No, I think it's a combination of different things. I don't think it's from pellets specifically.
What was it?
I think it's from the gas buildup in the brain and fractures of the skull, and that just basically a lot of gas buildup.
So where did those gases come from?
Yeah, it's a huge amount of energy from a shotgun.
I'm sorry, if you'd answer my question, where did the gases you just testified that causes destruction come from?
The shotgun wound.
A shotgun wound you testified was created by a weapon that was more than 4 feet away. The gases traveled through the air, traveled through that shoulder wound, traveled through the neck, and then exploded his head.
It's not just gases, but it's a combination of gases and the pellets as well.
But there would have been a significant amount of gas involved to explode his head.
Yes.
And there would be pellets, would they be present in the brain after that brain exploded?
The brain, the pellets may not have reached the brain. The brain may have been ejected just by virtue of the skull fragmenting and base of the skull pushing it up. It's not possible for me to say exactly why the brain came out here.
But you would agree with me, based on the literature, it's much more common for a contact wound where the gas goes in contact to explode the head.
Well, in my experience, a contact shotgun wound could cause this type of damage, but it would frequently cause even more damage. Like a lot of times there's just massive destruction of the entire head. At least the front of his head front of his face where bones were intact.
I hear what you're saying is that it would have produced massive destruction, but it would have always included massive destruction of the face?
Okay, well, let me tell you, there are other reasons that why I concluded that the entrance wounds were here, okay? We have a lot of, basically a bunch of tight pellets over here.
Right.
If they would be more spread out if the entrance wound was here. By the time it got to here, there'd be a lot more pellets over a wider area.
How many more?
Well, it would, no, I'm not saying more pellets. I'm saying there would be a wider spread of pellets. This was still in a relatively narrow range. It was along the top of the shoulder. So,
From my head to my shoulder on a direct line?
yes.
How far is that?
Well, honestly, the spread would not, I don't believe they would have been as tight along the shoulder. I think and we also would have had a larger defect probably on the.
A larger defect
Yeah, look.
between here and here?
Every single shotgun wound and gunshot wound, they're each a little bit different. So a lot of this is judgment and assessment at the time of the autopsy.
Well,
and it's not theoretical whether there's gas buildup or not gas buildup. I can see this as a shotgun wound. We have pellet entrance defects around this large defect.
Pellet, you just told me you couldn't do a bevel assessment on skin. How do you know their entrance rather than exit on the skin?
Well, I'll tell you.
I could.
And the reason is if pellets are going through the shoulder, we wouldn't have a big, large, oblong defect. We would have holes from the pellets, not an oblong ovoid defect. So you'll recall on his arm, Paul's arm, those pellets, they came from, and then along here, we just basically have pellet exit wounds. And we don't have that on the shoulder. We have basically a larger confluent wound that was not caused by individual pellets.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. If you can take that picture down, please.
Yeah, it's not my opinion that is the entrance wound is to the top of
And
the head.
could you put up, no, we don't even need to do that. I don't need to see the picture. The chest shot goes through his chest, comes out under his arm, right?
Yeah, on the left side, yes.
The left side comes out under his arm. And what do we have? What do we have on the inside and outside of that arm?
We have pellet,
Coming in and out. We have a pattern of pellets,
yes,
just like the pattern of pellets that you're talking about on what you say, the exit wound here. Exit wound from about the same distance, pellets. From the same distance, pellets, correct?
well, there are pellets in the shoulder, but we
Yes.
have a ovoid defect at the top of the left shoulder. They're not a bunch of individual pellet wounds. We have pellets embedded in the tissue, but the actual defect, we don't have a defect like that on his arm, even though it may be the same distance. And the reason is because the pellets are exiting, but each one is going through the left arm individually. Okay, whereas if this was the entrance at the right side of the top of the back of the head, it's a good thought, let's think about this. And if it was coming through the head, regardless of what happened to the brain, and then exited here and then went along here, we would have a lot more individual pellet wounds on the shoulder as opposed to a large, huge, big area of skin and subcutaneous tissue loss. Pellets don't cause that type of damage on their own.
So you and I both counted something between 30 and 40 pellets in that shoulder wound a little while ago, right?
Yeah, there were something like about that.
Do you know how many pellets are in a duck shot or bird shot 12 gauge shell?
No, I don't remember. That
So
is
you don't
something.
know whether that was 90% of the pellets or 60% of the pellets or 50?
No, I do
Did
not.
that make a difference to you? How many of the pellets that were fired ended up there?
No,
But you're saying just because the wound here is bigger and the wound in his chin is smaller, doesn't mean the shotgun pellets spread out, right? They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me? Just please
I don't
answer-
really
please
know
answer.
whether to agree with you because I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, let me rephrase it. if you view that wound on his shoulder as the entrance wound, and I believe you have,
Yes,
you would agree with me that it is, whether it's coming across the top or whatever, it is a bigger wound than the wound in his chin. In other words, are you saying that those were so focused that they, as they went through or across the top, they actually contracted?
no.
Okay.
I explained that this was larger because it was tangential across the top of the
Okay.
shoulder. So that's the kind of wound.
You agree with me that reasonable people could have a difference of opinion about these facts?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon me. Just 2 seconds to make sure I put everything in the evidence I wanted. Apologize, Your Honor. I'm spread everything out over here. I'm going to leave the rest of this until after his examination, if that's okay with the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Your job is to do what? What do you do?
I do an autopsies in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And when you're asked to do an autopsy, are you told any sort of conclusion to come to, or do you just look at the evidence in the body before you and come to whatever conclusions that body tells you?
Yes, and I examine the body and I come to a conclusion based on reasonable medical certainty, based on my education and experience.
So is it part of your job to look at crime scene photos and that sort of thing? Or are you relying on what the body tells you?
My job is to look at the body. That's my job. Crime scene photos, crime scene evidence, it's somebody else's project. That's not incorporated into my conclusion.
I want to talk a little bit. We've gone into a long examination about the top of the head, and you talked about soot and stippling. So I want to make sure the jury understands the difference between the two. You saw stippling on the chest wound to Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Explain to the jury the difference between soot and stippling and what that tells you and what it doesn't tell you.
Okay. So the stippling is like the pieces of gunpowder that deposit on the skin when something is fired within 2 to 3 feet from the barrel of the gun, not the shooter, from the barrel of the gun. Soot is like real burning powder, burning marks from very hot gunpowder that's still basically burning, and it causes like a burning wound. That's the soot, and we don't see soot except within a few inches, depending on the gun. But we would like not expect to see soot further away from 6 inches. So the fact that we have stippling but no soot, we can fairly say it's not closer than 6 inches, even though I know it's most likely within 3 feet.
All right. So you observed stippling on the wound to the chest for Paul, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe stippling anywhere else?
No.
All right. Did you observe any soot at all on Paul's body?
No.
And did you, particularly on the top of the head, did you observe any soot there?
No.
You were asked a little bit, and you had testified yesterday about, the tilting of the head and the manner in which the shotgun blast went through the chest, through the shoulder, into the neck, and then out the top of the head.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
All right. And that still is your most likely conclusion, is that
That's
correct?
my most likely conclusion
All right.
to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. It
So
doesn't mean it's 100% the only thing, but that's my opinion based on my experience.
All right. And how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 5,500.
And how long you been doing this?
20 plus years.
Okay. Dr. Reamer and Professor Reamer, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the book, and all that discussion that the defense counsel was talking to you out of the book, that was dealing with a contact wound, correct?
Yes, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with a book, but the discussion is regarding a contact shotgun wound.
All right, and when your expert opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you saw no evidence of a contact wound in this particular case with Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a lot, and let me ask you this. A lot of what was in that book, when they're talking about those contact wounds, they're exploring someone using a shotgun to commit suicide, correct?
Well, frequently contact wounds do indicate a suicide, but potentially people can be shot by another also at contact range.
All right. And your manner of death that you determined for Paul to a reasonable degree of medical certainty was what?
Homicide,
Homicide, which means?
death at the hands of another.
All right. And did you see with this shot to the chest or the shot that went through the shoulder into his head, any evidence whatsoever that this could potentially be a suicidal wound?
I do not believe that it was at all consistent with a suicidal wound.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
In your expert opinion?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit more about the head wound. And you've been asked a lot of questions about the possibility that this was a contact wound from the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes,
And your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is that it is not.
it was not.
Okay. Now let's talk about, just very quickly, without belaboring the point, some of the reasons. First of all, you saw no soot, correct?
Correct.
And then also with the damage inside Paul's head, did you see any evidence that would indicate that the force?
Your Honor.
Did you see any evidence that would indicate to you from the damage that Paul suffered that the force of the shot was going this way as opposed to that way? Going down from the top of his head as opposed to going?
Yeah, I don't believe that it was going from the top of his head down. I don't think the damage to the head was consistent with that.
Okay. And with the brain, you said that the brain came to you in a separate container, is that correct?
Yeah, most of it.
All right.
Yes.
And did you, in examining the brain, did you see any evidence whatsoever that would have been consistent with the force of the shot, including the pellets and everything else going into the top of the head and into the brain that way?
No, I did not see any evidence of that.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes,
Did you find any wadding in Paul's head cavity?
I don't think there was any wadding.
You were asked a lot about the shoulder and how it was, in the picture you were shown, it was more, in that picture at least, it was kind of a gaping sort of wound. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. And his shoulder was it kind of squinched up in that picture a little bit? I don't know if that's a technical term, squinch, but
you mean the photograph?
the photograph that you were showing.
Well, I took a picture of his, the shoulder area. Yes,
Okay. And just so I understand, as opposed to a direct on wound and the sort of the size of that, and then a wound that goes along the side of the shoulder, like you identified in this case, explain to the jury again how those are going to create different shapes of wounds.
yes.
Your
So,
Honor, not in response. He's asking her to explain again. That would be repetitive.
I sustain the objection.
Was the wound to the shoulder, was that straight on or oblong to the side?
yeah, it was a tangential type of shotgun wound.
With that shoulder wound that you've identified that as the entrance wound, the initial wound,
Yes,
would you still expect to find the pellets in that wound consistent with what you saw in Paul?
yes.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Nothing further.
Yes, just a couple questions. I want to make sure I understand a couple of the answers you gave to the Attorney General. We previously established you did not see any real crime scene photos in this case.
Correct.
In many crime cases or some crime cases, do you look at crime scene photos to help you or assist you in your opinions concerning certain things on the autopsy?
No, honestly, I don't. It's my job to examine the body, and I come to my conclusions, and I don't really, look at the crime scene photos. I could potentially ask for them if I saw something very unusual, and I'll say, wow, how did that happen? Or sometimes I'll see an entrance gunshot wound that has, I'll assess it. There may be a lot of, glass around it, and I'll say, well, did this go through a window first? And I'll ask that question. I don't necessarily have to look at the photos. So there is information that I might ask, but, looking at the crime scene photos is really, not something that I do to help me come to a conclusion. Whatever's on the body, I will rely on what I see on the body. And if it fits with the crime scene photos, fine. But if not, I have my conclusions based on the body.
But you just conceded you do occasionally ask to see crime scene photos. Occasionally.
No, I don't ask to see the crime scene photos. I will ask to see, ask if something, like I just recently had a victim of multiple gunshot wounds. I thought she may have been sitting in a car. Nobody told me anything like that because there was a bunch of glass fragments kind of on it. All the entrance wounds were to the left side and all the exit wounds were to the right. And then there were fragments of glass and kind of car parts, banging into the skin. So I was like, was she in a car? But I don't ask to see the photos. Really, it's not part of, my evaluation of the cause and manner of death, doing an autopsy.
But like in this case, you had conversations with investigating officers, did you not?
At their request.
Did you have a conversation with Sweat Agent Owens about the bruising on her calf?
Well, I did not actually observe that at the autopsy. So I really couldn't come to any conclusion. And it's very possible that was dirt from a shoe that was already gone by the time it came to me. I'm not autopsying the bodies at the scene. There's transport, there's movement into a body bag. But it may have been asked to me, but I distinctly said I didn't see that.
But you did have a meeting after the autopsy and your report with, I believe it's Lieutenant Owens with SWED, the chief investigating officer, and discussed did he show you the muddy print? Picture of it?
Objection beyond the scope.
Your
Objection
Honor.
is sustained.
Okay. Well, I think that's probably all I have. Thank you so much for being here
sure.
today. But an opinion is an opinion, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for about 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
What was coming out of her mouth?
Okay, so I'm just going to say that
Face.
an opinion is not an opinion, really? What the fuck did that mean? God, this guy drives me crazy. He's such a politician, and I get that they want to discredit her. I understand that. But they were shot and they were killed. That did happen. So I'm not quite sure how you're going to get around that. This guy just irritates me, his whole demeanor. He's just not the kind of guy I like. Not somebody I'm down with at all. What are you guys thinking about this? Do you think this means the way he behaved, do you think that means that Alex Murdaugh didn't do this? That's what I think too, Top Hats. He just makes himself look like a jackass. In my opinion. Because I think he is one. That's where I'm coming from. Happy Valentine's Day, Kimmy Love, and Beck, and Top Hats, and Afig, Maze, Gloria somewhere in here, Becca, Jackie 215. I haven't seen Frazzled yet. Is anyone? Did I miss Frazzled? Seriously, I cannot handle his hatefulness. And he just has that politician sarcasm shit that is just, you know, he tries to play off like he's being some kind of Southern charmer when he's being a complete dick. Yeah, I hate that place too. We all hate it, but we all go. You know, it's like you have to. But it does. It sounds like a good choice to me. There you go. Get on it, sister.
No, sorry, I just got to work. You didn't have to let me in. I just was trying to get it set up so I could help now that I'm a little more organized this week. But
Yeah, but tell us about this.
I will.
About this guy.
I will in a minute. Sorry, work. Hold on.
Oh. I think they do. I think it's normal. I think they see him for the dirtbag that he is. You know, I'm sure that he's a good attorney, but, you know, I just don't know who that works on. Being ugly and sarcastic and trying to make people feel stupid about themselves. I'm not sure who that works on. Really not. I maybe it does. Especially with the good old boys. It doesn't do much for me. I'm not impressed with it. It makes me sick, actually. I'm having a hard time waking up today. Yeah. That's when it happens. You never know, Top Hats. Just when you think it is, it's not. That's what I'm saying. You know, maybe that crap works with somebody. I don't see Southern charm. I just see a sarcastic jackass. Yes, I agree. Oh, I was just getting ready to ask you about that, Kimmy. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, how fun. Oh, just the defense attorney was trying really hard to discredit the medical examiner, and he just sounded like a jerk to me. He tries to play like he's got all this Southern charm, but I think it's gross.
Sorry, had a phone call. Yeah, that guy was making me completely nuts. Completely nuts. I think that was ridiculous. If I'm understanding correctly, their theory is that Paul shot himself, correct? That he shot Maggie and then shot himself. That's the defense's theory, right?
Well, I don't know how you shoot yourself twice. How does anybody ever try to? But people sometimes go. Remember that one woman that I don't know, she stabbed herself 17 times or something, and then.
So they say.
Right.
That's another one I don't believe, but.
No, I don't believe it either. But how do you shoot yourself twice?
I believe you're talking about Ellen Greenberg.
Yes.
Yeah, that she didn't stab herself. That's ridiculous. But how did you shot yourself twice with a shotgun and once from the top of the head? How long was the wingspan of Paul? Like, can I get boxer measurements on this? None of that makes any sense. And it's not even the way, the logical way that you would do that, even if that's what happened. Right. It just wouldn't make any sense. Yeah. And then how did he hide the guns after? Exactly. So then where did they magically go? And also, please stop talking to that woman like she's an idiot. Oh, that had me absolutely furious.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm not a doctor or a lawyer, but I do know about reading comprehension. And what that guy read is not what he was saying. And she was trying to tell him that, and he just refused. And he just made himself sound so stupid. How did Maggie get glass on her? Did they say there was glass on her? I don't recall that from yesterday's testimony. Anybody else? I don't recall them saying she got glass on her. The only time I remember the glass is when she was just giving an example about why she would ask an investigator for more details. But I definitely could have missed that yesterday.
I didn't hear that part either.
I'm not sure. So let me know. If somebody else does remember that, that would be great. Yes, just now she said. Okay. No, so Kimmy Love, she was saying basically because that jackass was trying to say that she looks at crime scene photos in order to make her determinations. And she said multiple times that she does not. But she might ask in a case where maybe she sees a lot of glass in a wound. She might ask an investigator, was this person shot through a window? Or, because there's glass in the wound, and then that would help her at least explain how there's glass in the wound. So I believe that was just an example, not necessarily something she was saying specifically about any of the bodies or the autopsies in this case. So. I believe that's what she was saying. But, yeah, either way, that guy just angered me so much. I can't. Me too. My blood was absolutely boiling. I don't even know how else to explain. Because he was saying things that just don't even make sense anyway, and pretending that they were just obviously true. And I hate that. I hate that so much. I'll be interested to see what their expert has to say based off of all of that.
Well, is your expert going to say that he could have shot himself? Because who in the L is going to believe that?
Right. Again, that's not even the natural way that you would even attempt to do something like that. So, and shoot yourself twice with a shotgun seems silly. Can't believe the Jack behind was asking her about the dirt on the back of her leg.
Oh, that's funny.
I imagine that it probably came whenever he stood over the top of her and shot her in the back of the head, which we did talk about yesterday. I mean, just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And I don't think it makes you look good to the jury to come off so callous when you're discussing the wounds of the victims. I mean, even if you're saying that your client didn't do it, it is still the son of your client. It's still somebody who was brutally murdered, and you're just so callous and so indifferent describing the wounds. To me, that was gross, and I don't think it's a good look. He's an ass. Yes, he is. Legs. I was getting very frustrated.
He just has that condescending, very sarcasm, but he really tries very hard to act like it's like he's charming, like he said to the guy, sorry, but I just can't help it. It's who I am and all this. Yeah, we know who you are. We know who you are. You're a politician, and you are,
Right.
You act like you're doing one of your damn political speeches in the courtroom. I don't think it's helpful. I don't. And he acts very, he loves to say, the exploded brain. He loves saying that. He said it how many times already?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
that doesn't sound good to me.
No, and it makes you sound like a completely callous, insensitive asshole. I mean, that was ridiculous. Of the gun barrel, no way Paul could angle it that way, and after half his brain is out, then go shoot another. And yeah, none of it made any sense. That theory doesn't make any sense. And again, even if you could get your arms up there, why would you? That's definitely not the simplest way to take care of that. And again,
and I don't know what you're going to do with those murder weapons once you're both dead.
Right, exactly. I don't know how they both disappear now. And on top of that, again, not a doctor, just a person who knows how to read and retain what's probably useless information from my life anyway. You wouldn't be able to do that without the gun literally resting directly on the skull. And there, as the doctor pointed out, if that had happened, there would be evidence of that happening that was not there. So, and I understand what he was trying to say, that in a contact situation, you will have massive damage. However, at no time book state that that's the only time you sustain massive damage. So that's not evidence that there was a contact injury. The lack of soot, there's no burning to the skull, to that area, all of that, not consistent with a contact wound. From her own testimony.
Oh, maybe he's going to say that maybe they're going to pull a Jodi Arias and admit to it, but come up with a different reason why he did it. Like he gets there and finds that Paul did it too. Paul shot his mom and then shot himself and he wasn't dead. So he went to, like put him out of his misery or something. And then he wanted to hide it so nobody would know he did it. I don't know. Remember Jodi Arias had to finally cough up that she did it.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a reason, because he was a pedophile, whatever.
Right. Has anyone said who was shot first? No, Legs, and I don't think that she would be able to determine that.
They were so close together.
Based on the evidence that they have, yeah. I don't think
the contents of their stomachs were almost identical.
Right. And again, even if, they were killed so close together, it's kind of like we talked about it before in terms of like, if he if he shot them before he left to go to his mom's, which is, I think, the theory that we all believe, and then calls around 10 o'clock ish, whatever, when he calls then 911. The period of time between like whether it was done at 8:30 or 9:30 p.m. is not a long enough period of time to really determine if it was 8:30 or 9:30. If that makes any sense, it's not. It's just not. I mean, you'd be able to say it definitely wasn't 8:30 in the morning, right? It's a 12-hour gap. There's a lot more that happens with the body, but in that hour period of time, it's not a large enough window to get something
It was
exact.
not long after they had dinner. Both their stomachs were full.
Yes, but again, if you had dinner at, let's say, 8 o'clock, 7:30, something like that, the difference between, your stomach contents, 8:45, 9:15, 9:30, isn't really going to be all that different. I mean, some parts of it possibly, but not enough for them to very specifically say it definitely happened before 9 p.m., even if they knew exactly what time they ate. I mean, if they knew that they ate dinner at, like, let's say 4 o'clock, then maybe there's more digestion that can occur in that period of time. But I don't think they're going to be able to determine who was shot first in this situation. It's not like a blunt force trauma or like a knife wound or anything like that, where you would have DNA from one victim now in the other victim, and then you'd be able to determine who was first in that scenario. Or again, like, let's say if they were shot by the same bullet, which would be kind of wild, but if they were, one goes through one of them and into the other, then again, you would have that DNA transfer, but that's not the case here.
I think he shot Paul first. I think Maggie was running from him.
Yeah, I could see that. That was kind of my thoughts, especially because Maggie was shot so many times. And you have the leg, you have the abdomen. I mean, to me, that's what it sounded like as well.
And why is he trying so hard to make that a bruise and not a footprint?
Right.
What the fuck does that mean?
It was Paul's
I mean,
spirit that went and hid the gun. Right, to frame his dad. Right. Paul's ghost.
Yep, Gloria. We're going to fire up old Sparky. I'm ready for it. There you are, frazzled. I was wondering where you were. How are you?
Yeah, it's silly. Now, to me, it also kind of does sound like there is a potential that he did have an accomplice. It's kind of always sounded that way, because why 2 guns?
Right.
I imagine that the shotgun, I don't know, they've shown the shotgun a million times. I don't know enough about the varieties of shotguns out there to understand, but it may only have 2 shells at a time, which I think is standard for a shotgun. But they do have ones where you can shoot more, but it still just seems weird to me that he would use 2 completely separate weapons. It's long enough for the stomach to dissolve.
Me
enough.
too, frazzled.
We love, yes. But yeah, so in terms of the food situation, it sounds like what they ate for dinner was sort of a gray mush type of situation. If I remember correctly, wasn't it like a kind of like a beef dipped with gravy
And rice.
rice? I only remember that because I know my husband hates that meal. So
She says there was no corn for sure.
right.
I know. I was like, wow, I don't even want to hear that.
Because he's smart to make it look like he's doing. Yeah, that's possible too, Legs. That is possible. It's always struck me because I feel like it's just such a strange thing to do. It's also possible that Maggie was running like towards Paul, maybe not completely understanding what had happened, and that's her baby.
Right, thinking it was an accidental shooting or something.
Right. 2 guns set stage for 2 separate people.
No, we're done with the doctor.
and premeditation, but they aren't pushing that with his charges. Yeah, I think that mostly has to do with the fact that they don't think they can get premeditation, but that's definitely a good point. It's a good opinion. But opinions are just opinions, right, guys?
They are, aren't they? Well, I don't know. He seemed to not be quite sure. What the hell did that mean?
I wanted to slap him so hard.
He even said he was done, and then he wanted to throw that in.
Yeah, just so we're aware, opinions are opinions, right? Like, oh, my opinion is you're an ass. That's it. And I think it's more than just an opinion. I'm calling it a fact. Oh man,
Yep, opinions are like assholes.
he had me going. But no, I think that's a great thought too. I hadn't necessarily thought of it that way, but I'm also not someone who's out there thinking about how I would, if I wanted to kill somebody.
Right? Top hat. That was so annoying to me. I wish so bad she would have said, no, actually, no, they're not. Who do you think what does that mean? Dick.
I do appreciate that the state was like, and that's based on what doctor and professor. 20 years of experience. Right. Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. And that's not to say, they're all created equal anyway. I mean, she's not going to be right about everything. It's just, I think the fact was the insinuations that he was making were not only insulting to her and her experience, but they were also just wrong. The misrepresentation that he was attempting to make of the information was just wrong. That's not accurate. That's not how it works.
Well, and he can get an expert to say anything he wants to.
Yes. And I mean, the state can too. I mean, that's always the problem with experts, right? But
the state works, like this doctor works for the state.
Right.
She is a medical examiner. They don't go and find their own. You can.
Yeah. It doesn't, but
it's very helpful. It's very helpful if you can, if a defense can get Bodden in there and really shape shit up. But if it's not like they're going to get an expert and pay him a bunch of money that doesn't say what they want. The state doesn't have as much money and shit.
Right. No, but I mean, like I said, that doesn't always mean that the person that's testifying for the state has the best motives. We've obviously seen several situations where the state has basically railroaded individuals. So I don't.
True.
I don't think that is what's happening here in some ways, and I don't think that that's the common thing, but it does happen. Regardless of that, if you're going to make an argument that this doctor doesn't know her shit, then at least say things that logically make sense together. And that's not what he did.
Good morning, Rizzo's wife.
What he was saying did not necessarily equal what she was saying, and he was trying to make it sound that way, and it just wasn't. That's not what it said.
Really, Legs? He settled with the Beach family. When was that? Because the Tinsley was just on there.
But see, there's multiple lawsuits though. There's against Buster, there's against the bar, there's against Alec. They were all separate, from my understanding. Because Buster was being sued because he gave Paul his ID.
Right.
To obtain alcohol.
Yeah.
So, enough money in trust, he'll never have to work. Well, of course he does. A bunch of other people's stolen money. I hope he feels good about it.
So did Paul have money in trust? Is that what? I mean, just because there was no.
Probably. Rizzo's wife. Yes, there is an update on Ira. Jackie could probably take that over. Rizzo's wife wants to know what's going on with Ira. Where you at?
Oh, sorry. I had a message. I was trying to read a message. Sorry.
It looks like you're not muted. I can see you.
Ira's about an hour out right now from being home. And again, I just want to reiterate the kind of miracle that happened, because seriously, they gave her 5%. She had a 5% chance to live 3 days ago. That's what they told Gloria. They told her it would take a miracle. And here she is in an ambulance on her way home. It is a miracle. It's amazing.
It is. We're all so happy about that. I know I finally told Mr. Fig this morning I had an opportunity. He said, "Oh, that's so good." he was worried.
Oh yeah, I was scared to death.
Saying that miracle for her in the name of Jesus. Yes, Jerry. Yes.
Yes, we did. The prayers worked. They did. No doubt about that. So happy about it. So Gloria has got her all this little craft stuff, like some coloring books and some stuff to just, some little craft things that she can work on while she's just sitting. She was going to get her some yarn and crochet stuff, and she told me that what Ira does with things that are very special to her, she puts a little collage together and will put like lacquer type resin, I guess, over the top of it, like on a table or something. And then she said it kind of looks like stuff is floating in there. So she said that every time her husband would walk into a Circle K, he would buy her one of those flowers that they have in there. And she has every petal from every rose that he ever gave her.
Oh.
In some cases, she actually has the receipt from Circle K.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's sweet.
On one of them, she wrote, he spent his last dollar on this rose. And she has all that in these collages.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. She is a good soul. She is such a sweetheart.
That's awesome.
I saw my name up here. I was wearing those shoes you sent me yesterday. They were so cute. Oh, good. How did the shirts fit?
That's awesome.
I know. Isn't that so sweet? Western. Okay. She is. I mean, she's going home so fast, and clearly she is a fighter. No question about that. But she is going to have to take it. She's got a little bit of a road ahead of her.
Oh, absolutely.
I hope she doesn't do too much too fast. Oh, good, Jerry. I'm glad.
So
Front eggs.
Let me go see if they're back. They're back. They're back.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to try to calm down over here. Let's hope it helps me out with that.
We need Cousin Eddie now.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
State calls Devin Newell.
Who is this? If it's from SLED, I'm going to pull my hair out.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Your present testimony about the different court in which trial have you the truth so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand, please. You can adjust the microphone. State your name again for the record.
Devin Patrick Newell, Newell.
All right. Good afternoon, or excuse me, almost afternoon, Mr. Newell.
Good morning.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
General Motors.
All right. And what are your duties there at General Motors?
I'm a senior technical expert in advanced driver assist systems.
All right. And can you just give the jury a very short version of what that entails? Very short, please.
I investigate field performance issues and concerns with our advanced driver assistance systems.
And as part of that role, do you help maintain certain records that are kept by GM in the normal course of business?
I don't necessarily maintain those records, but I'm aware of records that we keep on servers relative to vehicle data that can be of assistance in our field performance investigations.
Okay. And when you say field performance investigations, that's something you do, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that reference is generally what? What does that mean when you say field performance investigations?
Understanding how our vehicles may perform in the field. Active safety systems include things like forward collision alert, automatic emergency braking. So as we look at how those things perform in the field, vehicle data and other data we collect can be helpful in understanding what is occurring with those events, understanding how our systems are performing.
Okay. And do modern GM vehicles, under certain conditions, upload information to GM servers?
That's correct. We've got telematics units in our vehicles. That's a fancy name for sending information over the air. Those, as part of a normal course of business, those electronic modules in the vehicle collect lots of pieces of data from different sensors and modules in the vehicle. And that information can be sent via cell phone networks and or Wi-Fi back to servers at General Motors.
And General Motors then keeps that information in the course of normal business, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if someone buys a GM vehicle and they're not comfortable with uploading certain types of information, can they opt out of some of the things?
Yeah, certainly privacy, customer privacy is a big concern at General Motors, as you would expect. We've got lots of teams that look at that, investigate, and understand that. And we've got various protocols in place to protect the customer's privacy.
Okay. And just let's speak generally again. What specific sorts of information is routinely uploaded from GM vehicles to GM servers?
It can be a lot of different pieces of information. Diagnostic trouble codes with your engines or brake systems could be information we upload. We monitor the performance of things like your battery to understand if your battery is getting low or needs some charging, and other pieces of information about what the vehicle may be doing. That can and does include, I would say, GPS information, your vehicle location, and potentially speed and things like that.
Okay. And that sort of information is kept by GM in the course of normal business, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And I'm going to draw your attention to March of last year. Are you aware, at least as of today, that SLED sent a search warrant to GM?
That's correct. I believe a search warrant was sent to General Motors to generally request information we may have about a particular vehicle.
All right. And I know you don't have the search warrant in front of you, but did you make a note of what vehicle identification number or VIN that search warrant was requesting information for?
I do. I have that number here with me. I can read that.
Can you read that, please?
Yeah, VIN is a vehicle identification number that uniquely identifies the vehicle. It's a 17-character number. 1GN SK FK D0 MR 210998.
Okay. And let's fast forward to last Friday, which I believe was February 10th, if I looked at my calendar correctly. Did it come to your attention that even though that search warrant had been served back in March of last year, GM in fact had some information that was responsive to that original search warrant?
Yeah, that's correct. I wasn't necessarily involved in the search warrant back in March, but I did become aware Friday evening that additional information not previously given before existed.
All right. And so GM did in fact have some information on servers for that particular event, correct?
That's correct.
That had not been previously provided to law enforcement prior to last Friday, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right. And, okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 515, 515.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that CD, sir.
Yes, that's correct. That's a CD with information on it that I reviewed on a laptop earlier today, and I've signed and dated the CD.
All right. And did you verify that the records contained on that CD is the information GM provided in response to that original March search warrant?
Yes, that's correct. I reviewed the 3 spreadsheets, Excel files that were on here, and those are in fact the same information that was stored in our databases and provide to you. And yes, I can authenticate that.
Okay. And so those records contained on the CD are authentic copies of records maintained by GM in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right, and just briefly, what sorts of information is contained? And we're not going to ask you to go line by line or anything, because there's a pretty voluminous amount of data, correct?
Yeah, there's 3 different Excel sheets, information collected over 3 days. Again, as I kind of talked, I have not reviewed the details of this. I'm not asked to analyze it.
Sure.
The form and content is what we get there. But generally speaking, that information includes, it says vehicle diagnostic information, information on the battery systems, and GPS information.
Okay, GPS information, including speed information.
That's correct. Longitude, latitude, speed information are included in there.
At this time, state would move to enter exhibit 515. All right. All right, that's fair from the state.
By the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have maybe 1 minute worth of questions. So you were not part of the, you weren't working on this when the search warrant came in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just became aware of this on Friday?
That's correct.
How did you become aware of it?
GM General Motors legal staff reached out to me in response to the subpoena as a person who could come down and authenticate these records.
The legal staff told you that you had information responsive to the search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the General Motors had information responsive, not me personally.
I apologize for that, of course, General Motors.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the testimony that occurred earlier in this case regarding reverse engineering the electronics in the Chevy Suburban?
I have general knowledge that some FBI folks have looked at some information inside of the infotainment system in the vehicle.
But do you have any knowledge of any reverse engineering efforts the FBI conducted over the course of a full year?
I have not been involved in those or not aware of any details of that, no, sir.
Maybe you can answer one quick technical question. The timestamps in this data, where do they come from?
Again, I have not reviewed this specific data, but the timestamps out of these things here, when GPS information is collected by a GPS receiver, included in that is timestamp information.
And then finally, this is information that was uploaded to a server at GM.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing stated.
You may step down. We call your next witness.
Roger Dale Davis.
Raise your right hand and raise your hand, Bible, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you would, please, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and adjust the microphone so they can hear you.
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr. Last name is Davis.
And Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis?
It don't matter.
If you could do me a favor, because it's a little hard to hear some folks in this courtroom, if you make sure that microphone's close to you and speak into it, we'll greatly appreciate it. All right, Dale, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where were you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised in Hampton. Went to Hampton High School.
Okay. And again, if you would, please try to get a little closer to that microphone. I know it's tight in there. All right, what line of work do you have you done?
Construction work all my life.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. Is that close to where you actually live?
Mile and a half.
How did you become familiar with the Murdaugh family and the Mizell property? How did you start working there?
I was walking and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends,
And that started about 4 years ago.
about 4 years ago.
And walk us through the process. What'd you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
All right, what time in the morning generally?
It average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. and then what time in the evenings generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4 o'clock,
How long does the process typically take you?
about 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would go feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out. Then I would usually roll the hose up and then go to the house. And then come back in the afternoon and repeat the process.
Now you mentioned washing the pens out. Now the dogs, did they have dog beds in their
Yes.
kennels?
Yeah, Buster. Excuse me. Grady and Bubba had 2 dog beds.
And if you're washing it out, meaning are you spraying it with water?
Sprayed it with water.
What did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog boxes.
And then did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down, especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the 4 years you worked there, did you get to know the property fairly well?
Yes,
Did you get to know the folks that live there pretty well?
yes,
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Normally, she was just so laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. We'd sit down and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach. She normally would tell me, I'm going to the beach. I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me or whatnot, or I'm going to leave them. Or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on where they have the ice, the coolers at,
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
all the time.
And you mentioned the ice house. Was that the processing house kind of on the back of the hangar?
Property, that was
And why was it air conditioned? Is that why you said she put them in there?
during the summertime, if it got real hot.
In that house, does it have air conditioning, that shed?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you get to know Paul at all?
Yes.
All right, what was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm?
He liked getting out and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever, and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Do you explain what he's wearing?
Wearing a suit, pair of glasses, blue-looking shirt.
And what were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular. He would want the dog buckets washed out. If they looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown-looking stuff in the water, he wanted to make sure, which I usually wash them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dumped them every day.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No.
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
He would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck.
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
His white F-150. Unless his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250. But most of the time he'd be in his white F-150.
What color was the F-250?
It was also white.
The two white trucks were what he typically used.
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the black Mercedes.
And then what would she drive after that?
Most times she would drive the black Mercedes.
And would she load her dogs, the house? Well, first of all, let's go back. Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Bubba, Grady, Maggie. Then they started letting, can't remember his name right. Dahlia was there, Armadillo, and I call her Taffy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's what I always call her.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned by one of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
What type of dog was it?
A lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie.
And what kind of dogs were they?
Labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
And would they where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious. So they would got where they would lock him up in the kennels at night. And most of the time they would lock all the labs up in the kennels to keep them from roaming off. But Miss Maggie would take them out when she was home. Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take them up to the house, let them roam around the yard for a couple hours, and then she would bring them back down to the pens.
And would Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked state's exhibits. Jim, any objections to these? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as state's exhibits 505, 506, 502, 503, 504, and 516. Dale, if you wouldn't mind, please take a moment to review all these and let me know if you recognize what they show.
They showed a kennel.
Okay, and then I believe there's one diagram there. If you recognize what that shows.
It shows diagram drawing of the kennel.
Very good. Your Honor, we'd move to place all those exhibits into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
All right, Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 505. Do we have the helmet, please? Dale, while we get this loaded up, tell me a little bit. I know, did you have a particular way of hosing down and, with dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about what that was about.
The particular way of me putting the hose away, or
Right.
normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out
Into which direction?
back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room.
All right, and we now have the Elmo up. We're looking at Exhibit 505, and the feed room, I believe, is what you referred to. Is that the structure on the far right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then where is, in this picture, where is the hose you're talking about located?
It's back towards the left-hand side, back towards the forest end.
Is that yellow?
That's that
fish
yellow
wrapped up?
green looking hose.
All right, go ahead and explain to us what you would typically do after rinsing off and putting the hose away.
I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room. I would cut the valve off at the top, which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up slowly until I had it uniform.
Were you pretty particular about how you wound that hose?
Yes,
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if you notice how the hose right now is kinked up, it would start making the hose, if you didn't do it right, eventually would it keep kinking, it would start making it where it didn't want to, and it would cause the hose to start having little splits in it.
The picture that you're seeing there, that hose, is that the way you would wind it up?
No,
How do you know?
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up, and it's kinked up. If you notice, there's pressure on that hose. Somebody used that hose after I did, because it is twisted, and the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 516. And again, please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
The drawing of the kennel.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pen, and with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and fill in well, first of all, let's back up. Did you work were you aware of the events surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I received a phone call from CD that the sled wanted to see me because Miss Maggie and Paul had been murdered. And I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him, give me 5 minutes. I'll be up there because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there, and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them, could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down? And they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them. As soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They didn't bark no more.
Okay. So you were familiar about that incident?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
Was that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
When the murders happened, yes.
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
And did you do that normal routine, which you already described?
Yes.
All right. And did you in fact do that normal routine on the Monday before the murders?
Or yes.
Okay. Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depends on when I got up. Most time I got up early, I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken. That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
And was anything unusual or out of place when you were down there in the morning?
No.
And did you repeat the process again in the afternoon, in the evening time?
I did.
All What time did you, on Monday, June 7th, what time did you go back to the pens?
I got there before 4 o'clock. 'Cause I remember leaving at 4:30.
All right. And was anyone there at the time you went to the dog kennels that day?
No,
Did you notice anything out of place when you went there at the dog kennels in the evening time?
no.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I arrived that afternoon, I got out. I fed Grady, Bubba, and Maggie. 'Cause we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. Took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because I washed all their bucket, gave them fresh water, washed the pens out. Stretched the hose out, cut the water at the valve off at the top. Went down there, cut the water on. The valve on down at the end of the hose so the water wouldn't come out. Rolled the hose up, and at 4:30 I left.
And you rolled it. Did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
Every time.
Do you remember how the dogs were laid out in the kennels that day when you left?
When I left, yes, sir.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper, the exhibit, state's exhibit 516, beginning with, first of all, on the far right, what's that door signify in the
Storage
Got
room, feed room.
beginning with kennel 1 next to the feed room? What dog was in there when you left that day at 4 o'clock or before 5 o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there. Okay. And then moving on to kennel 2. What dog was in kennel 2?
Bubba.
And for our reference, Grady was the black lab.
Grady is the black lab.
Okay. And Bubba is a what?
Yellow lab.
Okay. And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because she was getting bigger than Bubba.
And Maggie is a what color?
A yellow lab.
All right, were there any dogs next to Maggie?
No.
Okay. And that would be kennel 4 was open?
That'd be, that one should be an open. The next one down should have been Rodin's dog.
Okay, can you write that in there? Just write chocolate lab. Rogan's dog, whatever you want to write. That would be kennel 5.
Trying to remember Rogan's dog's name. That should have been there. I don't remember what Rogan's dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in kennel 6? And if you want to work, however you want to do it, sir, if you want to just fill out the rest of the dogs, the working dogs, that's fine.
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, kennel 10. I know that. Then let's see. Armadillo should have been the next one coming back from Ken. Let's see, empty on 9. All right, it should have been on. Yep. Armadillo should have been right past the hose right there. And then it would be Tappy Toes. It would have to be Tappy Toes right there because they always kept Rodin's dog and Maggie. There was a kennel in between them. So that should have been Tappy Toes right there.
I'm going to put this on the screen. Just verify that that was what you filled out. All right, Mr. Dale, I see starting with number 1, Grady, then Bubba, Maggie, then 5 is Rogan, 6 is Tappy Toes, 7 is Armadillo, and 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the way it was when you left the property at around 5 o'clock that Monday, June 7th.
Yes.
And for our reference, on this diagram, that green circle, that represents what?
The hose. Garden hose.
All right, I'm going to show you a few more pictures. If you would just describe what we're seeing. Are you familiar with that angle?
Yes.
All right, where are we looking at at this angle? Where are we looking at things?
You're looking straight down the kennel where you got the hose and the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end on the right hand of this picture.
When you in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels, did water collect or pool in certain areas?
It did.
All right. Can you identify in this picture those areas?
Right under the hose, and right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. That should have right there, and then right below it should have been collective. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
For the record, for the record, this is states 504. Moving on to states 502, a very similar angle. Dale, do you see those pools of collected water that you mentioned just on the last exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And also states 506.
I'm surprised we
Again,
get
do you
to see the
same
picture.
angle, just pulled a little farther back.
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dahlia.
All right. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason I would go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and beat. It would dry it up a lot quick. Especially in the summertime, it would really dry it real quick. In the wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete around 3 to 4 o'clock. It'd be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool in the front of where Bubba would have been located or Grady?
No.
Showing you States Exhibit 503. Dale, are you able to see the water located near the feed room and in front of the two kennels, 1 and 2?
Yes.
Is that how water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Normally, no. There's too much water right there. You can tell when the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around the second and third pen.
Looking at this picture, what dog do we see in kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in kennel 2?
You see Bubba in kennel 1 and Maggie in kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab.
What color is he?
Black.
Black. Is that and when we say the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but most of the time Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel right next to the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the following.
So that was just out of habit, mostly Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location or did they put it wherever they could find a spot?
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with him?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about the one that you observed Paul having with him most often.
When he went hog hunting, he would have a AR style 300 blackout.
And what color was it?
Black.
Did it have a scope on it?
Yes.
All right. Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
Yes. Doing turkey season.
The family owned, as far as you knew, the family owned a lot of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your experience, and did you spend a lot of time primarily down here at this dog pen area?
Yes.
Twice a day, every day?
Yes.
Did they occasionally leave guns at this area?
Yes.
All right, where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season, they would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it would be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that? If you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be once, sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times.
In a month or
In a month. It just all depends on how hurt he got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting season.
And did Alex carry a firearm?
I never seen him carry a firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video in meeting with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
And you went in the feed room every day, twice a day for 4 years?
Yes.
Back to court's indulgence. When you refer to Alex carrying a pistol in his car, is that because how'd you know that?
One time I had to drive his vehicle over to the law firm, and then every once in a while he would have to roll up the window or something up. It go to rain or something up. They happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
Keys in them, so someone could just open the door and drive them?
Oh, yeah. If they wasn't in the switch, they would be in the center console.
And in this picture here that's still on, do you see the dog beds located in those pictures?
Yes, they on top of the dog kennel.
They haven't been put down.
Haven't been put down.
Nothing further. Thank you.
By the defense.
Board.
If they ask him about those damn dead sunflowers, I'm gonna lose it.
Good afternoon, Dale.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jim Griffin. We've met a few times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I want to start by asking you just how long did you work at Moselle for Alex Murdaugh?
About 4 years.
And twice a day, every day?
No, it started off on just the weekends. And then I went full time with him right before Ronnie quit.
Okay. And that's Ronnie Freeman?
Whatever his last name is, I know Ronnie. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, sir. And couple things. You've said you've never seen guns left in the feed room, but you certainly seen guns left down in the work shed
Yes,
and then the, what you call side by side, and that's a off-road vehicle that two people can sit beside each other.
yes,
And then I guess they had golf cart down
yes,
there, and you seen them left guns there.
yes,
And you have seen guns left in their vehicles and
yes,
unlocked, right?
unlocked.
And hog hunting, there's really no season for hog hunting, is there?
No,
And a couple of those dogs in that kennel were used for hog hunting.
we had got, Paul had got rid of, the blue tick. But he kept, Armadillo, but he never really hunted him anymore after, that last time he got hurt.
Right. Now, let's just be, when you're hog hunting with dogs, I don't think you can use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can use a gun.
Oh, you think, okay. The,
Unless you man enough to go in there and catch him by the foot and bring him out.
well, somewhere along the way, I heard you had to use a knife as opposed to a gun, but I don't. The, let me ask you the, I'm going to pull up this video, exhibit 297 is the kennel video. And hang on, let me get around here. Dale, it should be on the screen there. And if, I'm going to tell you when to stop, Doug, but if you go ahead and play it. Now, stop right there. Is that Rogan's dog?
Yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash was, I'm saying, but what you've got labeled on exhibit 516, Cash would be in kennel number 5. Is that right?
Should have been around.
And that's a few kennels up from the hose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. We're gonna run this continue, and I get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug. All right, stop. Oh, go back. A few seconds. Well, right there. What do you see up there in the top left on that picture, Dale?
Hose.
That's the hose?
Yep.
Now that hose is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. So someone, before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, you said Mr. Alec was particular about how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He'd like to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I was very particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular.
Yes.
Okay. How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right. The now you mentioned that water would not normally accumulate up by Grady and Bubba's because that's where the sun would come in the evening.
Right. You washed it because if you didn't be very particular,
right?
They didn't seal up underneath that door, so the inside the jams started to rot. So I tried to make sure, because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog feed room. it would usually a couple posts back. It would have under the hose, usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally wouldn't puddle.
Now, and you were meticulous about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yep.
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Well, because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jamb right now. And it would just run up underneath the plate right there for the cement. It would run and drain off.
Now, can we agree that Paul was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels?
Nope.
We can or cannot agree?
We can agree to that.
All right. And so, and we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, right around that period of time, would there?
No.
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl.
They would.
And I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh, yeah, it would run off.
Okay. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey mean to you?
What did it mean to me?
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they loved each other.
What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Oh, every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him even, none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about the relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay. And his relationship with Buster?
I didn't see Buster as much, but it was always friendly. I mean, just never seen any harmful way or anything with them.
You remember, Dale, one time, one of the hunting dogs got hung up in one of the kennels.
Yes.
Choking to death.
Yes.
And that dog was badly injured, wasn't
it? It was. It didn't survive.
And the decision was made to mercy to put the dog down, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Alec couldn't shoot that dog. He asked you to do it, didn't he?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Now, on June 7th, the night of June the 7th, you got off work, I think you said 4:30?
4:30.
And you remember what you did? Did you go home?
I went straight to the house.
And you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I did.
And you live?
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half. I've driven a lawnmower down that road, I believe, when I was last time saw you.
I did.
Did you hear any gunshots that night while you were in your house?
No, I did not.
Now, you mentioned Paul liked to hunt with a blackout, 300 blackout, I guess?
He did hog hunt.
Yeah, before the murders, when's the last time you saw that gun? You remember?
I cannot remember exact but it was quite a few months that he had said something about going hog hunting. He had it in his truck.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
But it was a couple months. I know at least 5, 6 months.
All right. What? Two last points. Bubba's been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
But will he listen to you?
Somewhat.
You listen to Alex?
He would.
And in that feed room, did you keep shot collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shot collars, feed, chicken feed, the GPS tracking collars.
Was there some medicine?
There was medicine. There was all kinds of stuff in there.
So if you need to put something on a dog's skin for rash or something, that had that in the feed room?
Had that.
And now Ms. Maggie would go down there. I mean, you said she'd take a Mercedes sometime, but she'd ride a bike down there too, wouldn't she?
Bicycle, golf cart. And then sometimes she would walk.
She'd walk. And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't
it? Yes, sir.
And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run behind.
She would. Sometimes she just would get out there and walk. But
now those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
Most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now, whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not?
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had electric fence?
They did.
And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't?
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't unusual for Bubba, Grady, and Maggie to be down at the kennels at night, right?
They wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens? Bubba the one?
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker got there with taunting them jokers. And they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because the rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, they aggravate the dogs to death.
All right. That's all the questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
The rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
All right. We heard a little bit about, well, first of all, did Alex do a lot of hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done, but I know he done hunting.
Okay. And hunting involves killing animals?
It did.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter?
Yes.
The slope of the concrete, the concrete out there on the dog kennel, did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
And I think you mentioned and talked at length about the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the Whiting Road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't seal that bottom plate like it should have been. And it would allow water when you sprayed the concrete off, that water kept just slowly getting underneath the concrete until it started rotting out around the door jambs and stuff.
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
If The kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on. Is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
You mentioned what's your bedtime? You said you rise early. What's your bedtime?
My bedtime, it all depends.
What time are you in bed?
That is a good question. Now, I can tell you my routine.
All right, tell me your routine.
Usually around 4, 5 o'clock, I go get a shower, and I'm in my recliner usually the rest of the day.
Okay, so if you're not in bed, you're in that recliner. After you shower, you're in that recliner.
How's it?
And the day is done.
Done.
Okay. And June 7th, that was that Monday. Were you done that night at whatever time you took your shower, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I was done at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I had done had my shower. I was in my recliner.
And you were with your wife?
Yes.
Last question. When you were out there at 5 o'clock at the kennels in Moselle, were there any firearms anywhere on that property?
That night, that particular day,
That particular day?
I did not see none.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
State Falls Carson Bernie.
You're good. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would, please, sir, be seated, take your full name, spell your last name, and then use the microphone when you need it.
Carson Burney, B-U-R-N-E-Y.
Now it's the afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Bernie.
Afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Bernie.
My name is Carson Burney. As I mentioned, I've lived in South Carolina a little over 20 years. I graduated from University of South Carolina 2013 with a degree in finance. In 2015, I went back to USC, completed a 6-month paralegal certificate program there. 2019, I joined the Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor. And in 2021, I was hired on as the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division at the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
So we work together.
We do. We used to have offices right next to each other.
About how long have you been with the Attorney General's office again?
Approximately a year and a half.
And about how long were you with the Department of Revenue before you came over to us?
A little over 2 years.
And say again for me, what is your job title with the AG's office?
I'm the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right, forensic accountant. What is a forensic accountant?
So a forensic accountant, it's a broad term, but essentially what I do is compile records, primarily financial records that include loans, credit card statements, bank account information, compile that information, and then pass it on typically to law enforcement or the prosecutors in my section.
And when you talk about you look at these records, what sort of volume of records are we talking about? Hundreds of pages, thousands of pages, 10,000s of pages?
In this case, thousands of pages of records, yes, sir.
Thousands of pages?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say tens of thousands of pages?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Do you like your job, Mr. Bernie?
I do like it. It can be tedious, but I do like it. I find a sense of fulfillment.
Do you have any certifications in connection with your work?
I do. I am a certified fraud examiner, which is a test. Essentially, you learn and you are tested on different fraud schemes, how to investigate those fraud schemes, the law surrounding that, and then different fraud prevention and deterrence methods.
As a forensic accountant, are you familiar with the concept called tracing?
I am.
What is tracing?
Tracing, in the context we're going to talk about, it's looking at the source of funds and tracing it out through to see where the final disposition of those funds ultimately end up.
And in your employment as a forensic accountant, have you had opportunity to conduct any tracing analysis on records provided as part of this case?
I have pretty much all the alleged stolen money I have traced.
Your Honor, the state would at this time move to qualify Mr. Burney as an expert in forensic accounting, particularly as to the tracing of funds.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to his qualifications. We would renew our previous objections on this whole line of testimony under 404 and 403.
He's qualified as an expert.
Are there different ways of tracing funds, Mr. Burney?
There's several different methods.
What method did you apply in this particular matter?
I used what's called a first in, first out method. Simply put, the first money into an account that I'm looking at is the first money out. And in context of the tracing, it'd be the money from the source of the checks and then the first money out.
Now, and I kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit. When money is moving around between different bank accounts, the banks aren't transmitting, the serial numbers on particular dollar bills, are they?
They are not.
All right. So you can't necessarily tell that a dollar with the serial number is the same dollar as that serial number and going across multiple accounts, can you?
No, you cannot.
And so are these methodologies how you go about deciding that a dollar in one account is the same as the dollar from another account?
That's correct. When you have a bank account, obviously it's a pool of money. So we have to apply some rules to say this money comes from the source.
Now, you indicated you use the first in, first out method. Is there any sort of lay explanation or description you can provide to us?
Yes. I like to use the example of, say you have $10 in your bank account. And for this example, we'll say it's legitimate money in that bank account. You go over to grandma's house, you get sticky fingers, you take $10 out of grandma's purse. You put that money in the same bank account. So now you have commingled funds, and we'll call the $10 from grandma's purse illegitimate funds. And then you have a transaction, let's say it's $15. So you're pulling partially from the $10 you previously had, the legitimate funds, and then $5 out of the $10 from grandma's account. So that's how the first in, first out method would work.
And so under that first in, first out method, what portion of that $15 would come from those legitimate funds and what portion of that would come from the sticky fingers money?
The $10 would be legitimate funds, and then the $5 from grandma's $10 you took and put into your bank account without her permission.
What other methodologies are there for the tracing of funds?
There's a lowest intermediate balance rule. Typically, you see it in trust fund accounting. It's with commingled funds. And typically, the principle behind that is any withdrawals out of those commingled funds are deemed to be personal funds, and the funds remaining in that account would be trust funds. You see it sometimes in bankruptcy proceedings. Another one is the one I mentioned, the first in, first out method. Then you have the reverse, which would be the last in, first out method, or last in, first out method. And then one I call essentially a proximity rule. If you see a large transaction, a large deposit come in and then almost immediately come out with a similar amount, you can draw a conclusion that those funds were to fund that other transaction.
So to go over that last one a little bit, if you're looking at a bank account and you see $1,000 come in and then right away $1,000 come out, would that be the proximity rule that you just described?
That's exactly correct.
And in that circumstance, you wouldn't even necessarily need to apply that first in, first out, or last in, first out, or any of the particularized math. You just say 1,000, it's all the same.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, were you asked to look into the deposit of $792,000 into accounts under the control of Alex Murdaugh?
I was.
All right. When was that money deposited into which accounts?
Can I review my notes?
Please do.
Okay, the $792,000 you are referring to it has been called the Ferris fees and previous testimony. It was 3 different checks, all from the Wilson Law Group. The dates deposited were March 10th, 2021, March 23rd, 2021, and April 20th, 2021. The first check was $192,000, the second $375,000, and the third was $225,000, and all had a check date of March 10th, 2021.
And I'm sorry, what was that last date again?
The last date, the $225,000 was deposited on April 20th, 2021.
And did you apply any tracing analysis to the disbursement of those funds?
I did.
And which form of analysis did you apply to it?
I did the first in, first out method.
And without getting into any granular detail of the expenses from the account from that money, what generally was that money expended on?
So a large portion of the money was checks to associates, known people to Alex Murdaugh. And then the remaining of the funds, primarily, we see credit card payments.
When was that $792,000 exhausted under that first in, first out analysis?
So it was completely exhausted out of the account by May 25th, 2021.
There's been a lot of attempts at math from the stand over the course of this trial. Am I correct in judging that to be roughly a month apart from the date of the last check deposited?
Yes, that would be approximately a month from April 20th, 2021.
So $792,000 exhausted in just a little bit over a month from the date of last deposit. And what was the date of the first deposit again? I apologize.
The first one was March 10th, 2021. So from that date to the last date, I believe 2.5 approximately months.
Were there into which account was that deposited again?
So all 3 checks were deposited into a Bank of America account ending in 6779 under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
Right. Now let's take a step back and talk a little bit about the accounts of Alex Murdaugh. Was that Alex's only account at Bank of America?
No.
All right. What was his other accounts at Bank of America?
He had other accounts that have been called the fake forge accounts. There are 2 of those accounts, and the accounts seemed to run consecutively. One account ended, and then a second one was created. The reason, I'm not exactly sure just from looking at the statements, but there were 2 different accounts. There's also a credit card account at Bank of America.
And did Mr. Murdaugh have accounts at Palmetto State Bank?
He did. He had several accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
Was there a particular account there that appeared in your analysis to be his primary account?
Yes, an account ending in 6092, checking account.
Generally speaking, when following funds from Bank of America, well, let me rephrase that question. Was there any pattern in the flow of funds after they were deposited into either the fake forge account or into that Bank of America checking account?
Yes, so when checks were deposited into the fake forge account, typically they were transferred out or withdrawn in cash. If they were transferred out, normally they would go to his personal banking account ending in 6779. Occasionally we would see cashier's checks come out of one of the forge accounts.
Now on those cashier's checks, would it say, hey, this is from the fake forge account on the face of it?
No.
When he would cut checks on that personal banking account, would it say, hey, this is stolen money on the face of those checks?
No.
So in those who would receive those checks, it would just say something to the effect of Alex Murdaugh or something of that nature?
That is correct.
Aside from those Bank of America accounts, did any money make it to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Occasionally, once the checks went into the personal account at Bank of America, another check would be written, typically just to Palmetto State Bank, and then ultimately it would be deposited into one of his accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And would the funds thereafter be dispersed from that account?
Yes.
Circling back around to the $792,000 of Ferris fees or Mack truck fees, were you able to determine when any of those fees or other replacement fees were returned to Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. So previous testimony had mentioned a $350,000 wire from Palmetto State Bank that went to the Wilson Law Group.
And from which institution did that wire originate?
Palmetto State Bank.
And well, that's $350,000. Were any additional funds provided to Chris Wilson?
Yes. So in Alex Murdaugh's account ending in 6779, we see a check was mobile deposited for $250,000. And then the next day, on July 16th, 2021, there's a wire for that same amount of money, $250,000, that went directly to Wilson Law Group, IOLTA account.
I'm showing you a document that is labeled as State's Exhibit 518. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this the document that you were just describing of a $250,000 instrument deposited into Alex's account?
That is correct.
State moves to introduce into evidence Exhibit 518. My
No
understanding.
additional objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
And is that the instrument you were just describing a moment ago?
It is.
Can you pull it down a little bit? We got a touch of glare. Thank you, Mr. Waters. All right, and that is a check made out to Alex Murdaugh for $250,000. What's the name at the top of the instrument?
It says John E. Parker.
From your work with investigators throughout this case, do you know who John E. Parker is?
I do.
All right, and who is he?
He is a former law partner of Alex Murdaugh's at what we've been calling PMPED.
All right, and right here above Mr. Waters' cuticle, there's something written in the memo line. What does that say?
Says loan.
All right, so on the face of this check, does it purport to be a loan to Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
So that adds up to $600,000. Did you identify any additional funds sent back to Chris Wilson's office in replacement of that $792,000?
I did not.
And I apologize. That's, with court's permission and suspect without objection from counsel, we have redacted certain personal identifying account information from the face of this document. What's the date on this instrument, Mr. Burney?
It is July 15th, 2021.
And is that the same date as the wire of funds from Palmetto State Bank to Mr. Wilson's trust account?
It is.
In the course of your analysis, did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Murdaugh's balances on or about June 7th, 2021?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his deposit accounts?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his outstanding loans and lines of credit?
Yes, all that I've identified, I reviewed them, yes.
In your opinion, Mr. Burney, on June 7th, 2021, across Mr. Murdaugh's deposit accounts and demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $792,000 available to return to Chris Wilson?
He did not.
On that same date, June 7th, 2021, across his deposit accounts and his demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $500,000 available to give to the sons of Gloria Satterfield?
He did not.
On June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have, across his deposit accounts and his lines of credit, did he have $10 million available to meet the settlement demands of Mark Tinsley?
He did not have $10 million.
And it might seem obvious, given that we went through each of those individual scenarios, but on June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have enough money to fulfill all three of those conditions?
He was not able to fulfill all three conditions. That's correct.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We're going to break for lunch now. You may step down, do not discuss your testimony. Let's just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Here, step down. And we'll resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Hey guys, okay. Sorry everyone, I took a little cat nap. Sorry about that. So I'm trying to catch up with everything here. Yes, they're going to have to find those. You know, someone did take them and that's going to have to be handled. They need to figure out who has them and get them back. If they're on the inventory list, then they need to produce them, period. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she does have to calm down. She actually has to, because she can't change it right now. All we can do is try to fix it the best we can, but she can't change it. So getting worked up is not going to change it. That's the thing. She needs to understand that. And I know it's horrible, but she does have to calm down. And she has to save. I mean, look what happened. She got through. She's alive, which is a miracle. So you've got to tell her that she has to calm down. She just has to. And we can still work on this. You know, they have it on an inventory list, and so they need to figure this. So then where is it? You know? Well, exactly. I would like to know that myself. Exactly right. I mean, you can say, fine, not okay, but at least jewelry's worth something. What the hell are they going to do with their teeth? That's why I'm wondering if they really were stolen or not. I think they very well might be misplaced. Between, you've got the helicopter, you've got, you know, that's why I think if it just gets looked into very much, so they might be somewhere. But they have to understand, you know, you have them on an inventory sheet. They're not here. So guess what? You need to find them. Trace it, figure it out, find them. That's all there is to it. Let me try to catch up. If she needs a lawyer, I can help her find one. I sleep. You sound tired. I don't know why I'm so tired. details she has. Right. We're all standing behind her. We just can't, we can't make it happen. I wish I could. I would do it in a heartbeat. But, maybe if the home health aide, does she have any ideas about this or? Wow. I'm sure she is. I can't imagine. Wow. Jack is not happy about it either, one bit.
I was just gonna say, it sounds like Jack is hunting him down. It's like he'll find him.
Yeah, he's not okay with it. No, I don't know. You need to, there's got to be a way to figure out who exactly do I need to speak to about this and what do I have to do? And I think I read somewhere here that someone said, call the police. I would call the police. You can't ask her to not have her teeth. What the hell? Hey, come here. Yes. Yep, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea, Frazzled. Yeah, tell them you're going to call local news station. That's exactly right. Yep, report it to the police and then tell them we're going to get a hold of the local press too. No, right. No, actually, all the jewelry and the teeth did have to come out for her for medical reasons. I know that, but that doesn't mean they disappear.
If they were insured, I would call the insurance company because nobody is going to find them faster than the people that might have to pay for them.
Right.
Those are some ruthless individuals when they don't want to pay for something.
And they will, they have attorneys and they have investigators. They have all that. Yep. Yeah, everything had to have been taken off at this hospital because that's where she had her first surgery. And if you let the insurance company know, hey, I don't want to file a claim. I mean, I have to file a claim, but I don't want the money. I want my things back. I know she is, and I'm so sorry about that. Just try to tell her, you know what, she's alive. That right there is what, I'm glad she's upset because she's alive. 3 days ago, I didn't know we could have this conversation.
Well, in addition to that, 3 days ago, I didn't know I was going to be hearing about bank accounts again in the Alex Murdaugh trial. So looks like we're all doing stuff we didn't expect.
Yeah, no one likes it. No, we're not okay. And if I could, like I said, I can't fix it. I would like to. I wish I had them. I would love it. I would love to have them, but we just have to, they have to figure out. I think once somebody gets the idea that they're going to have to cough them up, because they're just kind of, this is what people do. You ask them something and they just drop the buck. They throw it to someone else. They just, because they just don't feel like doing it. 9 times out of 10, that is what's happening. They just don't feel like doing their job. They're probably somewhere. If somebody makes sure that they have some fire under their ass, then they'll figure it out. I guarantee they will figure it out once they understand. We're calling the police, we're calling local authorities, and we're calling the insurance company. Okay. The redneck grandma will help you. Yeah, let them know that there's a hog slapper on the way.
Yeah, most of the time you just get somebody who they're either too busy, they don't care, they don't have time for it. They're, yeah, sure, we'll try to find it. And if you keep hassling them about it, then they eventually have to. They don't really have a choice because you're not going to let go. So
right, because sometimes
then you end
people
up getting
just drop
somebody
it.
that will.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
and I think
Yep, send the
you get
police
enough
over
heat
there.
on it,
Yeah.
it'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Have the police walk in there, and all of a sudden somebody might just decide to look. Because I don't believe anyone stole her teeth. Why? I mean, no, that's stupid. I'm not saying that. Because people don't give a crap. They might say it. Yes, a hog slapper. That's exactly right. Kimmy is going to be there with the hog slapper, and they will damn well be sorry about that shit. Hog slapper.
Well, at least now we know Ira will be laughing when she finds out about that. She's going to know exactly who she's talking about.
Yeah, she's going to know that. Ira will know who's got the hog slapper. I really believe, of course, people will steal teeth too, because people just don't, because they just don't care. You know, I mean, look at this guy on trial here. He stole everything from everybody. Look how they treated how he treated people. You wouldn't give a shit if he took someone's teeth or not. You wouldn't care about that. But I think that probably the likelihood is just that somebody dropped the ball on their job. You know what? Maybe this is what I'm kind of thinking. She took off on a life flight, and they probably just stayed at this hospital. You know, what you think about is these are emergency situations, and so everybody's rushing and just doing things. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of what I feel like, probably. Maybe they're on that, they might be sitting in that helicopter.
Yeah, I imagine in that situation, the last thing someone's thinking about is, hey, make sure you go grab that stuff and gets on the helicopter. So
Right, because quite honestly, saving her life right then was all that they were worried about, and I'm very happy about that. I am. But yes, she does need to. They're hers. This is not okay by any means. Right. Right, and she's emotional. This is like the last thing she needed to hear right now. I'm not trying to diminish this for a second. I hope she knows that. Oh, she thinks they were. Yeah, but I don't know that they took them on purpose. You know what I'm saying? I know. I always have a hard time. I couldn't take somebody's things. I just couldn't do it. You couldn't hog slap me into taking somebody's things. But I understand people do it. But there's a good chance that they just are misplaced and people aren't looking because they just don't care. They don't belong to them. They don't care. I think if they get some fire under their ass, they'll figure it out. I know I would.
Yeah, I agree. It's likely they just got left at the other hospital, and I'm sure it'll get sorted out. And she'll get them. I mean, obviously, I know theft happens at the hospitals, but I think right now they're probably sitting there, and someone just has to go collect them from somebody who cares enough to go look for them. So,
right. Like I said, at the time, it was trying to save her life, and they did. So I'm going to go ahead and say, you know, you can have something else, piece of shit. Give me my stuff back. I mean, they saved her life. I'm very happy about that.
oh man, yeah, Kimmy's trying to come in hot. They maybe put the nurses' station the way the nurses rotate. They may not have been. Yeah, so I'm saying, yeah, I think it's probably more of just a misunderstanding more than anything. And obviously, since things were going so fast, and then I think they'll be found. I hope they will be, but I think they will be. I feel pretty good about it. Check the first 3 places they took her to: ambulance, emergency rooms. Yeah. Yep. I think it'll all be okay.
Sorry, Jack's very unhappy right this moment.
I was just about to say, I'm sorry. I was trying to make lunch, and apparently
it got really loud.
My husband's just trying to have a meeting over there in the dining room. So
yeah, lots of background noise going on right now.
yeah. So I'm curious what everybody's thoughts are about the dog kennel, like what they're trying to say with the dog kennel thing.
Well, I think they're trying to say something about, because if you notice, they kept talking about that one dog is very mean, or, not mean, I guess, but, he can't be controlled. What, Bubba? Is it Bubba?
Yeah, Bubba's just rambunctious, right? He's the one that probably
Bubba
had
was,
the chicken. And...
Right. And Bubba got put away because, and who would know to put Bubba away or something like that. I heard something about this before. It's something to do with whoever did this would know, that dog had to be put away or something to do with the dogs. And I don't know what's going on with the water over there. I haven't figured that part out. Does anybody else know?
No,
I fell asleep during that
guy.
guy. I fell asleep during that guy, so I don't really know.
I was awake, but I don't totally know either.
I was awake. I just decided Jack was asleep. I sat on the couch, and next thing you know, I was like, I'm kind of dozing off here. Well, good. Get the police on their way and get somebody to.
Yeah. So I
Someone's
get that
going
the
to
dogs
jail.
were in the wrong spot. I just don't know what that proves to anybody. Are they trying to say that since Bubba's in the wrong spot, it would have had to be somebody Bubba was comfortable with in order to corral him back in?
Well, I think what they said was, it only mattered to Maggie which pen they were in.
Right. And that's why he would put the one in that one pen, in the pens, because that's when she wanted him in, but they weren't in those pens when the police arrive. So, like, if Maggie was down there to get the dogs and they were out, Alec would have been one of the few people that could put him back. Like, a stranger wouldn't have been able to just put him back in there.
Right. If you notice, what did the housekeeper said, which the housekeeper actually has that dog right now.
Yes.
But she said, when they said, what if you wanted to do this or that? She said, well, you just couldn't.
Right. So I think that's the point they're getting, that it would have had to be a family member that corralled him back in.
Right.
And it wouldn't have been Maggie. Holy Moses. Because she would have wanted him in a particular kennel. I don't know. I feel like it's still kind of a weird thing, because they made a good point. Like, Paul didn't care which ones either.
Right. Nobody did but Maggie.
So if something would have happened and they had to re-clean out the kennels or whatever, and so they got the dogs out so they could, do that, then Paul wouldn't have cared where he went either. I mean, at least that's what I gathered, and I feel like it's not like an impossible argument. I feel like that was kind of weird.
Well, what I'm assuming, and I probably should not do that, but I'm assuming maybe in closing arguments, they're going to try to wrap up their thinking about what all this is about.
Yeah, because I feel like that's the only time they really can, right? They can only kind of allude to things with witnesses. They can't just straight up say, well, so if Paul was down there with Maggie, would Maggie have made him put, because that's objection. That's how the hell would you know he wasn't there? So it'd be like them trying to testify through the witness themselves. So maybe that is it. 'Cause sometimes I feel like there's up there and I do not get why.
Okay, no, you're right. But see, you know what? Okay, Todd Pats, you're right. Maybe Alex stripped down naked out there and hosed himself off and got, had the guns and the clothes, all that, and then ran in and took the fast shower and took off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I feel like they're sort of alluding to. Like, so I feel like it's also pretty easy to be like, well, while they were down there, Bubba got a hold of a chicken. It was a big old freaking mess. So, Paul was cleaning up. To me, it just feels like whatever their argument is there, it's an easy argument to say it could have gone either way, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to see.
And you know what? I never heard about them. See, we keep seeing the picture of that blood. I don't know about the blood, if they tested any of that stuff, any of the blood on the ground there, because if he would have, well, no, it wouldn't be his blood anyway. Sorry.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, no, it wouldn't matter.
So, yeah, I just thought that was interesting because it just felt like a weird conversation on the stand. I don't know.
Right. No, it is a weird, and they've been throwing this out there the whole time. With every person, the same way that every person, has to tell them the three voices that they hear, that those same people talk about this dog. They talk about just some kennel situation. Now they really got more in depth with this guy because he's the one that took care of him.
Right.
But they've been alluding to something with that, and I just don't know.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see if that comes back around during closing arguments and has a real solid theory and point behind it.
Okay, say that again.
Sorry. Took a bite of my sandwich right then, but yeah, I'd just be interested to see how they sort of tie that in at the closing statements, because right now it just doesn't seem like it proves very much at all. It's just kind of an idea about how the water could be there and an idea about why the dogs are in different pens, but I feel like you could have a bunch of ideas. See. Oh, that's so sweet. Ira's getting lots of snuggles.
Oh my God.
Shoot, we've solved the Murdaugh case. Yeah, Legs, tell the people at the hospital that if we can solve the Murdaugh case, we can solve the case of these missing rings.
Right. And we will. Jack just bit my thigh.
Oh, yeah, he does that.
That hurt really bad.
He's a maniac. I really want them to stop talking about bank accounts, though.
Oh my God, yes. I fell asleep to that Humpty Dumpty, and I woke up to that, and I was like, what in the hell happened?
I don't know why you were surprised. They like to move all over the place. We'll probably get the OnStar guy next, and then we'll probably get a lady at the bank who sometimes stood behind Alec while he did some weird stuff with checks. I mean, come on. But
yeah, if that OnStar shit doesn't help, it's got to, though. This is what was supposed to have gone on already.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to help more than the we don't know OnStar stuff that went on.
Oh, okay, so we'll be gentle. We'll be careful.
We'll be gentle. Broke my son from that by biting him back. I don't know the right way to do things, but it worked for him to learn.
He's not trying to. He's only biting because he's teething. He's got my arm all bruised up from bites, but the leg is really tender right there.
I may not know how to do stuff either, Top Hats, but that's how I roll too.
Yeah, I would if he was biting to be mean. I would.
Yeah. No, he just, poor thing, has a hard time with his teeth. Real hard time.
Putting his molars in, and I just put some more Orajel right now.
Aw. Yeah, he always has a tough time with his teeth. But yeah, so God, I really thought we were done with financial stuff. That's got me real annoyed now. Agreed.
Yep, Jack. Said you find Ira's stuff or I'm going to bite you.
Right, gonna sick him. So yeah, I thought we were done with that, and I'm real frustrated. I had my blood boiling this morning with Dick trying to question that woman with ridiculous statements and ridiculous questions. But now we're back to financial stuff. Like I said, they know how to suck the air out of a room. They definitely know how to do that. As soon as something interesting starts happening, they're, better go ahead and cut that down. Don't anybody getting too excited, thinking we're going to solve a murder here today. Oh, man, Kimmy, goodness. But we're back to the boring stuff. They did finish, though. So when we get back from lunch, it'll be cross-examination of the forensic accountant. And since they didn't ask a lot of questions of him from the state, I imagine that Crofts isn't going to take too long. So hopefully by afternoon, we'll have moved on to something more interesting. And not just like, oh, was he stealing money? Sure was. Did he have any money? Sure didn't. Over and over and over again. No, Kimmy, she won't bite him. Don't worry. Jackie lets all of her grandkids get away with pretty much anything. So no worries there. Hi, Ira.
Hi, Miss Ira. We're so happy that you are here. You gave us a good scare, little miss. Oh, we're so happy that you're here right now. Top Hat says, hey.
Put pepper on your
Yeah. Okay. Jack is saying a lot as well.
He says, hello, Ira.
Yeah. Jack says he's not putting up with any shenanigans, so don't worry about it. Yeah, I would actually not. I couldn't bite him if it. Again, you can't even hog slap me into biting this child. Leg says hugs and get well, blessings. We've all been praying for you. You had a huge prayer chain over here, Ira. You did, and we got a miracle.
Sure did.
Yep.
Nothing short
Mike
of
says, don't rush it. Kimmy says, God answered our prayers on you, girl. Stop scaring us like this. Yeah, and I second that. I know it's lunchtime. Some people have gone. There's not as many people in here as there were, but I know Cindy Workman's been very worried about you. So everybody has been, everybody. People that don't even hang out over here. Yep. Lots of people, Ira, lots.
Yeah, goodness, even my little boy was asking me about it.
I know.
Frazzled
says,
is Dobby's friend okay?
I know. Hey, you're gonna get bit. Stop. Stop it. You're gonna get bit. It's not funny. That's not funny, Jack. Jack's trying to get bit by the dogs. Frazzled says, Ira, I'm sure your husband is looking down from heaven, happy that you're alive, not worried about those rings. You just need to worry about getting well. Love you, girl. Okay, that's from Frazzled. Doesn't mean we're giving up, but absolutely you're alive, and that is what matters. Nobody's given up. There's going to be fire under asses that they didn't even know about. Hey, stop.
Yeah. Jack really does try to get bit by the dogs pretty much constantly, huh?
Oh my gosh. He's playing, but he pinches really hard.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Oh, are you still here, Legs? She was going to go and make some lunch. Right, Kimmy? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Other channels have been praying. Yep. I could tell you had been, because I would go over there and everybody would be asking me about Ira. Yep, it's a whole army over here of some prayer warriors. Ooh, make me scared. He got close to my leg. I was like, whoa, hold on.
Almost got you again.
Does he have leg issues? What do you mean? Oh, I was asking how you're doing, Kimmy. She's going to have more tests, Ira. She's got to have, she hasn't got the results from the scan back yet, but they want to do a CAT scan. So I told her that's good. If they had found something, then they would have found it, and there you go. But they're still looking. So I think it's a good thing. And no matter what they do find, it's going to be handled anyway. So, but I shouldn't answer for her. She says, redneck like normal. Don't worry about this old girl. She's tough as nails. She'll hog slap that crap. I know she wants a hog slap old Rockin' Ronnie. No, we want Sparky for him. Hey, stop.
Kimmy Love, I think what she was asking Legs if her husband had gotten to the doctor, not asking about his legs.
Oh.
Asking Legs for days about how her husband.
I'm like, I don't know what you mean.
Made it into the doctor. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yes, there we go.
Don't take your jewelry, Iris said.
Oh my God. Jack, stop it. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not. Hold on. It's not funny, Jack. Come here. You hear him laugh about it?
Yeah. He wants to play with dogs. He just doesn't realize he can't, squeeze them and pinch them without getting bit. So he's just learning. That's what they do.
Yeah, maybe people at the hospital need to hear about old Sparky.
I sure hope Alec does hear about it.
Yeah.
I don't feel any more confident today than I have any other day. So, and
No,
I think
we
the
still
state said they'll
haven't-
be done Wednesday, right? So tomorrow, that's it. That's their last day.
I don't believe it.
I don't either. I can't see how it's possible. They probably got about
It's not.
15 other bankers ready to talk.
I think they've been waiting for Ira for, they've been waiting to bring cousin Eddie in until Ira could be here. Oh, Legs is back now. Oh, she's getting her clothes on. Her hubby, oh my God, listen to me, sorry. Her hubby has bad leg issues and back and heart.
They did say with the new on-site audit may run past. Yeah, that's right. They did say that because defense is saying they won't be done looking over the data and being prepared for it until possibly that time. So it may run past. I'm sure it will. I don't know. Again, I don't think the defense was wrong when he said if there's an end to this, like how. Just don't see how much longer this parade could possibly.
No, I didn't blame the defense on that part, not at all. He had 3 back surgeries, 3 heart surgeries, and getting ready to have eye and leg surgery.
Wow, that's a lot of surgeries. Legs. Ugh. Getting ready to have eye and leg surgery. My goodness. Well, prayers for your husband as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he has a aneurysm just like Ira had.
Yeah,
And
I
they're
think
not
I've
fixing
seen
it.
that. Well, they love to cut your husband open, don't they? Right, apparently. Goodness. Ugh.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Ira says, damn chest was open right up, hurts like hell. That fool walking, or do we get to see him fire up Sparky? I hope I don't miss it. He needs to make them do something before worse happens. Yeah, no, absolutely. He's a pig. He's an absolute pig. And it is going to happen. I'm pretty sure. I think, no, they don't have a smoking gun. It's a, like we talked about yesterday, it is a circumstantial case. It just is. They knew that going into it. But, if not him, who? What? He has to come up with who? No, I mean, I know that's not true, but I'm just saying.
That's funny. When you said that, that made me think of that. What's that song? Who stole the cookies from the cookie jar? Not me, then who? So that's the way you said it. That's what it made me think of. But yeah, Ira, I mean, you didn't miss anything, unfortunately, which means it's still not looking like he's gonna get convicted. I don't know what else to say. It's a little frustrating.
It's not over. It's not over. Jerry says, we love you, Ira. Ira said she is tired. Oh, get some rest, Ira. We got plenty of time to fire you up and get you all crazy.
If you need some help sleeping, they're about to go over some more bank accounts. So that should be able to easily put you right down. We got a forensic accountant in here. So whoo,
puts me right out.
Yeah. So if you needed any help in that, see right where you left off. Still talking about financial stuff. They couldn't move on without you.
Jerry says, my best friend had open heart surgery a few years ago. It is rough recovery, but you're tough and we're praying. Right.
Okay, thank you, Jackson, for that beautiful interlude. See, everybody's so sweet. So don't worry, Ira. Like I said, it doesn't look like they're going to be moving on anytime soon. So hopefully you'll catch, Cousin Eddie. Hopefully you're awake if and when that ever happens. Because my goodness. My goodness. I think you were fortunate enough to miss all the gruesome details yesterday, partly this morning. Oh, there you go. From Jerry. We're told you needed a miracle, so we claimed that miracle for you in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Yep, sure did, Jerry. Cousin Eddie has not been on yet. It has been another snooze fest, Ira. Another snooze fest. So we had the medical examiner yesterday for all of the horrible, horrible details. But other than that, we had some DNA testimony that was more confusing than it was clarifying. I think everybody sort of feels that way. But nope, no Cousin Eddie. Not yet. I'm really starting to wonder if we're ever going to get there.
Waiting for you, Ira.
Right, Cousin Eddie waiting on you. Rest is the key. Hubby had to sleep sitting up for weeks. Yes, definitely rest. That's how your body's going to heal. Lots of sleep. Lots and lots of sleep. Let your miracle of a human body do all the work.
Yeah, we won't let you miss Cousin Eddie. my gosh.
All I remiss is Dumb and Dumber lawyers in the courtroom. Seriously. I mean, like I've said multiple times, I am not a lawyer, but I am really starting to feel like I should be. Dadgummit, if this is the best they've got to offer, then whew. I should look into moving to South Carolina and practice law. Let's see. Ready for a nap? Well, there you go, Ira. You're ready for your nap? Like I said, in about 30 minutes, they're going to cross-examine another forensic accountant guy. So everybody's all geared up for nap time now. Oh, man. I kind of want to go over that witness list and see how many more are left, because I just don't feel like they've gotten to everybody, and I don't think they're anywhere close to everybody. So it's knowing these fools, if they do have to cut anybody, they'll cut Cousin Eddie. They'll cut the most entertaining possible witness right out of there. Not enough time. We needed to talk about some more bank statements. It's fine. Did pray for you. Yes, yes, yes.
Ira Legs wants to know if you saw heaven. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Get better and we want to hear it. Oh, that's wow. Just wow. Oh, my goodness. So Legs, that means yes.
Yeah, we'll all be waiting for that story for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, get better first and foremost.
Get some rest. We got lots of plans for you. Yeah, no, I know it is too hard right now. I know. No, it definitely is, but we are going to be here when you're ready. Exactly. Yep. Just what Jerry said.
Yeah, top priority is you feeling better. That's number one. Focus everything you've got on that. No, I heard about it once. Love to hear about your experience. Can I use that in the movie? See that, Kimmy? Now you're just trying to take people's stuff. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Well, good thing I got some Laffy Taffy here. This is keeping somebody quiet for a moment.
Oh, no.
But you know what that means. You know what that means.
He's going to be wide awake by afternoon recess. You're going to have to find that boy some non-sugary stuff to go ahead and keep him quiet.
We've already had chocolate pudding with whipped cream and chocolate syrup.
And she wonders, folks, why he's a wild child when he's over there. I'm just kidding. I've seen him at home. He's just as much a wild child there as he is anywhere else.
I was going to say. I will say this. I saw. Oh,
that's sweet.
Wow.
I know, Kimmy. I'm just messing with you.
Oh.
Good night, Ira.
Good night, Ira. Get some rest. Yeah, I can't wait to hear it. We are here for it after you get some sleep. Good night. We love you. No, thank you. No, thank you. So does anybody want to know why the Norwegian guy diluted his coffee?
That's already a really weird start to a joke.
Yeah. It was too sweet.
Wow. That's a very specific type of joke.
Right? Okay, here's another one. Why didn't the guitar player eat the whole apple?
Mm. Mm.
Too hardcore.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
Wow.
Sorry, I can't pass those up.
Yeah, you can't not read them. Oh, good. Just a good beer experience for a good movie. Absolutely, Kimmy. I know.
Yeah, we're just joking with you. Hey, you can put anything you want in there.
I'm known pretty well as being quite sarcastic. Sometimes come off a little rude at times, but just messing with you.
Yeah, she's a chip off the old block here.
Gosh, I'm so bored with these people that God, it's just hard to even come up with something.
Oh my gosh. You guys want to see all the snow on Jackie right now? It looks so cold there. Oh my gosh.
Jerry's got a joke. What's ET short for?
I don't know what.
She's like pretty excited.
Oh.
TV side has the diagram from yesterday. I hadn't looked at it yesterday. It looks like because he's only got little legs. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, what is he?
That's pretty funny.
I like that one.
I haven't looked
using
at
it.
him. I do like that Law and Crime is showing some of this stuff as it's coming up. Has the diagram from yesterday. I might have to go look at that. Sorry, I forgot. Whenever I go look at something, I disappear from here. So I'm gonna go look at it real quick. Let me see.
Look how cold it looks. He's got little legs. I like that a lot too, Jack. Oh, right. I know. Look how cold she looks. I mean, well, she must not be cold, obviously, Wow. It just looks so cold. You look at that scene and you just want to bundle up. Are they going to show us those? Oh.
Yeah, they should be on Court TV's site.
Really?
I was just trying to look at it from my phone right now, but I didn't see them. I need to pull it up. I have it bookmarked. So on the laptop, it's so cold there. And that is something. Yes, and I believe it, Top Hats, because we got a cold front running through here too. And it's been beautiful, and all of a sudden it's cold. So I'm not surprised. I know we got some snow here too. So I'll go look and see about those pictures. So real quick.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Oh, okay. You already got them. Cool.
Oh, I don't know. I'm looking to find. I'm trying to find them. I think I might. I know it looks so cold there. It makes me just, looks painful.
Oh, hi, Ira.
But I would love to be in a, it's Gloria now, Ash, not Ira.
I know. I was talking to Irish.
Oh, Irish Squimmy's here. I can't see anything right now.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. Yeah, Irish is in here. Just saying, glad to see Iris home.
Oh,
Yes,
right.
Beck. We are at lunch break. For about another 20 minutes, right? He said 2:15. When they went on break. So about another 20 minutes. You didn't miss much though, Beck. You missed another forensic accountant. So just some more bank information.
You missed
for
Ira. We
everybody.
got to talk to Ira.
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. Sorry, I meant case-wise, but yes. I don't know why I'm doing all that. Let's see. Where's the bookmarks I have? Here we go.
What, you found something?
Yeah, their evidence page.
Well, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
it bookmarked because it's kind of hard to just find.
Okay, I was gonna say
Just
I was
go to
looking
their
all over.
website. So
Beck, look at that eagle. Isn't that beautiful?
looks so far it's all from day 16, which would have been Monday. So, oh yes, they have the diagram from the autopsy. Yes, pulled up.
Can you pull it up?
I can do that. Just give me 2 seconds. Got a little time left before I gotta drive back to work yet, so I can pull this up. I'll jump off from my phone, jump on from here. I'll be right back. Hello, everyone. My lights are a little funky. Let's see. Pull this up. Okay, so this,
Irish.
so this is the diagram of Maggie's wounds. Let me see. There we go. Can kind of zoom in a little bit. The way that Court TV did this is sort of annoying. You can't really. So that's the most I can zoom. Oh, looks like a little bit more I did. Yeah. So then there's the leg wound, the one through the abdomen, then here through the front. This is the one that they said went up and into her face, which would have been a fatal wound. And then again to the back.
Can you make it bigger? Wait.
I'm trying.
Here.
Whoa. Okay, that's probably the best.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, Jackson. I hear you. So this red kind of colored in one, I think, is the one that she said was a little too high. She meant to put it down here. So that was the crossed out one. So the one closer to the knee would have been the entrance, and then the exit over here. So like she said, sort of a upward trajectory on that one. And then the one to the back, which is where she said she believes possibly
The wrist one would have come from as well as a possibility. See the head and face. And then again, here's this one, like they said, possibly from being like doubled over. I think this is still the one that makes the least sense to me. I still can't quite wrap my head around that one exactly. And then again, obviously the one to the back of the head, which is just terrible because as the medical or the medical examiner, I suppose was who it was, the pathologist said the one that went here, so the one that came straight through the chest and into here would have been fatal. And so the back of the head one was just kind of extra. And that's just terrible to think about. It looks like we also have Paul's. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to line that up so we can see it. Could have missed several times as she ran away from him. Yeah, it's something about that one just doesn't quite fit for me. And I don't know why, but I can't, my brain just isn't, it's not sinking in there. So then again, this is the one for Paul. So where she was saying that it enters here and then comes out here. And then there was the abrasions to the arm. And that's why her thought is that his arm was down to his side when it happened. And then you have this one here that came in and came out from the side and back of the head. Overkill on Maggie. Yes, absolutely. That's how it feels to me too. Although a shotgun is obviously no joke either. But this is when the defense was trying to say that they thought that this up here would have been the entrance and then it would come out. So kind of going this way. That would mean that he had held the gun up in the air to go to the top of the head.
Well, not only that, the extensive damage comes on when it goes out, not in.
Right.
And his brain was blown out. They keep telling us that.
Over and over again. He repeatedly decided that was important to keep saying repeatedly. Which, like I said, to me comes off as very insensitive, whether it was your client or not. So, but again, too, you have like a change in direction because this here would have come from his right side and then gone out the left. This comes from the left and out the right. So just like Maggie, there's a change in direction of like the shooter or obviously the person being shot. Obviously, I mean, if he was shot, maybe he turns away, possibly. Trying to, in my mind, sort of think about that. So if it was like this, and you would have had to turn like this, maybe to run away. I don't know. I don't feel like there was a good enough explanation for that. There's no confusing entry and exit, especially from a shotgun. Yeah, and I think that was the point he was trying to get at with the contact wound. But again, it wasn't, that didn't mean anything. She said that repeatedly. So even then, though, if that was the contact wound, he'd have to be way up here trying to do that. And that's also with this wound coming across here. It just doesn't make any sense. Why you would even want to go that way. And then obviously how, the actual mechanism of doing it that way and the why, it just doesn't make any sense. The suicide one. To me, like I said, this one could probably be explained by maybe trying to make an attempt to run, and so turning to run and then being shot like that. The Maggie one still doesn't make sense. I'm sure it does make sense. My brain can't grab onto their explanation and make sense of it. Maggie's leg is a puke stepping on her like a hunter with a big prey. Yeah, my guess would be that that's when the shot to the back of the head came. Gotta ask, is this if it had been contact, then it would have been obliterated. Yes, and that's kind of what the medical examiner was saying, was that yes, he is talking about extensive damage, but he's talking about it in a way that is even worse than the extensive damage that he already had. So it would have taken obviously the entire full force. It would be much worse, was basically her wording as well. Let's see what else they have from yesterday in court. These look like probably the samples that were cut out of the clothing. That's what I imagine all of these are. They've all obviously been tested with different things, so that's why they're all blue. There's just a whole bunch of these. Essentially the same thing. They're just all pieces that were cut out of the clothing. Oh, these are from the shorts. So again, pieces cut out from the clothing. This looks like kind of a mapped out. Yep, that's the t-shirt. Sort of the grid for measurements and then where they were going to cut it all. AM conference, Judge Hall's virtual courtroom. Okay, so this is the email, looks like to Mark Tinsley, probably with all the lawyers involved in the the boat case for virtual court in May of 2021. Okay, here's the text message exchange between Maggie and Blanca. It says, oh, this is from Friday. Okay, I would say this was not Monday. This was definitely not Monday. Yes, Gloria, get some sleep also, because you're going to need rest as well. It's been a busy days for you as well. So this is the text messages here. We have Maggie at 7:05 a.m. Will you stop by the store and get Alex Capri Suns? He likes orange and pineapple flavor plus mountain cooler. Thank you. I'll pay you back. Blanca, I will. Maggie, thank you. Get 2 boxes. Blanca, okay. Maggie says, he says orange and apple. Dinner's on the stove, just left. Thank you. So Blanca's leaving at about 3:30. Maggie's saying thank you. The Capri Suns, that kind of just made me laugh. It's a weird drink for a grown-up. But who doesn't like a nice Capri Sun now and then? Oh, this is the insurance card that she took photos of and sent to him.
I don't like a Capri Sun ever.
Well, yeah, they're not my favorite either, but I mean, I just kind of laugh at it. It made me laugh a little bit. Can you stop and get him some Capri Suns?
I thought it was super strange.
You talking about your husband?
Right. Is there a child there no one knows about or what? What the hell?
Which was scheduled for Thursday, June 10th, will need to be continued to a later date. Okay, so this is just that email talking about how there was a continuance that the next day after the murders, they did go ahead and continue from the court. Give me a second. I'm getting hand signals here. Sorry. Mr. Fig making a bunch of weird. Yeah, get me a Capri Sun, actually. No. Just kidding.
Hi, Dobby. Love ya.
I can kick it with a juice box or a Capri Sun. But yeah, as I was saying, I mean, some people like them. It just was, I thought it was an odd when they said it. We stopped picking up some Capri Suns. I was like, wow, okay. So yeah, here's showing that there was a reschedule due to obviously the murders, what had happened. So this is all from Tinsley's.
Hello, dude. Love ya.
He likes to pretend he doesn't want to be on here and then do stuff like that. Okay, so this is more emails about the case. Looks like that had to do with the chemotherapy and the different continuances. I don't know. Let's just hit again. Got it all gigantic for everybody now, so it's harder to follow for me. What is this? Okay, looks like this is June 7th at 10:06. I got nothing on what that is. I have no idea. What is this? Oh, this is from Thursday. So I don't even know what we've gotten into now. This is also Thursday the 3rd. Oh, here's the useless OnStar report. That's what I'm looking at here. That's what that was. That was the useless OnStar report. Yeah, that was super useless. I have no idea what that was even trying to say. Something happened at 10 p.m. What was it? Infotainment module, yep, their seat of property for that. So they could take a year to gain no information. Zoom in here. September 26th. Trying to figure out what this is from. If this was on Thursday, let's see. Hey, it's Alex, finally feeling a little better each day, over the worst, but still feel like I have the flu, real weak. I've been worried about y'all, and I'm sorry I didn't get to tell y'all myself. I know both of you have been hurt badly by me. I know it sounds hollow, but I'm truly sorry. The better I get, the more guilt I have. I have an awful lot to try to make right when I get out of here. The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. I'm not real sure how I let myself get where I did. I'm committed to getting better, and I hope to mend as my relationships as I can. You both are special people and important to me. Please know how sorry I am to have made you a part of my misdeeds. I hope y'all are doing as well as possible. I love you very much. Please tell Cheryl and Haley hello. And I'm sorry. All my love. I don't know who that was supposed to be to. Does anybody remember that? No, the actual OnStar with GPS data comes into court. Yeah, that's going to definitely be more.
I think that was his, what do you call it? His paralegal or something like that.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, it was definitely somebody he screwed over. Wasn't sure which of the many. That all looks like more useless OnStar data. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that was as worthless as...
Excuse you, sir. Yep, again, some more useless OnStar data. You can literally see right here where it says start ? Unsure what module is starting. Who thought this was a good idea?
Oh, that was worthless as tits on a boar hog. I'm telling you right now. They got nothing. Nothing.
I'm glad I missed it. I'm going to take that off because I think we're probably getting ready to get back into court. I'll check for you real quick.
I was going to say I can check.
Plus, we're getting into some kind of old stuff now too. So
I was surprised we were seeing pictures today.
I was too, and I didn't know if that was like because Long Crime is showing it that way, but they haven't done that before. And you've been doing Long Crime all week, and I haven't seen them do that.
No.
So that's new, and I like it.
Of course, we have seen the kennels though, so I don't know.
Yeah, but we got to see that, like that drawing after he did it.
Yeah, I was really surprised about that.
So they're not back yet, but obviously they're supposed to be back at 2:15, so they should be back momentarily. I'm going to finish up here and head back to my office so that by the time they do get back, I can be back over there. But I will catch
Okay,
you
well,
all
thank you.
in a little bit.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, of course.
We will. Yeah, I'm I'm looking forward to that. I hope it's going to be worth it. Surely they have what we should have already seen. Oh, well, she's knocked the snow off of her. Oh, did you? Okay. I haven't even checked my email all day today. I have been so rushed. I am anxious to see that though. Oh, I have a ton of emails. Let me see. Wow, yeah, that's the thing when you're this. She loves it though, right? I mean, on Valentine's Day is expensive. Yeah, I don't know what happened in the middle of the night. I woke up choking on nothing. It was weird. I had to get up and it was really strange. So then I couldn't go back to sleep for a while after that. She loves, yeah. It's so expensive to get anything on Valentine's Day. It's crazy expensive. Who is that? Where's Selma? Selma. There we go. Okay, sorry. I knew a dog was having some distress and I couldn't find them. They were locked in the bedroom. Wow, it looks so cold. Poor Jackie's freezing. She's freezing. I'm so sorry for her. They should be back any time now. It continues. Cleanse your place just in case something moved in. They would pull my fingers back to my wrist, choking at night like you just did. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like I was. They have plenty of down feathers to stay warm. Yeah, you're right. They do. It's just so hard to picture it. Like you just want to bundle her up. Yeah, that is weird. Over at Nikki's page, some of her people over there told me that I have a very nice spirit with me. I don't know anything about that stuff, but I don't think the one trying to choke me was. Okay. I know. It's so bad for Jack. It's so bad. You know, it's so cool. They have one of those trampoline places right by my house, and they have a toddler time every morning, Monday through Friday for a few hours. So after this trial, me and Jack are going to start going for toddler time. Jump on the trampolines. Mm-hmm. He talks a lot. I just don't know what he's saying just yet. Not yet. We don't know. Yeah, when you look at this, you're like, okay, I would love to be there like in a resort that is really warm. You could just watch out the window. Hey, Maze. How are you doing? We're getting ready to go back to court anytime now, we think. So we're just watching Jackie. These are supposed to they're supposed to hatch tomorrow, right? Top hats? Sometime around there. She looks so cold. No. Right? All the mom stuff. We had some pretty boring stuff going on earlier. I actually took a little tiny nap. I did. I was so tired. One of the eggs is to start Pip watch tomorrow. The second egg should be a few days after, I think. Oh, okay. Wow. Right? I didn't mean to. I was like, Jack was asleep and I sat down and all of a sudden I'm like, oh my. Wow. That was loud. Hey, Cindy, you missed Ira's home. No, not. Oh, shoot. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. So sorry. That was an accident. That was an accident. Yikes. Ira is home. She's got some good stories for us, but she's very tired. She needs some rest. She's very tired, but she's doing great to be home already. Can you imagine? But ouch. She said to tell us that heaven is real, and she's got a good story to tell us whenever she's feeling up to it. Still haven't found her rings and teeth, but she's called the police, and they're gonna get on top of it. And Gloria's done all kinds of stuff to get her very comfortable, taking care of her. She does have a home health aide there. That'll be there, I think, 4 hours a day, 6 hours a day, maybe. Yeah, they did. They did the surgery already. Isn't that crazy? That's why I said 3 days ago, they said she had a 5% chance to make it. And wow, Jack. Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me find my phone. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. No, you're fine. You're fine. I did not mean to clank the pans. Totally did not mean to do that. And Jack did not mean to squeal, but he did. Oh, it looks like we're back in court. And it looks like it's going to be boring. It's going to have to start getting good here, folks, at some point. Let's be honest. It's just going to have to. You need to sleep, though, Gloria, you do. Oh, yeah, they would. Yeah.
Present, sir.
Okay, very good. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon, Mr. Griffith.
I want to be sure we understand what you've done. You did analysis of various bank accounts, seeing deposits in and money out. Is that correct?
So for the tracing, it was specifically the alleged stolen funds. I would just trace them out as they went through the bank accounts using that first in, first out method.
I mean, did you analyze any accounts that were stolen, what you contend to be stolen funds were not deposited into?
There's probably one or two accounts, maybe stolen money didn't hit, but any account under Alex Murdaugh's name at Palmetto State Bank and Bank of America, those were the primary two accounts.
But I mean, you're aware that he earned income as a practicing attorney?
Yes, yes.
And did you segregate that monthly income?
Yes. So what I would do is prior to these funds going into those accounts, using that first in, first out method, I would completely deplete whatever income or deposit was in that account prior to, so we could separate each check out.
And you, in your testimony here today, you for the most part, limited your analysis to the $792,000 of the Ferris fee. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the only tracing we went over to.
Okay. And then at the end, you testified about essentially Mr. Murdaugh's, I guess it was a analysis of liabilities versus assets.
Right.
About
so,
whether he had enough to pay A, B, and C.
Right. So what I did for the date of June 7th, the accounts we had, I looked at balances in addition to outstanding loans. So that's how I was able to determine that.
And that was just purely balances in financial accounts. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did that include any analysis of his 401k or retirement account?
No, in the balance sheet I had no, because those were in retirement accounts.
Okay.
So obviously, you have tax implications and penalties and fees associated with those.
And did that analysis include the value of any real estate holdings?
So I was just looking at outstanding, what he owed the bank.
Did that?
I didn't have up to date June 7th, 2021 appraisals for every land he owned.
Sure. And I think we all understood your answer, but your answer is no, it did not include an analysis of any equity in real estate holdings. Is that correct?
No, because I would not be able to determine that to the date.
And your analysis also did not include any interest he may have in real estate partnerships, correct?
Such as Redbeard and Zero United.
Well, let's start there. Redbeard and Zero United.
So I just had the loan statements and outstanding principal on that. And as we know, they were charged off, I believe, in 2012, and interest was accruing. But this is just a principal balance that I was looking at.
Right, but you didn't look to see what the value of Redbeard was and the value of United was.
No, I had no idea what they would have been in June 7th, 2021.
And were you aware that he was had an equity interest in a real estate partnership that owned the PMPED law firm building in Hampton?
I became aware when I saw he was paid out of that account at the end in October, I believe. And then I would see occasionally, I called them rent checks. I think every month or so he would get a few thousand from that ownership.
But in your testimony of sort of a snapshot on June 7th, you didn't take into account the value of his interest in the PMPED law firm building, did you?
So I was looking at liquid assets. So would he have the ability that day to pay those amounts?
Okay. All right. And I take it then you also didn't take into account his ability to raise capital through borrowing money from Palmetto State Bank if he needed to.
So I was only looking at outstanding loans. So I can't comment whether or not he could. We know after the fact he got a loan from the bank, but at that time I wouldn't know what he's eligible for or not eligible for. If he wanted to take out an additional loan.
Well, we know before the fact that he had never been turned down for a loan at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Right. And we know before the fact that he had paid Palmetto State Bank in over $4 million in interest payments. Don't we know that?
I've not calculated that myself, but if that's what you're representing.
Okay. Well, we know before the fact that the chairman of the board of Palmetto State Bank's position was, if Alex Murdaugh wants a loan from the bank, we'll make it happen. You're aware of that, aren't you?
That's my understanding.
So there was no, and just to be clear, you weren't telling the jury that on June 7th, Mr. Murdaugh's financial freight train was about to go off to the ravine, that's not what you were telling this jury, is it?
I was just looking at the account balances, outstanding loans, the fact that money had to be borrowed to pay back the Chris Wilson fees.
And he borrowed money from his partner, Johnny Parker, is that right?
That's correct.
And you know before the fact that Mr. Parker frequently loaned money to other partners in the firm because the cash flow in their business was, you know, not great until the end of the year.
I know Johnny Parker loaned Alex money. I'm not sure about the other partners, but you are correct. He did loan him money.
Now, in your analysis of the $792,000, you testified that that a large percent of the money went to associates, and then the rest went to pay credit card bills, right?
Generally speaking, without getting into a granular level.
Sure. Well, can you generally tell me approximately how much money of the $792,000 was sent to Curtis Eddie Smith?
From my tracing, approximately $500,000.
Of the 792?
Of the 792, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor.
You're direct.
Ms. Bernie, you indicated that you were looking at liquid assets on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is.
Did I understand your testimony a moment ago correctly that that's what you were looking at?
Yes.
Mr. Bernie, do you own a home?
I do.
So you've gone through the process of purchasing land before, is that correct?
A couple of times, yes, sir.
A couple of times. When you were buying, or let me rephrase my question here, did you ever sell any real estate?
I have once.
Was it an instant process or did it take some time?
It took months.
Months?
From listing to closing, yes.
So did you get the money for your real estate right when you sold it, or did it take all the way to closing to get that money?
Took all the way to closing.
Mr. Murdaugh needed money from his real estate interests through sell. Would that have taken some time?
I imagine, yes.
Did I hear you correctly a moment ago in your testimony, or acknowledge in your testimony the possibility that Mr. Murdaugh paid over $4 million in interest to Palmetto State Bank on various loans?
That's what Mr. Griffin represented. I had not done the calculations myself.
As you indicated a moment ago, what was your aim again in tracing these funds?
Looking at their ultimate dispositions, where the money went to.
Did you start with particular instruments and then go from there?
I did.
And in analyzing where the funds from those instruments went, did a portion of those instruments go to loan payments?
Yes.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Loan payments at Palmetto State Bank and to pay back loans from other individuals.
And did a significant portion of those funds go towards paying that $4+ million in interest to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes.
And did that represent a significant portion of where the stolen funds were ultimately disposed?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I'm gonna step down. Thank you. Your next witness.
All right, the state calls Marion Proctor.
Who's Marion Proctor? Do we know? Where did you get the $500,000 to Cousin Eddie?
Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? All right, you get this one? Sit right up here. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then we'll move the microphone with it to you. Okay?
I'm Marion Proctor, Proctor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Proctor.
Hi.
Go ahead and tell the jury, do you have any relationship to Maggie and Paul?
I am Maggie's sister, and Paul is my nephew.
Can you pull that mic just a little bit closer or slide your chair up just a little bit so you don't have to lean forward?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Is that a fresh bottle of water there?
It is.
Oh, it is, that's your water?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead and, if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself, just where you grew up and just a little bit about yourself, so they get to know you just a little bit.
Okay. I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina. Maggie and I did. She was my only sibling with two parents. And we both went to college, both married, both lived in South Carolina. We've been here ever since. I'm married. I have 3 daughters. And we live in the Charleston area.
Where did Maggie go to college?
South Carolina.
Did she go somewhere else and then transfer to South Carolina?
She did.
How far apart are you and Maggie?
5 years.
And your parents, what are their names?
Terry and Kennedy.
And do y'all have any other siblings, or was it just you and Maggie?
It's just Maggie and me.
Growing up, being 7 years apart as younger folks, was that a bit of an age difference as y'all grew up?
It was. For children, that's a lot. So, I was in college. She was in high school. So we weren't super close when we were children, but later on, as our lives became more similar, we became very close.
And how long ago do you think that relationship grew very close?
When the children were little, we did a lot together. It was easy. As they got older with, their commitment, sports and things like that, it was mostly holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving. And then when we both became empty nesters, we were having a really good time.
Y'all talk almost every day?
Almost every day.
Tell the jury a little bit about Maggie. How would you describe her as somebody, just so they can get an idea of who she was?
Maggie was sweet. She was kind of a free spirit. She was always up for anything that was going on. She loved her family. She loved her boys. Buster and Paul were her world. She loved my parents. We, joked how we would grow old together and take care of them. And she was just a really, really good person.
Was Maggie a tomboy at all, or was she more of a girl's girl?
No, she was definitely a girl's girl, but she made the best of having 2 boys. She was right in there fishing, hunting. She didn't grow up doing that. We used to laugh that she'd get in the deer stand with her Southern Living magazine, and the boys would tell her she was making too much noise, turning the pages. And then, fishing, she loved going out on the boat. She loved being at the beach. She loved going to the islands. I don't know that she really fished that much, but she just wanted to do what they were doing. She wanted to spend time with them.
What about the Gamecocks?
She was a big Gamecock fan.
Are you a Gamecock fan?
I'm a big Clemson fan.
Y'all still managed to get along, though, right?
We got along great. We did. And we were together a lot on those Clemson Carolina days. And we would have a big time.
Being kind of a girl's girl, did she like spending time with you and your daughters and getting a chance to do those sorts of things?
She loved it. She and my girls loved their Aunt Maggie. She always, said that she was their favorite aunt. And she just, loved catching up on all the latest makeup and, hair trends and shoes. And she just loved doing girl stuff with us.
Did Maggie work over the years, or was she focused on taking care of the boys and raising them?
She was mostly a stay-at-home mom. She had a little shop in Hampton for a while. She and Miss Libby did that together. So that was fun. She was real involved with the boys' schools, all their sporting events. I don't think she probably ever missed one, but she was mostly a stay-at-home mom.
What about Paul? Did you get to know him, obviously, as your nephew?
Yes.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul and what he was like.
Paul was a sweet, sweet boy, misrepresented in the media. He had such a kind side to him. He was always wanting to help. Aunt Marion, does Uncle Bart need some wood? He'd bring us a load of wood. He was a kind soul, and I loved him a lot.
Was Maggie very involved in the family finances, to your knowledge?
Not at all.
Explain to the jury a little bit, if you would.
They had a comfortable life. Maggie was happy. It wasn't a lavish life, but it was a comfortable life. And, money just, it was never an issue for her that she knew about.
That she knew about?
Right.
I think you said you don't think Maggie ever balanced a checkbook because finances wasn't.
She didn't. So I was the sister who balanced it to the penny and went crazy if I made a mistake in my checkbook. Maggie's was in the floor of her car with all of her bills thrown all over it. And she didn't. Organization was not her best skill.
Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather, did you know him?
I did.
And then his spouse was who?
Miss Libby.
Towards the end of Maggie Paul's life, can you tell the jury just a little bit about Miss Libby's health?
Miss Libby had Alzheimer's and wasn't too bad at first, but she's been declining for years, and it's real bad now. I think she stays in bed all day. She doesn't recognize her family, and she has to be helped to do everything. She can't feed herself or go to the bathroom or do anything.
Back in June of 2021, was her condition similar in that regard?
Yes.
Back in June of 2021, was Mr. Randolph suffering any health issues?
Mr. Randolph was really sick. He had lots of different things wrong with him. And I think that his days were coming close to an end.
In the days leading up to Paul and Maggie's death, had the family received some not encouraging news about Mr. Randolph's prognosis?
Correct. I think that they felt like everything had been done for him that could be done. And I'm not sure Mr. Randolph wanted anything else done to him either. It had been a long road for him.
Backing up a little bit, the family, Alec and Maggie's family, properties, did they have a house in Hampton at one time?
They did. They built that house.
And did they have a beach house?
They did
And where was that?
at Edisto.
And when did they get the beach house roughly? Do you recall?
Oh, gosh. I really don't know. They've had it for a long time, 15. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
And what about Moselle? They had that property as well?
Yes, Moselle was their most recent property. And it was kind of a hunting plantation type place. Great setup for hunting everything, and lots of beds for Alec to have men come out and have hunts, and not Maggie's favorite place to be, but the boys loved it.
Sure. And in the summertime, where did Maggie typically prefer to be? Edisto? Or?
She loved the beach, yes.
Do you, are you familiar with what people refer to as the boat crash?
I am.
And to your general recollection, that happened around February of 2019?
Correct.
After the boat crash, did the family, and particularly Maggie, feel like what she felt was some sort of backlash in the community or some sort of negative reaction that bothered her?
She did. That was a devastating blow for their family. It was a horrible accident, but it was an accident. And Maggie felt like the Hampton community had turned against her. And Paul was being mistreated. People would say mean things to him, call him names. Social media, inappropriate things were said to him. Inappropriate things were said to him when he went back to school. And it was very hard on the family. It was very stressful.
Is that also part of the reason that Maggie preferred staying in Edisto?
I think so, yes.
During this time period, did Maggie start looking for a house somewhere else?
She did. They sold their Hampton house. She was looking in the Hilton Head, Bluffton area for something. She had been looking in that area for a while.
Okay. Did she find anything she liked?
She did. She found one house that she just loved, and she called me and my parents to come down and take a look at it. And I believe Alec was there too. And she really thought that they might make an offer on that house, but in the end, they did not. I think Alec advised her that the timing was just not right with the boat case going on.
What is the boat case going on? So we move closer to June 7th of 2021. I believe you testified that the family had received some bad prognosis on Mr. Randolph. Is that correct?
Yes. Maggie called me that day and said she was at Edisto. She had some men working on the house, and Mr. Randolph was not doing well at all. And Alec really wanted her to come home that night. She hadn't planned on it, but that he needed her to come home, and Paul was going to be there too. And I said, well, Maggie, I said, Alec and his dad are super close, and that's probably what you should do. Go be with him if he needs you.
She said that Alec wanted her to come home that night.
Yes.
What was your understanding of Maggie's intent or what they were going to do that night?
I was under the impression they were going over to Alameda to visit his parents.
And that's why Alec wanted Maggie to come home?
Correct.
And that was from your conversation with her?
Yes.
She called you to let you know that that's what Alec had called her about?
Yes.
You said she was having some work done at Edisto on June 7th?
Yes, just maintenance work, getting it ready for the summer.
You encouraged her to go to Moselle.
I did.
Was that the last time you talked to her?
Yes. Thank you.
You all right? Remember about what time of day that was?
I think it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I think Maggie loved to call me when she was driving. She was always driving from, Moselle to Edisto to Charleston. And I think it was around 4 that afternoon.
What was the rest of your day like? Just a normal day?
Just a normal day.
Did you go to bed that evening?
Actually, we were not in bed. We were watching a movie. It was just Bart and me at home that night.
Bart, your
And-
husband? Tell me how you found out.
John, I didn't even realize this was going on. We were watching a movie and Bart had gotten up to, I thought, go into the kitchen, and he had a text from John Marvin saying that a text from Randy, saying that there had been a tragedy, and could Bart please call him on his cell phone? He had called on Alex's cell phone, but wanted Bart to call him back on his cell phone.
So what happened?
So Bart went outside and called him. So I still didn't know anything was going on, and told him that Maggie and Paul had been shot. They were dead.
What was your reaction?
I just couldn't believe it. I didn't think it was true. I said, there has to be a mistake. I said, there's got to be some explanation. It just can't be them.
What did y'all do after that?
We gathered up our things and we went to tell my parents. And they live in Somerville. My mom had just had knee replacement surgery. So when we got to Somerville, I called and I said, Mom, we're on the way, and we've got some bad news to share, but I want to be with you. And so she was sitting in her recliner chair with her leg all bundled up. And so we got there, and both of my parents were there. And I think my mom went into shock. She couldn't be still, and she just kept making these noises. And it was just the worst.
Did you go to Moselle at any point?
We pretty much stayed with my parents all night. We went back home, showered, and then we all went to Moselle the next morning.
Over the next few days, were y'all staying back in Somerville and going to Moselle, or what were you and your parents doing in Bart?
So we had family coming in from Kentucky, and some of them were staying with me, some of them were staying with my parents, but we were in Moselle every day. We were planning the funeral, we were in Moselle every day after that until the funeral.
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
I'm sorry,
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
it's still hard to face.
When you got to Moselle, did you see Alex, the defendant?
I did.
Did y'all hug,
We did.
cry?
We did.
Over the course of the next couple of days or in the aftermath, as the shock was wearing off just a little bit, did you have any conversation with Alec about what had happened?
I didn't talk to Alec a lot. Alec was just really busy, and the whole town was coming to see him, and he was very, very, very torn up. I did at one point ask him if Maggie had suffered, and he assured me that she did not. Now, I don't know that I think that's true. And I asked if Paul had suffered, and he said no. And then later I asked him, I said, Alec, do you have any idea who's done this? I said, we have got to find out who could do this. And he said that he did not know who it was, but he felt like whoever did it had thought about it for a really long time.
Whoever had done it had thought about it for a really long time. Does that strike you as odd?
I just didn't know what that meant.
Were you ever privy or have any discussion with anything Alex said about whether or not he went to the kennels that night?
I personally did not talk to him about that, but he told my mom that he had dinner with Maggie and Paul, and then he took a nap, which he did. That was kind of a routine. He would lay down on the sofa at night after work and take a nap.
But he said he never went to the kennel.
Correct.
After your conversation with Maggie, your last conversation with her, did it strike you as odd that she didn't go to the kennels or go to Alameda with Alec?
Yes,
And why is that?
because that's the whole reason she went home that night.
Did you think from your conversation with Maggie that she was planning to see Mr. Randolph too?
I thought so. I didn't realize that Mr. Randolph wasn't there at the time.
That was a surprise to you?
Mhm.
In the days and weeks following Maggie and Paul's murder, did Alec ever say anything about the boat case?
We would talk about the boat case. And he was very intent on clearing Paul's name.
What did he say?
He said that his number one goal was clearing Paul's name. And I thought that was so strange because my number one goal was to find out who killed my sister and Paul.
But that wasn't Alec's concern, main concern?
I know he must have wanted that too, but it just, I don't know how he could have thought about anything else.
But he talked about the boat case. You ever act scared or afraid that the real killers were out there somewhere or anything like that? Or was he concerned with the boat case?
We were afraid. We didn't know what was going on. My family was scared. I was scared for Alec and Buster. I felt like they needed protection. I think everybody was afraid. And Alec didn't seem to be afraid.
Did he also talk about getting Buster back into law school
Yes.
after the murders? Maggie loved those dogs, didn't she?
She did.
She liked going down there and playing with them?
She did.
Would she tend to walk down there, or would she take another way to get down there?
If she was dieting, she'd walk. Sometimes she'd ride her bicycle, and she'd take her car. She'd go, just whatever she felt like. Take her car, take one of the golf cart things.
She wasn't a hunter, though, was she?
No.
What'd she think about those AR-style guns that the boys said?
She seemed to be fine with those. I remember when she wanted to give them those for Christmas, and I just growing up with girls and not in the hunting world, I said, Maggie, why would you give those boys those guns? And she said they love to shoot hogs, and which I understood that the hogs were tearing up their property, but it just scared me that that the boys would have such a dangerous weapon. But I know nothing about guns, so.
One second. Thank you for testifying. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Mr. Griffin.
Hey. I'm sorry, this is hard for me too. Maggie was a very special person, wasn't she?
She was.
And she and Alec had a very special relationship, didn't
They did.
they? And they had a very special family, did they not?
They did.
And they loved to do things together as a family, didn't they?
They did.
And it just wasn't Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, but your parents were part of their family, right?
Yes.
And I doubt you've heard all the testimony here in court, but a lot of Paul's friends referred to your dad as Papa T. Is that what people refer to him as?
Yes.
And your mother as Grandma.
Yes.
And it sort of seemed like Paul and Buster's friends were part of your parents' extended family. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and your husband and Bart and your children, y'all would all vacation together with, not necessarily with Buster and Paul's friends, but with Maggie and Alec and Paul and Buster, and y'all did things as a family a lot. Did you
We
know?
did.
And Alec was really close to your parents, wasn't
Yes.
he? And he considered your dad as one of his best friends, I believe.
He was very kind to my dad.
Right. And y'all would vacation. I think you your husband have a house in the Keys. You would vacation there, right?
Correct.
And you do a lot together. You place up in off Lake Kiowee. Right.
Correct.
And I mean, you said Maggie was a girl, but she took to the boys and learned to be a mother of two rambunctious sons, right?
She did.
And you said earlier that about sporting events that Maggie never missed any of Paul and Buster's sporting events. Is that right?
Correct.
And Alec was there right by Maggie at every sporting event, wasn't he?
Coaching.
Coaching most of the time, right? The weeks leading up to the horrific day of June the 7th, you had a family get together up at Kiowee,
We did.
and your daughter was you're having a baby shower for your daughter. Right?
Right.
You're about to be a grandmother for the first time.
Yes.
And where was it?
When was it?
Where?
Where?
Yeah.
My daughter lives in Greenville.
Okay. And and it was the weekend, I think, of May 21st.
I think it was the weekend before Memorial Day weekend.
Right. And I'm going to show you a photo and see if you recognize this photo. And it's Defendant's Exhibit 122.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I took that picture.
You took that picture.
I did.
Your Honor, we would introduce Defendant's 122 in evidence this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can you pull up 122, Doug? I'm not sure, Marion, if the jury has actually seen the picture of Maggie in this trial. She's obviously the only female here in this photo.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all favor each other greatly, right?
We do.
And this was a weekend, just a couple of, you said the weekend before Memorial Day, right? And that's Buster on the left,
Yes.
and that's Paul,
Right.
and then Maggie and Alex, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down.
Right. He didn't invite her to the sex parties, right? Let's not pretend. That doesn't mean they didn't have.
Did,
Hi and bye, Irish. Sorry.
did you see Maggie again after being with her up in above Greenville?
I did not.
So that was the last time you were together with her?
Mhm. She, they were at Edisto for Memorial Day, and then the next weekend was my birthday, and we were back in the upstate. And then I got the call on Monday.
And you understand, the weekend after Memorial Day, Alec and Maggie went to Columbia for a super regional baseball game with Buster and his girlfriend Brooklyn.
Right.
You were aware of that?
I am.
And you mentioned that Maggie was a big Carolina fan and Alec was a big Carolina fan, right?
They both graduated from there.
And they went to a lot of the Carolina sporting events as a couple?
Yes.
Right. Um,
So nobody who goes to sporting events kills their wife.
And leading up to June 7th, well, let me back up. I know we've talked about this, and I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but Maggie did a lot for Alex's mom and dad, but didn't it make her somewhat sad to go over and visit his mother because of her condition?
Absolutely.
And it was really not high on her list of things that she wanted to do.
Maggie went there a lot. She just didn't feel like she needed to go every day like Alec liked to go.
And Alec would go every day and sometimes more than once a day.
As much as he could, he did.
And but Maggie cared for Mr. Randolph, and I know she loved him. I'm talking about she would, prepare food for him and tried to spoil him, wouldn't she?
It was the no salt diet.
Right.
And they were all struggling to cook food that he would eat with no salt.
And she experimented with different things, hopefully that he would enjoy, right?
Right. The whole family was taking turns and trying to provide meals.
And now that on the 7th, I think in the afternoon, and we'll establish this later, but, around 4:30, Mr. Randolph got admitted back to the hospital in Savannah.
I know that now.
Right. And you said earlier that you expected from your conversation with Maggie that she was going to go over to Alameda and see Alex's parents on the evening of the 7th, and you found it odd afterwards. You found out she didn't.
Correct.
But knowing that Alex's dad was not there and he was back in the hospital, it doesn't really seem that odd anymore, does it?
Probably not.
You and Bart received an awful phone call on the night of the 7th about Maggie and Paul's death, right?
We did.
And it was from John Marmon?
Randy.
Randy.
I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier.
And one of the requests was that you and Bart go and tell your parents in person, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know that they requested, but I knew we had to do that in person.
So you did that in person?
Yes.
And then the next day, you came to Moselle with your parent?
Correct.
And Alex, was he grieving greatly?
Oh, terribly.
I mean, people have
We were all-
described him as being destroyed. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
And Buster was there?
Yes.
And I jumped ahead, but leading up, Maggie enjoyed being at Edisto over Moselle in the summertime.
Correct. I think most people would.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it a lot more than being at Moselle.
Right.
But Alec had to stay at Moselle, or did stay at Moselle, because his work was right there in Hampton.
Right.
And
Alec was constantly wanting Maggie to come back and stay with him at Moselle, wasn't he?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't think he really liked being by himself.
But when he asked Maggie to come back on the 7th, I mean, you didn't think that that was really an unusual request because he wanted to be with Maggie.
Right.
And didn't like to be by himself.
I did not think it was unusual, and that's why I encouraged her to do so.
And you, from your conversation with Maggie, you knew that Paul was going to be there.
Correct.
Right. And do you know why Paul was going to be there? Have you heard?
I didn't know at the time. I know now.
That's it. But anyway, and you encouraged Maggie to go be with Alec because, his dad was in bad shape.
Right.
Now, after Maggie and Paul were murdered, Mr. Randolph died 2 days later, I believe, or 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a very difficult time for everyone, wasn't it?
Very.
And there were 2 funerals, one on a Saturday for Maggie and Paul, and one on Sunday from Mr. Randolph, right? And then after a day or so, did Alec and Buster come to Somerville and stay with your parents?
Yes.
And did they stay with your parents a lot after the murders?
Yes, especially Alec.
Yeah, Alec. And to your knowledge, did Alec ever spend another night at Moselle after the murders?
He did not.
She stayed with your parents. He visited with you and your husband and family down at Key West at sometime at the end of July. Is that right?
He did.
And then he and Buster came up to Greenville up at one point in time.
They did.
And then and he was staying with his brother Randy at times. He was all over the place.
He was.
Now, you mentioned that after the murders that Alex said that he was very intent on clearing Paul's name from the boating accident, right? And you knew that Maggie felt very strongly that Paul was not driving the boat when the beautiful Mallory Beach came to her tragic death, right?
Correct.
And Maggie was adamant. She was on a mission to clear Paul's name, was she not?
Sort of.
Sort of. And she was, and you're not critical of Alex for wanting to clear Paul's name after he was murdered, do you? Are you?
I'm not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul.
And how do you know that wasn't a priority for him?
We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we were mostly afraid for Alec and Buster, but we didn't know the motive behind the killings. we thought it probably had something to do with the boat case.
Right.
And we thought that up until September.
Right.
And then things started to change a little bit.
Sure. Well, were you aware that Alec started carrying a gun after the murder? You didn't know
Alec
that?
always carried a gun.
What's that?
He always carried a gun.
On his person that he started carrying a gun. Were you aware of that?
I knew he usually had one in his car.
I want to ask you just some sort of one topic kind of questions. Bubba was Maggie and Alec's dog, is that right?
Mhm.
Bubba could be a little hard-headed, we've heard.
Mhm.
But
I'm sorry. Yes, Bubba. I think Bubba could be a handful.
but it's pretty clear that Alec could control Bubba pretty well.
Yes.
And Maggie enjoyed going down to the kennels, as far as you know, to play with the dogs.
She did.
And she was a dog lover,
She was.
and you're a dog lover,
I am.
and you'll have dogs. Well, you know that they didn't allow dogs in the house at Moselle
Correct.
because of I don't know.
Allergies.
Yeah, allergies.
Right.
And-
But they had a big porch and there were dog beds all outside on the porch and,
Right.
you know, huge buckets of water. And when I was there, the dogs were always up there at the house.
Did you know there was an electric fence around?
I did not know that there was an electric fence, but
And did Maggie and Alec let dogs in the house down at Edison?
I don't think so. They stayed mostly underneath the house. She
They
had
had
a
like
pen,
Right.
big pen down there.
So they had a dog run type thing underneath the
Mhm.
house.
Mhm. Yes.
And did you ever go to Edisto and visit with
Yes.
Maggie and Alec and their family?
Yes.
And would Paul's friends and Buster's friends welcome at
Always.
Edisto and at Moselle?
Yes.
And
Maggie loved having the boys' friends around.
I think you mentioned this, but Moselle, was Moselle Paul's passion?
Yes.
He loved that place?
Yes.
And Alec enjoyed being there with Paul? Is that right?
Yes. He did.
One second, Your Honor. Just very briefly, in your own words, you tell the jury what you believe Alec's relationship was with Paul.
I think they had a very good relationship. They loved all the same things. They loved to hunt. They loved to fish. They loved to work the land. I think the plan was for Paul to take over Moselle one day. And they had a great father-son relationship.
And in your own words, can you tell the jury what you believe Alec's relationship with Maggie was?
It was good. It wasn't perfect. But Maggie was happy. And I think she was happy.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Read that right.
May it please court, Your Honor. When Maggie called you on the afternoon of June 7th, 2021, she reported to you that her whole purpose for going home was to go with Alec to visit Alameda. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
What did Maggie tell you her whole purpose was in going home and Alec wanting her to come home on June 7th, 2021?
She was going home to be with Alec and visit his parents at Alameda.
It was it such a point of contention that you actually encouraged her to go?
I did.
You were asked some questions about you testified about Alec not being focused on trying to figure out who killed Maggie and Paul, and then something happened in September. Is that right?
Correct.
And that changed for you as you started to look at the motive. Is that correct? That's what you just testified, correct?
Correct.
And in September, he got fired from the law firm, right?
Correct.
And it started to come out about years and years of theft and misappropriation from clients. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Objection sustained.
What came out in September that changed your calculus?
And objection exceeding the scope of cross.
Objections overruled.
Please answer.
We were on our way to a football game and we received a phone call from a friend of ours saying how sorry they.
This issue that has not been ruled upon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Nature of the objection.
Your Honor, she was about to testify that she had heard about the roadside shooting. The state has not gone into the roadside shooting yet. Your Honor's not ruled on whether that's admissible or not. We object to under 403 as to being admissible. And substantively, that is the objection, evidence of the roadside shooting. It just opens up a whole new avenue of issues. Secondly, what she knows thus far would be hearsay, which is a technical objection, but certainly we object to any evidence of the roadside shooting.
Your Honor, at this point, of course, this is responsive to a question that was raised on cross-examination by Mr. Griffin, in which she testified something happened in September. So for that reason, just to begin with, I believe that door is opened as to her to explain what it was that changed at that period in time, which was the nature of my question to her. Additionally, I think if we look beyond that, there is a connection if we want to talk and have in-camera hearing about her answer and about 403 and 404. There is a logical connection between what happened in the roadside shooting and what happened on June 7th, 2021. And that connection is, of course, that the evidence will show that as the temperature increases, as there's a confrontation for Alex Murdaugh, then things like this happen. And that's what happened on September. But as it relates to this specific witness, this was an answer that came up during the defense cross. And it's fair to explore with this witness now what changed in September, which she's already testified to from a defense question.
And what was the question that prompted the response that you now indicate opens the door for this? Yes.
So in that that particular question, and in her response, he asked her, and he had been, of course, engaging in great detail about the family relationship and that sort of thing, and put up a picture and all the rest of it, and asked her about her assessment at that particular time, and she went in and started to explain that, and he was specifically asking about Alec being concerned about clearing Paul's name in the boat case. And then she explained further that, and he asked her if that was any big deal. And then she went on to explain her answer. And that's when she talked about how everything changed in September. And that was what I was exploring, what happened in September, which has been testimony before this jury. And I think now fair game for them to understand what happened in September.
All right, yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was not the question.
What was the question? That was my question to Mr. Waters, and he's explained a whole lot. I don't know if he responded to my question. Maybe you will. What was the question that you posed that generated the response about her concern and her concerns changing?
The question that I asked related to her, I said, you testified previously that you didn't believe Alec was concerned about finding out who did this, or more concerned about clearing Paul's name. And then she says, well, it seemed odd he wasn't concerned about finding out who did this. And I said, why do you think he was not concerned? And then she goes into testifying, well, initially we thought it was the boating accident. And then after September, we thought perhaps it's something completely different. And I mean, I was exploring her testimony on direct, and she offered up the issue of the roadside shooting. So I didn't ask anything about the roadside shooting, Your Honor. I was asking her why she thought Alec was not trying to, what was the basis of her belief that Alec wasn't trying to find out who did this?
All right, Mr. Waters.
And I apologize if I wasn't more clear. I don't remember the specific question, but what I do.
Court reporters, if we'll have Ms. Harris, if you'll go back a bit to Mr. Griffin and his questioning of Ms. Proctor. And solely consumed about the, I don't know how far that was, Maggie being consumed about the boating accident. And if it's not too far back from there on up to where you are now.
So right now the state is trying to get in some testimony regarding that roadside shooting. That's where it's getting ready to go.
For you to locate it.
And if they can open that door, then I believe it will allow them to open that door with Eddie as well, who was obviously involved in the roadside shooting. So they may have been kind of waiting so they could get that all set up.
Critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name.
You need to be loud enough for me to hear you at least. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, this one. Okay. You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name. After he was murdered, are you? I am not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul. And how do you know that wasn't a priority? We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there and we didn't We were mostly afraid for Alex and Buster. We didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it was probably had something to do with the boat case, right? And we thought that up until September. All right. And then things started to change a little bit. Were you aware that Alex started carrying a gun?
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, these were in direct responses to his question as he was exploring her statement about his concern on the boat case. And in fact, the reference to September was actually in response to a follow-up question that the defense continued down that line of questioning. That answer has now come out, and I think that the witness, again, is entitled and is fair game at this point before.
So what changed in September?
What she meant by that. Yes, sir. What she meant by that.
And what changed in September?
Do you want me to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
So we received a phone call from a friend of ours who said he was so sorry to hear about my brother-in-law. And the call came in to my husband, Bart. And Bart said, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." And he said, "Well, your brother-in-law's been shot." And we literally stopped the car, pulled over on the side of the road, and it was just the worst feeling in the world because I thought whoever had killed Maggie and Paul had now shot Alec, and I was horrified that Buster was next. So we made a phone call to Buster, and Buster said his dad had been shot, but that he was okay. He was on his way or in the hospital at that time. I can't remember. And then at some point, and I'm not sure, I think I was in shock. At some point, we spoke with Jim Griffin that day. And he told us that, yes, Alec had been shot, that he had been fired from the law firm because he had been caught stealing money.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Again, that's her explanation. And I believe that's fair game in this particular instance to this particular witness's testimony that had come out on cross-examination. And I probably would have one follow-up. Additionally, I should mention as well, I think there's two other matters that probably we should explore while the jury's out, in fairness to the other side and in court, that I wanted to inquire that were in reference to cross-examination. Those are different issues. I was going
into, tell me what they are. So.
Sure. There were obviously extensive cross-examination about the family relationship, and there's been extensive evidence offered by the defense on cross about the family relationship. And there were two questions I was going to ask her about fidelity concerns, and also the Maggie and the family wrestling with opioid abuse and pill usage by the defendant. Those have been issues that Maggie had wrestled with and had expressed to her.
All right, Mr. Griffin.
Well, as to the, I don't know if you want me to address the roadside shooting, but that certainly, I mean, that opens up Pandora's box at 404B. They want to introduce the roadside shooting as motive. How can you have motive after the fact? And so it's not admissible. It should not be admissible under 403. But just what she says is not that harmful, but they're not going to stop there, Your Honor. And I did not open the door. I said,
you're probing her about Alex's fears. Doesn't Alex, were you aware that he started carrying a gun? Well, he always carries a gun in his car. No, but then he started carrying it in his pockets. So you're having her, cross-examining her to suggest that Alex was living in fear, as evidenced by the fact that he continued or started carrying a gun, not in his vehicle, but on his person. And she, in her response, says, well, I never, didn't appear to me that he was living in fear. I didn't know anything about that and responding to you until in September when this occurred for whatever reason. Now, with the truth of what occurred, she's not testifying as an investigator. She said she heard he'd been shot. And that gave her, changed her reason for concern in some way, whatever that might be, I don't know. Did you still have a reason for concern? Are you about Alex's safety, or did it, was it changed? Was it altered?
That day, and for some time after that, we were very concerned for the family. We felt like someone was after them, but then we started finding out about other things that had been going on in Alex's life. And
this is in part based on your conversation with Mr. Griffin.
This is everything that has come out since then.
Did you say that you had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and he's
Mr.
the
Griffin
one.
told you that he'd been fired and that he'd been caught stealing money.
Correct.
That's just hearsay.
Well,
Absolutely hearsay.
what kind of quandary does that put you in? You're going to be a witness as well?
Well, that's a hearsay statement, Your Honor. Without a doubt, it's classic hearsay.
It's the basis for her fear or not having fear, which is something you, or fear or believing that Alex was in fear. That's something that you are probing. Aside from that issue, how about the family relationship issue, fidelity, opioid abuse, concerns?
Your Honor, with regard to fidelity, I mean, we can hear what she says about it, but the evidence, as I understand it, is 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know how long ago, but it was more than 10 years ago. There was some issue about someone that Alec had known in college reaching out to him. Maggie got angry about that. They had a
Reaching out to him 15 years ago or recently?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that Maggie got angry about it. Contacted the woman's husband, who says, it's not true. I know who she's seeing because I have a private eye on her. That led to a divorce.
You're now referring to a 15-year-old conversation.
Yes. And then the opioid stuff, Your Honor, I'm not sure what information she's going to share about that, frankly.
Well, you had one earlier witness read a letter about him being in rehab.
That they introduced, yes, sir.
That you published.
It's already in evidence, Your Honor.
Right.
Never objection. So.
The defense actually brought that up also.
Those issues, first of all, with the first.
By the way, you can step down for a break. Don't discuss your case. You're fine? Okay, good. All right.
With the issue of the first matter, I think it's certainly a fair question to say, did Maggie ever express to you any concerns? Were there ever any concerns and issues with the defendant's fidelity? I think that's clearly in response to the extensive evidence been offered by the defense.
You said, has she ever, such as 15 years ago?
Well, I think that my follow-up question would be, was that something that remained in Maggie's mind over the years up until?
And she would know that.
I think that if I asked her that question, she could express an answer to that. Yes, sir.
No. What is the answer to
it was an affair that happened, or Maggie thought it was an affair that happened many years ago. They were able to resolve the issues, but Maggie still brought it up.
As recently as when?
A year ago. She did not think anything was going on. It still bothered her.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
During when that event occurred, did she make Alec leave the household for a period of time?
She did.
Frame when this happened. I mean,
I understand. 15 years ago, or?
How long ago was that?
It was a very long time ago. I'm not sure. A very long time ago.
I think, again, I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is, but I think given the issues that have been squarely in front of the jury, the state's entitled, at least in a limited fashion, to offer this some testimony in this regard that that everything was not perfect, as the defense has repeatedly elicited. And so on that particular issue, I only propose a limited question that had Maggie ever had any concerns about fidelity, and had those concerns continued to bother her? And that would be the extent of my proposed examination of her on that issue.
All right. Anything else?
It's 2007 is our understanding. 2007, 15 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2007 was 15 years ago. Yeah.
And that's when it occurred.
Well, that's been established. Give me something new.
Well,
other than repeating 15 years ago.
It's not admissible under 403. Unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of this. Whether it still bothered her, I mean, she testified that they weren't without their problems like all married couples, but they had a good marriage. I mean, it's been addressed, and it's highly inflammatory.
That's why your questions have to not lead into things that might be inflammatory. We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes. Please.
So we can talk about sports games. We can talk about how difficult the damn dog was all day, every day. But you can't talk about how they had some problems in their marriage. That seems like that's probably more relevant than you're trying to pretend it is. Or, oh, wow. Megan, oh, that's your own comment. Happy Valentine's Day, Faith. Yeah. So, I know Jackie's trying to deal with Jack. So, oh, looks like she's on. I had already muted it on your stream, so you at least didn't have to worry about that. But I hope they can bring the roadside stuff in. It sounds like the judge is going to allow that, just based off of kind of the feeling that I got. And it sounds like he's going to let him ask about the infidelity as well. Present the argument for the objection he keeps telling him. Yeah, that was funny when he's like, don't say 15 years again. When he's like, well, it was in 2007. He's like, yes, that's 15 years ago. Yep, I know. 15 years. Got it. Give me another argument. So it sounds like he's going to let the state ask those questions in front of the jury. So, which is a really nice setup for Cousin Eddie. So this might be why we haven't seen Cousin Eddie yet, because this looks like this back half, or this back portion of the state's case, is a lot more of the more character type of witnesses, I guess you could say, people who were their friends or their family, people who had some intimate knowledge of their dealings in a personal way versus a professional way. And getting this in, talking about the roadside shooting, kind of talking about his demeanor after the shootings, is a nice setup for when they do bring Cousin Eddie in. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's one of the few times that I'm seeing where they're going But we'll see because they never go in the direction I think they're going to go. They usually go off in some nonsensical direction. So we will have to see what that means, but that's what it looks like to me. So if we can get this in, then also you have to, if for those of you that didn't catch that, when the forensic accountant was on the stand, I know, boring, snooze fest, the defense asked him how much of that 729,000, 759,000, whatever it was, dollars went to Curtis Eddie Smith. Curtis Eddie Smith is cousin Eddie. So the defense is already preparing for that witness to come in, as far as I'm concerned, based off of that. So that they can try to set something up with this payment thing. You know, they've already tried to blame others. Excuse me. One moment. Sorry about that. So, yeah, they've tried to sort of implicate that maybe C.V. Rowe, who testified earlier, I believe that he goes by C.V. Rowe, the sunflower killer, the guy who took care of all the dogs. And then now I think that's probably starting to set something up with the cousin Eddie, probably at minimum, some credibility issues with him, which there are several. So it's really not that difficult. They just need to go ahead and hash out that whole 404B issue now. Yes, that's a constant. That is a constant. I don't feel like they're ever going to hash that out. I think we're going to argue that all the way through to the end of the trial. And obviously they're issuing that their objections on a 404B basis and the 403 whatever basis regularly, so that it's at least in the record for appeals, so that it's there. It shows that they did at least object to the allowance of some of those things. Let's see, the judge is 71 years old. He went to segregated school in his early years. Wow, 71? Wow. He is fantastic. I love him. Judge Newman, right? I think it's Newman. Sometimes my brain does weird things, but I think that's his name. Wow, I can't believe he's 71 years old. That's crazy. Oh, Gloria, you're back. Took a little cat nap. Good, good. No cousin Eddie yet, in case Ira was wondering. He was the first member of his family to be born in a hospital. That's crazy. That is so cool, though. Wow. He looks great for 71. Let's see if there's anything else. His daughter was also a circuit court judge. Look at Jerry. Jerry's giving us the biography of Judge Newman. Now I feel like I got to look that up to make sure that I'm right, because I'm pretty sure I am, but if I keep saying it and it's not, I'm going to feel silly. Let me just check that really quick. That's awesome. Very interesting reading about him. Yeah, I imagine it is. And now I feel like I'm going to have to go look some things up as well, because that does sound really interesting. I'm going to just, yes. Okay. Newman. Yeah. Clifton Newman. I did. Okay. That's what I thought. Very cool. Yeah. I'm going to look into that. Sounds like a very interesting guy. He looks great. That's what I'm saying. I hope I look that good at 71. I know that I won't, but I would hope so. Let's see if there's any other comments kind of to catch up on. Hello. State wants to know. It does look like the sister did help prior to at least the roadside shooting testimony that we're still waiting to see if she's going to be able to speak on. She did help sort of reaffirm the original lies that Alex had said. He ate dinner with them and then he went and took a nap, which we know isn't true because he was down at the kennels right before he says he left. So we know he was awake earlier than he says he was. Also that Maggie had not wanted to go back out to the farm. She wanted to stay out at the beach house, and that she went there under the presumption that she would be going with Alex to see Randolph and Libby. So that's the reason she went out there. So again, it just speaks to how odd it is that that's why she was there. That's why you asked them both to be there, and then you just left without them. Didn't go drive down there, nothing, and say, hey guys, we're leaving now. You just said, oh, well, guess they're not going anymore. Let's see, Jerry. There, some more Judge Newman facts. As a hobby, he enjoys restoring houses and has received historical preservation awards for his work. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that if anybody ever wants to do Judge Newman trivia, you want Jerry on your team. It was all set up so sad. Yes. I think the sister's testimony does help the state in that regard, at least. Because again, if that's the reason that she came out there, why wouldn't you have gone down there to get her? That makes no sense. I mean, it never really did to most people, but knowing that that's the specific reason that she left the beach house to come out to the farm, Moselle, it's even more strange that you wouldn't just at least drive over. If she's not answering her phone, and according to the defense attorneys, everyone on the planet knows how bad service is at Moselle, why wouldn't you drive over there? Hey, baby. Hey, babe, whatever it was in that text message. I'm leaving. Get in the car. Especially because you absolutely can't exit down that same road just past the kennels. And that's why she came. I don't like that guy. Yeah, join the club, Gloria. None of us do. You're in the right group then. I know the sister is feeling some guilt for encouraging her to go with him. Yeah, that was sad. You could tell when she said that. Her voice started to crack and she could sort of start to lose it there for a second. Because like she said, she didn't think that was unusual for Maggie to go to visit the parents, especially when something more serious had happened. It wasn't unusual for Alex to want her to go with him. So like her sister said, that none of that was unusual. That's why I encouraged her. I said she should go and she should be there with Alec. So yeah, you could definitely tell that was hard for her. Obviously, I don't think that even if she were to get on the stand and say that a terrible marriage, I don't think it entered her mind that something bad would happen, that this would happen, that she would be shot 4 to 5 times, depending on the different medical examiners' opinions on that. But that is terrible. I don't think you could get away with not feeling guilty with something like that. Let's see, how long have we been on break? I don't even know. I think it's a little silly that every time they take a break, 9 times out of 10, it's because the attorneys don't have their stuff together or they're not prepared for something. I think that's kind of silly. She would have never dreamed this was in the realm of possibilities. Yeah, absolutely not. I don't think she would have either. I think this is something that most people wouldn't. Whether you're season ticket holders or not, to whatever. I don't think that this is what you would have thought would happen. But what had happened to the hospital? Jackie's jumping on into the comments here from the from the bathroom, giving Jack a bath. He said originally that he had also gone to the hospital. Yes. Yeah, something is. He said a lot of things originally, and obviously none of those things are true. We have enough witnesses now at this point, including, video evidence that the things he said and where he said he was and what he was doing at the times he said he was doing it are just not accurate. And that many lies in a row around this one incident, there's a reason. So I think the state's at least doing a good job of telling that story. It would be one thing if you're like, a little skewed on some details. I went to visit my mom. I don't know, maybe I was there 30, 45 minutes. I don't really know. And then for it to come out that you were only there for like 20 or 25, I think that would be forgivable on its own. Your brain's not really, you're not really trying to memorize those things because you don't think anything's going to happen. You don't have a reason to. And you could be a little off on that. But there's just a trail, like a gigantic list of lies stemming from basically dinner time, as far as we know, all the way through the 911 call about his whereabouts and what he was doing and how long he was doing those things. And that many lies, there's a reason. You don't just lie for funsies. Much like DM in Idaho 4. Yeah, I would agree, Jerry. It just doesn't enter your mind that that's what's happening, or that there's, like you said, a complete massacre is going to happen. Yep. And like you said, now nobody imagines there's been or is going to be a massacre. No, even if the sister knew things were bad in their marriage, I still don't think she would not have encouraged her, because I don't think it would have entered her mind that it was a situation that was, where her sister's in mortal danger. Again, switching over to the TV, so I won't be in chat much. All right, Beck, enjoy. I never know what time it is. I'm horrible at estimating time, so I hope nobody needs me for an alibi. Right, that's my thing. I would do the same thing. I don't know. My husband laughs. I think everything is about a 30-minute thing or a 1-minute thing, and that's it. There is no in between. Everything is either going to take me 1 minute to get there or 30 minutes, or I was either doing something for 1 minute or I was doing it for 30. I am terrible at judging and estimating time. So that alone wouldn't really be enough for you to question, why would you lie about that? Or what? Because people, not everybody's good at that. I always laugh when they have a witness who's like, oh, I think they were about 6'1". I don't know. Whoa, don't ask me how tall you think somebody is. You would get a completely nonsensical answer based on nothing. It's just not something I'd be good at doing. But the fact that, again, it's the nap when he wasn't really napping, and the, asking her to come out there to see his parents and then not actually taking her with to go see his parents, how long he was gone, where he went. The lies keep piling up, and they just keep showing that they're a lie. What he was wearing, changing his clothes, the whole thing, it ends up being too much. I've seen couples fight before. I never thought one of them was going to die or anything. Exactly. It's hard for me to even describe what someone looks like, even if I just saw them. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like it would be hard for me to, in some ways, describe people I know really well. I just don't think I commit that kind of stuff. Obviously, I know what they look like, but I don't think I'd be able to get someone a good idea to make a sketch. I just don't think that's just not something everybody is good at doing. What was the most disturbing thing you saw in the galley today? Oh, I don't know, Frazzle. That's all you, man. You're the one always looking in the galley. I'm usually working and listening. So I don't know. What did everybody see? Anybody see anything? Mine was watching Buster wipe his nose on that nice suit. Okay. Just ruining a nice suit. Yeah, I'm not usually looking too much unless they're, going to show something, a piece of evidence, and then I'll kind of look over to the left where I have the screen, but Buster disgusts me. Oh, man. If I witnessed something, I'd be too busy freaking out to remember details. I think I would miss obvious things. Yes. And I think that's kind of what I'm saying too, Jerry. And I think to some degree, the police realize that. They know that that's going to be an issue. So, that's why eyewitness testimony is always a little bit take it with a grain of salt, right? Because you can have like 5 witnesses and they're all going to have seen something different from one another. It happens all the time. Been baking cookies. So you haven't been paying attention to the gallery as much today, Frazzled. I don't know if anybody else paid attention to the gallery today. I've been trying though, because you guys will mention things. And so when I look over, I'll try to at least take a peek, but I just don't ever see anything. Let's see. He's always screwing around. Wasn't crying or anything. He was just wiping his nose. I'm sure his mom taught him to use a handkerchief. I did see that a little bit. So maybe I did see what you were talking about. I guess I didn't realize that's what he was doing. I saw his head down a lot this morning before I came to work. Was actually looking at it. Jerry, I had to sit with a sketch artist at the police station one time, and it was so hard to do. I bet. I've always just believed that they're probably like, they know how to ask the right questions. Like if they were a good one, because I would not be able to describe so many of a person's features. Everything I would say would be very vague. So I've just always imagined that they have very good questions to kind of draw it out of you, but I'm probably wrong. I've never had to do it. I've never witnessed a crime, at least to the degree that I needed to like describe somebody. I mean, like I could pick someone out like of a lineup, but I definitely could not tell you to draw like what they look like to draw them. Let's see. At the end, they showed me the sketch and pressured me like, this is him, right? This is him, right? Oh no, Jerry. I was only 10 years old. So I just said, yeah. Oh, that's so terrible. My son would have said the same thing. You would have been like, yep, that's it. Get me out of here. Yeah, like again, a lineup, sure. I could pick you out of a lineup, no problem. But I could not, I wouldn't be able to describe a person that well. That is sad though. You're only 10. That's to feel pressured like that. I know my boy, he would do the same thing. He does not do well under that kind of pressure. I don't think he would have sat through the questionings to do the sketch. He would have freaked out. He would have just been terribly nervous and full of anxiety about that. So again, to some degree, I understand, and I don't think the police expect you to get every little detail right. But to say you were napping when you know damn well you were down at the kennels chasing that wily dog with the chicken in his mouth, you know you weren't napping. So why are you saying that? So I think again, they all stack on top of each other, and that's where things start to get suspicious. Which is just so weird. They keep talking about the dog. I said it in the comments earlier, and it's worth saying again. If something ever happens to me, don't let them just sit around talking about my damn dog. Neither one of them had anything to do with it. I mean, the dumb one is likely to trip me and cause my death, but if a murder occurs, how dumb my dog is not going to enter into anything. All right, looks like we're back. Oh my God, Jerry, that's so scary. Yikes.
The witness can testify as to her concern as to what occurred on September 7th that changed her concern about Alex living in fear. She cannot testify as to on the fidelity issue because that's too remote in time and would tend to confuse the jury. She can testify that she discovered that he'd been fired and that and that he had a drug problem.
Your Honor, depending on how the testimony goes, we would have hearsay objections if she's testifying as to what someone told her.
She's not testifying as to the truth of it. She's responding to why her concerns were changed based on, in part, of her conversations with you.
No, I understand
An agent for Mr. Murdaugh.
No, I understand that. My point I just stood to address is the family wrestling with opioid and pill use by the defendant. That is hearsay. If that's how she knows.
She had a drug problem. I mean, if you want to talk about specifically, I don't know to what degree she discovered his drug problem, or opioid addiction, or whatever it is, but it's already in evidence anyway.
No, I understand. I'm just advising the court that I will be making hearsay objections if that's she's testifying about hearsay.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from to say this time, Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury. All these issues.
The defense asked his best buddy about the opioid addiction as well, in basically the same manner.
The objection is overruled. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Ms. Proctor, when we left on the break, I was asking you what happened in September that caused you to change your assessment. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
On September 4th, we were headed to a football game, and my husband, Bart, received a phone call from a friend saying he was so sorry to hear about what had happened to my brother-in-law. And we had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, well, we've heard, he told us he had been shot. So we pulled over on the side of the road. We were all in hysterics. We called Buster, and Buster said yes, that his dad had been shot, that he was being airlifted to the hospital, that they thought hoped he was going to be okay. So we wanted more information, so we called Jim Griffin, and he told us that Alec had been shot in the head and that he had been fired from his law firm for stealing.
What was your concern when you heard that he had been shot?
Initially, I thought he might be dead. I had just lost 2 of the family members, and I felt like they were being targeted at that point. I felt like the family was being targeted.
Subsequent to that, did your concern that the family was being targeted, did that change as well?
Over the course of a few weeks, we were still on high alert, worried for Buster. But at that point, information started coming out about some things that Alec had done financially that we had no idea about.
And that changed your assessment about what you heard about him being shot as well. Is that correct? Can you answer out loud?
The shooting, that was an event in itself. The roadside shooting.
You just stated that the shooting itself, the roadside shooting, was an event in itself. Did other information come to your attention that changed your assessment about the roadside shooting at a later time?
Yes.
And changed that initial concern that Alec was somehow being targeted?
Yes.
Did Maggie have a nickname for Paul?
Little, what is detective?
Little Detective?
Mhm.
And what did that mean?
She felt like that he was always looking to make sure his dad was behaving.
And what specifically was the concern?
Pills, prescription pain pills.
And had Maggie expressed to you concern over time about the defendant's pill usage?
Yes.
How long had that been going on?
I am not sure, but I think it had been going on for some time.
And did that concern continue up until recent times as we moved to their Maggie and Paul's murder?
Yes.
And what did specifically Little Detective mean as it related to the pills?
If there were pills in the house that his dad was taking that he wasn't supposed to, Paul was determined that he would find them.
And did that happen on occasions?
I think so, yes.
Hold on for me 1 second. What specifically changed your perception of the roadside shooting after your initial concern?
The story that was initially told about what happened came to not be true.
The story told by who?
Alec.
By Alec? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down.
Too funny that jackass lawyer is the one who talked to that day. I love when the judge was talking about that.
You call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Bart Proctor.
Raise your right hand, put down the Bible, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you would please, sir?
Sister's husband.
Sit in that chair over there. Take your full name for the record. Spell your last name.
Hello, Wandering Spirit. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Oh, thanks for stopping by.
My name is Barton Proctor, Proctor.
Proctor, good afternoon. Very quickly, tell the jury, are you Marion Proctor's husband?
For 37 years.
37 years. And obviously, over the years, as being part of this family, have you gotten to know Maggie and gotten to know Paul and gotten to know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I have.
I don't want to belabor the points, but in the aftermath of Maggie and Paul's murder, were you also privy to some of the conversations that Alec had that your wife related to this jury today?
Yes.
And ultimately heard the same thing in those conversations that she related here today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what's been entered into evidence as states 297, the kennel video.
I have heard it.
May I have the computer input, please?
It was on there.
For the record, I'm going to play states 297.
That was nice of them not to do it to the sister.
Get that. Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Okay. Hey, he got burgers now. Bubba. Hey, Bubba. It's a kitty. This is a chicken. Cash. Quick.
Do you recognize any voices on that video?
I recognize 3.
Can you tell the jury what voices you recognize?
I recognize Paul Murdaugh. I recognize Maggie Murdaugh, and I recognize Alex Murdaugh.
And when you say Alex Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury, please?
Yes,
Or
sir.
describe him?
He's wearing a blue blazer and has his glasses on his head.
And how sure are you?
100%.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Hey, Mr. Proctor. Were you ever shown a blue raincoat by any sled agents?
Yes, sir.
And was that blue raincoat shown to you and your wife Marion, who just was here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. It was a picture.
A picture of the blue raincoat. And did you recognize the blue raincoat?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Paul wear it? The blue raincoat?
I had never recognized it before.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, say, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. We have another witness today.
Your Honor, as you're aware, there was a circumstance beyond any party's control. No, because of a circumstance beyond the party's control.
Very good. And, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no more witnesses available today. And this is Valentine's Day. So we will recess at this time and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Really?
Good evening.
We start getting through witnesses quick, and now they ain't got nobody else?
You know what? What is the circumstance? Is this because of, is this cousin Eddie not being able to come from jail without knowing, you know what I'm saying? And they're not going to finish tomorrow. What the mother F, is this going to take forever?
Oh, my Lanta. I know. I can't believe, I was getting all excited. I was like, cool, we got through 2. Let's roll. Let's rock and roll. Let's keep this momentum going. And then they were like, nah, everybody go home early. What?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he's going to say something.
Mr. Waters, the jury's gone. You can further explain if you'd like. You can further explain.
The issue with the scheduling? Yes, sir. There's witnesses that are coming forward. There's a unavoidable, unfortunate personal event that has arisen that unfortunately has affected that witness's availability, Your Honor. And so that's why we had requested, we are late in the day, but had requested a recess for the day. Your Honor, I will say that with the side of the road issue has always been out there. And at this point, we believe there is some admissibility as to that, particularly a statement of the defendant related to that, in which there's actually a few statements, but there's one statement in particular. I don't know if Your Honor wants to proffer that at this particular time, since we have a little time available outside the jury's presence. But I do think that at some point that's a bridge, given developments, that needs to be crossed.
Yes, sir.
We've prepared a memo. We would be prepared to argue that motion, but we're not today. We expected this to go through, no motion to be argued today. I apologize to court, but we would prefer not to go forward with it today.
You said you're preparing or have prepared a memo?
Dick's always ready to get out of there.
Person preparing.
Well, I don't understand.
Stop the jury and have them come at another time if need be, 10 o'clock, 10:30, whatever.
Done with that. We're hoping we're not anticipating it coming up at all.
Can you all don't leave with the jury yet if you can find out, are they gone or still here? You have them hold for a moment.
Okay, I stepped away for a second. So why are they having the jury hold?
Something about starting late tomorrow.
Have completed the memo, filed it. Your Honor has it on the 404B issue. There's a section on the roadside.
Has it been sent to me or is it being sent to
us? Your Honor, it was filed well before trial, and it's a consolidated memo. It addresses all the 404B stuff, the financial evidence that you've ruled in. And in the section of the memo, we do address the roadside shooting. We point out that it's after June 7th. We point out that he's been indicted for insurance fraud. As a result of that, attempted insurance fraud, their theory of motive is it is just another way for him to gain sympathy when financial situations turn badly for him. But we point out that he has been indicted by Hampton County grand jury for insurance fraud for attempted suicide to obtain $12 million of insurance for his son Buster. And so we argue that it's not motive, and it should not be admissible under 403 as well.
All right, and I'm happy to talk about all of that and review what's been submitted overnight and review whatever the state may have for me to consider, and to hear any more argument about it in the morning prior to ruling. I've had them to stop the jury from leaving to find out how much time you all might need tomorrow morning, because otherwise I've told them to be here at 9:30 if they need to come at 10 o'clock, 10:30. Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, I don't think this will take 30 minutes to argue that. We prefer to argue it in the morning simply because we haven't looked at it. And while Mr. Griffin is an extraordinary advocate, I'd like an opportunity
Want the jury to come in at 10?
10 would be great.
I would say 10:30 to be safe, Your Honor.
That says baby, not me, Dave.
Why I'd argued against that. I'm trying to think of a reason, but I really can't.
So we're going to have the jury come in at 10:30 tomorrow morning instead of 9:30. Thank you. All right. In the interim, however, if you all have something you want me to read overnight, early in the morning, happy to receive it.
Yes, sir.
I have what was previously filed now, defendant's memorandum in opposition to motion to eliminate evidence of other crimes and bad acts. And I've ruled on a majority of this already.
We may polish that up a little bit tonight, and if so, we'll email it to your law clerk, and she, I'm sure, will get it to you.
Page 9 starts the roadside shooting discussion.
Your Honor, and the reply also touched this ground as well, but we can do the same thing.
Middle of page 9 through the top of page 12. So you have about 2.5 pages that you might want to, if you want to supplement it, it'd be fine.
Thank you.
If you want to. And how about from the state's perspective?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I think I just lost my glasses. Put them up. Your Honor, if you look at our response in opposition that was filed on December 8th, we, on page 19, in the factual recitation, we talk about specifically the shooting on the side of the road in response to the confrontation with Chris Wilson. And then, of course, from that point on, and prior to that, there is general analysis on 404 and 403. I believe our reply, which I'm trying to put my hands on, also addresses those issues, but we can also polish up some things as well for Your Honor. There is, thank you, Mr. James. There is, starting at page 15 in the reply, it is addressed as well, the reply to their response or in that particular series of filings. It's in there, and again, we can polish that up. There is, again, there's a recorded interview and a recorded statement that we certainly can provide to Your Honor for review, that ultimately we believe they're statements of the defendant, of course, that we believe would be admissible under the theories as argued there.
And what is the state's theory of admissibility of the roadside shooting?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. As we argued back in December, and as argued in those particular briefs, what we see is a chain of circumstances that are connected for an extended period of time that particularly highlight and start in June 7th. We've gone into, obviously, Your Honor, moving into the financial situation as it went into July and the efforts to shore up that particular money, the loans. Mr. Burney testified to that today. But of course, Mr. Murdaugh, there's already been evidence admitted that he was $192,000 short, and that Chris Wilson covered that. The evidence goes on that in that particular interim of time, and again with the state's theory, that he's able to do his best to try to cover things up in that interim period. But then everything comes to a head, as already been testified to, in September 4th. Chris Wilson, of course, has also already testified that particular day on September 4th, that he finally got the defendant to agree to meet with him and confronted him about that 192, which again is right at the heart of the Ferris fees, which are right at the heart of June 7th, 2021. And had that confrontation with him. The admissions that were made have already been testified to. And then with a short period of time in response to that, that the side of the road shooting happened. You've already heard testimony here from Ms. Proctor that, of course, the initial reaction of everyone is, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. And that's precisely, under the state's theory, the effect that the defendant intended. And there will be, from these recorded statements, ultimately evidence offered that was not true, and he had told lies, Your Honor, about that particular. And that would be the recorded statement that we would offer about when he admitted that he had been untruthful to law enforcement about the circumstances of that shooting. I don't intend to go into great detail about that. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B and then get out. I'm not trying to use the term that I've used before, gild the lily.
The statement that you referenced, that you say you want to put in, a recorded statement?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes,
What's
sir.
the length of that recorded statement?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's less than 15 minutes, Your Honor.
No, it's longer than that, no more than 30. Mr. Griffin and I were there when he gave the recorded statement. We called them to give the recorded statement.
And the gist of the recorded statement is what? Mr.
Your Honor, okay, so Mr. Murdaugh had somebody shoot him in the head on the roadside to have a $10 or $12 million insurance policy paid to his son Buster. Now, he believed it was a suicide contestability cause, so he had somebody shoot him in the head. No question they shot him in the head. No question the intent was to kill him. He fractured his skull, had a brain bleed, was airlifted to Savannah Hospital. It didn't kill him. He intended to die. And the recorded statement, he immediately went to detox because he was planning to go to detox anyway. Mr. Griffin and I went down to Atlanta. We met with him in detox. He'd been through a horrible experience, shot in the head, and then detox. And we informed him the police were looking for whoever shot him. And he, at that point, said, look, this is what happened. And I don't want them wasting, and literally he said, I don't want them wasting resources trying to solve this shooting when those resources could be used to find who killed Maggie and Paul. We picked up the phone. We called SLED. We put him on the phone with SLED to have him explain exactly what happened. This wasn't a result of a SLED interrogation. This was a voluntary statement. So they quit wasting resources looking for, and he told them who shot him in the head, and a guy named Eddie Smith, who was his drug dealer. So that's.
And you all have brought his name up a couple of times through cross-examination.
Yes.
Is he on the state's witness list?
Yes, Your Honor. But Your Honor, one aspect of that, and I think this is what highlights the relevance and the connection with this particular case, is that in the wake of the side of the road shooting, Mr. Murdaugh's initial claim was that some unknown individual had a flat tire, and some unknown individual, supposedly under the guise of stopping for help, then suddenly shot him in the head. He went so far as to draw a composite artist to draw a composite photograph. Again, I'm not trying to get into too much with the detail, but that, of course, the immediate effect of that is that he's been targeted by some unknown individual. That was a complete lie, and that's the point of that statement.
If the issue here is that Mr. Murdaugh lies, I mean, really, are we at that? I mean, we've come $10 million through lies, and now this piece of evidence becomes relevant because it proves he lied again months after the murder. There's no, he didn't do it, and I think they will concede he didn't do it to get some sort of sympathy. He did it to be dead. That's why he did it. And unfortunately, Eddie Smith, at 4 feet, couldn't shoot somebody in the head and kill him. He meant to.
And that's what Mr. Smith would say?
Mr. Smith has given no less, I'm set up to cross-examine him, I know this, 6 different explanations for that and any other event you ask him about, from wasn't there to I was there and I saw Alec, he'd been shot, to I was there and I tried to stop Alec, to yes, I shot him in the head. But the fact of the matter is the cross-examination of Mr. Smith is something I'm looking forward to now. But this particular event had nothing to do with what happened on June 7th, other than he lied about something else. And 404, unless there's a specific, it's not motive, I mean, I don't understand what the 404, 403 analysis would be on this. I know what the 403 analysis is. The prejudice outweighs the probative. The 404 is what of the four things that 404 is admitted for, which one is this?
Your Honor.
I know you all want to argue it in the morning, so this is just a prelude to tomorrow morning.
Two things. If Mr. Harpootlian wishes to stipulate in front of the jury that his client is a liar, the state's willing to accept that stipulation.
And not go forward with this?
The second thing is, Your Honor, is that what actually happened on the side of the road is not what's important to this particular case. What is important, Your Honor, is that it's in reaction to the confrontation with Chris Wilson about the fares fees that came to the head on June 7th, 2021, and it's about what the defendant said, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant as he was trying to change a tire, and went so far as to do a composite drawing, and it created the effect, as this investigation had gone on, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back to finish the job. And that's precisely what he intended, and he ultimately admitted that was a lie. So the circumstances of what happened on the side of the road are not what the state is focused on. What is important is what the defendant said, how he attempted to use that, and that it was actually a falsehood. And you heard Ms. Proctor testify, it had that exact effect, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back.
But I think the state will concede his object on the side of the road was to be dead. That's what the act was, to kill himself.
If he was supposed
Now,
to.
what happened after that? After he was taken to Savannah and had a brain bleed and a fractured skull, and when he came out of all that and realized, I'm not dead. How is that relevant to June 7? Your Honor, we can beat this dead horse a little bit more in the morning, but allow us to give you, I don't know, this crazy idea of giving maybe some more law to look at.
All right. Is this the sole purpose of Mr. Smith's testimony, or you have other things to talk with him about?
Well, he's on the witness list. I didn't say necessarily. What I'm trying to do again is to limit the presentation to just what's relevant to this particular trial that we have here today. And so I would have.
We're talking, discussing now this.
No, that makes
motion,
it a federal offense. Exactly right.
Excluding testimony, but who's your witness to talk about what you're arguing?
We would have a law enforcement witness come in and testify as to the circumstances of that statement. And again, I'm trying to limit it to what's very focused to what's relevant to this trial, and that is the intended effect that he had and its reaction to the confrontation and the symmetry between June 7th and September 4th.
Do you have anything in addition to what you all provided a couple of months ago, seemingly?
Yeah.
Those two documents, we don't have a written document prepared at this time, but we can certainly work on some additional discussion this evening.
That makes it a federal offense.
Okay, well, we'll reconvene at 9:30.
Thank you.
All right, very good.
She knows who she sold him to, or that can be found out. My God. She just threw the teeth away. Who fucking does that? God, I hate people.
Well, what a whole
Good
situation.
thing you didn't just let it go.
Yes, for sure. For sure, good thing you didn't let it go. Hopefully they're able to track him down. That would be ideal.
And who was it now? Okay, I didn't see. Is it a nurse? Hold on. The sitter. Well, I don't know what that means. A sitter. I don't think they're long gone. I mean, the teeth would probably are. Oh, a sitting nurse. Okay, I didn't understand what that meant. Oh, okay. Yeah, post it on Craigslist. Right. Say you'll buy them back. Yeah, I think that can be handled. Those aren't long gone. Hello, Rizzo's wife. That's what I'm saying. It's all online. You can tell, they can tell that kind of stuff, Gloria, seriously. Whatever computer, and they can figure that shit out. Yeah, there is digital evidence for sure. That's better than a pawn shop. Right. Yeah, the people who bought it, may or may not have known, but they'd rather fess it up. And she may want to too, so she won't spend as much time in jail. Because federal, when you're dealing with the mail, those are mandatory sentences and they do not get shortened. Yeah, don't let it go. They're not long gone. They're not. I mean, why do that? Seriously, you're going to do that to somebody? Would take their teeth and throw them away? I can't handle humanity sometimes. Oh, yeah, so they probably didn't go in the mail. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying now. Regardless, it is grand theft. Yeah, and you're going to lose your job. What? Who does that? Oh, right. Oh, I bet she did it to a lot. Right, she thought she was going to. Wow. Yeah. How disgusting. What a total piece. Right. There's information on her computer, 100%. On her phone, computer, whatever it is she used. Yep. Yeah, well, regardless if it is or not, they should be able to get them back. Yep, that's right. Yeah, they can find it for sure. This is better than her selling them at a pawn shop and someone buying them from there. Who knows what? I mean, pawn shops, I don't know if they keep a paper trail, or maybe I don't know. Maybe they keep stuff in the computer, but I don't think people give them the right information or something if it's stolen. Right, they probably do, but I'm just thinking that people don't give them good information. I mean, the kind of person that's going to steal somebody's teeth and throw them in the trash like a complete bitch. Yeah, she had to, they made contact, of course. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, and they will track it down. And you know, can you imagine how many times she's done it? What a, wow. Not if they give it up. See, that's the thing. The buyer, whether they knew or not, they can say they didn't. Right, they can't keep it, but what I'm saying, you know, I'm sure the person didn't tell them that they were stolen. They probably figured they did. Wow. Well, just like Alex Murdaugh, when it's not yours, you know, no skin off your ass, huh? I hate people like that. Jeez. So amazing that people can be so gross.
All right, it's time for me to jump in the car and head home for the day. So if I miss you guys signing off, then talk to y'all later. I'll be listening in the car, but I just might not, you know, make it back to the house in time to say bye. So,
Okay,
bye,
thank
guys.
you. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea too, Jerry. Yeah, because you know what? If you post something on Craigslist, and if you post stuff on these places, these are obviously places that people go to buy things, and let them know, you know, this was, you know, somebody might have a heart about it, but they're not replaceable by money. That's exactly right. She needs it. You know what? Since she's already told the cops all this, then she knows who she sold them to. It's not like, oh, well, I sold them to somebody on Craigslist, so done deal. She knows who, she knows something about them. She has to have. She has to either, if she didn't mail them, she met him somewhere or something, and she knows. Give me 10 minutes with the bitch. I'll find out. Right. Oh, yeah, the hospital's going to have to pay for that. Yep. Let's put it everywhere. She needs to just tell how she has a phone number or something. They communicated to some degree. She got the money. They got the items. So she's already told this much, which surprises me, but yep. Yep, especially for taking advantage of somebody elderly and sick. Fucking, oh my God, I hate people. Yeah. Yeah, do that, Gloria, for sure. News on your, that's exactly right. Yeah, because people need to know that, when you go into the hospital, don't take your jewelry with you. Every time I've had surgery, right before I go into surgery, Mr. Snotty takes my wedding ring off and puts it on his finger. And then as soon as I get out, he puts it back on. Right. That's what I'm saying. You just leave it at home. Don't even take it with you. Yeah, people need to know that, because you just don't believe that, you can't believe people would do it. Right. Yeah. Mr. Snotty does not like me to not have my wedding ring on at all. Yeah, you definitely can't trust people. I mean, I know this. But I just always think better. I truly did not believe anyone stole it. I didn't. What? We went to the store. People were crazy buying candy and flowers. Yeah. I don't want flowers on today because it's too expensive. It's silly. They're going to die. And I don't. Our anniversary is in a couple weeks, so we just go out somewhere for our anniversary. I don't like flowers that spend $100 on flowers. I'm not down with that. I don't care if I have the money or not. I don't think it's a good idea to do that. It's just a waste. People put themselves broke for something like this, and I can't handle that. Yeah, we don't do it either. Yeah. We did when we dated. I always say happy Valentine's Day. Mr. Snotty went and got a load of candy, but that's because I just need, because we didn't have any. And I always have candy. I have to have it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Get them when they don't cost a fortune. Exactly. Yeah, just be nice to me all the time. I'm good with that. Yeah, I have to have candy. And this week I'm going to go to Walgreens and buy all the Valentine's candy at 50% off just to eat. Right. I want some. Yeah, one year actually I did. I got a firearm for Valentine's Day. I really liked that. But we just kind of called it that. I was going to get one. Yeah, I can't see it. And you know what? You know what gets me? Cards are stupid expensive. I can't even handle that. Like $8 for a normal card. That's crazy. I go to the dollar store and I buy a whole bunch of cards for all different occasions. And then for months, get all the kids' cards and stuff that are coming up for like 3 months at a time. Because I cannot. I mean, there's no card that says, then half the time, the cards all say something like, oh, remember when you took me fishing all the time? No, that didn't actually happen. So, whatever. Yeah, exactly. That's where I got to get cards. I cannot. Hurts my stomach to buy one. Walmart or something. Silly, right? Yeah, I can't get into that. Plus, I just like I want to have other things. I want to gut my kitchen. Those are things I'm thinking about. I don't want a bunch of garbage. That's funny. That's your plan, Frazzle, to go to dollar store? I do. I'll go at one time and I buy a whole bunch of gift bags and cards and all that. Because even gift bags, all that stuff is so crazy expensive. I cannot handle it. Yeah, I don't want silly stuff. I don't even have room for it in this house, that's for sure. But I don't like to waste money on that. It's a big deal for us to go out to eat because we just don't. We just eat at home all the time. And we got like 3 gift cards for Christmas, so for restaurants. So we'll go out to eat for our anniversary and use our gift cards. Oh my God. You do not even know about the clearance business with me, lady. Legs, that is so funny. I am totally about that. I always, I wait till I have like a 30% off at Kohl's, and I have to spend like 4 or 5 hours there. I can't have anybody with me. I have to go by myself, and I just go through all the clearance and use my 30% off, and I make sure it's a day that I'm going to get Kohl's cash and the whole thing. And because with this many kids and grandkids and all this, and I'll start right away for Christmas, and I just keep hoarding everything up. And I don't take any name tag. I take no price tags off, and I tell the kids, full well that I didn't pay full price for that. I won't. So I'm not taking the time to take off all the tags because it's too much wrapping and stuff anyway. We stopped at Wendy's and got a single and some chili and a pop, $22. I know, right? So expensive. That's hilarious. Yeah, I start way early. There's way too many. I sit forever going through clearance things online and go through Kohl's. Like, I mean, the stuff you can get at Kohl's on sale, and then oh, Taco Tuesday. I love Taco Tuesday. You know what? Maybe you should just tell. Did you buy that greenhouse at Amazon? I wonder why. That's weird for taxes to go. I mean, like I know Texas property taxes are high because that's only taxes you pay there. So, but they typically don't go. For us, they don't really change that much. Wonder what the reason is for that. Yeah, it's crazy how expensive it is even to just go. Oh, okay. So your land is worth a lot more all of a sudden. Well, I mean, I guess that's a good thing. I just didn't know that they would really go up. I guess they do, huh? And I don't know what happens with our house. We have a mortgage. Our property that we have up north, we don't owe anything on it, so we pay the taxes. I don't think they really change all that much, though. Wow, that's a lot. Dang. God, I think ours up north are probably, I don't even think they're like 500 a year. I don't know, really. I don't pay the bills. Mr. Snotty handles all that, so I don't really know, but I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly, but I'm fairly aware of. Oh, yep, that's it right there. Yep, there you go. Dang, that's high. How many acres do you have? Wow, that's a lot for that. Damn. Wow. We bought 80 acres and gave each of the kids 10 acres. So we have 30, and I know we don't pay anything like that. But then again, ours is very undeveloped. It's literally off the grid. Totally. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you have a, right. Oh, they have? What do you guys pay, Fig? Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Legs, yep. Yeah, that's true. Yep. I know, it's crazy. Well, I grew up here with cows and all this stuff. It's totally city now. My dad would freak out. Wow. I bet it's beautiful. Right. I just mean like up north. So yeah, I don't have any idea really what it is here. Oh, that's funny. We definitely got some junk up north I'd like to get rid of. We have what we call 2 zombie trailers that they were left there when we bought the land. They were there. For your home or for the property up north? No way you're paying that up north. No way. I don't believe that. But where you live, Fig has very high taxes. Oh, I want a barn. We need a barn big time. We don't have time. We have a tractor, a Jeep, and quads up there that are just out in the elements. I could use a barn. We have a cabin with a... Okay, that's what I thought. I was going to say, there's no way you're paying that up there. Okay, yeah, good. See, I don't think we paid that when we had all 80. Oh, no worries, Top Hats, but yeah, it got a little silly. And it's going to start late tomorrow. I feel like I'll just start late. I'll just start it at 10:32. Yeah, it is cheap. And yeah, the thing where our land is up north, we can't get water. We could, but they said to drill, you'd have to drill so far, it'd be about $1 million to get that. Yeah, complete. It's totally off the grid, 100%. We have solar and generator and propane and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I guess. I didn't know that, but We haven't yet. We have a metal roof, so we're going to get that established, the rainwater. We just haven't yet because we're not up there that much. I'd like to be up there a lot more. Let's get too busy. I love it up there. Absolutely love it. I would live there if I could, but I can't go away from the babies yet. And Mr. Snotty works from home, so we really could, but yeah. Yeah, we do too. Legs, we do too. We're always watching all those things to find out. Yeah, we've actually made some things from watching some of these shows. That's funny. That's hilarious. I love those shows. Okay, right. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we probably should listen to that, right? Because we can just, I mean, it's not a big deal. I got to get up. Jack's going to come at 7, so it's not like I'm going to sleep. Oh my gosh, that makes me think so much of myself. I want I want cows so bad. I always loved the babies too. I always named them, and my dad was like, we're not keeping them, so you don't be trying to name them. But I couldn't help it. I just loved them so much. That is so sweet. Oh my God. Oh, do they show them in, are they in 4-H? All of my neighbors did that stuff. They would show their animals. That's funny. That is so cool. I miss cows. Williams is so pretty. I love Williams. It's really expensive there. The property anyway. We are very close. Once we get out on the highway, we are like 20 minutes from Williams when we're at our property up north. Williams is absolutely beautiful. I like Prescott Valley too. Prescott Valley, Chino Valley, all those. They're nice. Well, yeah, I bet. Thieving bastards. Well, let her, it ain't over till it's over. We'll get that figured out. That's ridiculous. You tell the news about someone taking advantage of somebody in that medical condition at that age and all that. No, bull crap. Well, I'm going to cut this off, guys. I'm going to start getting dinner ready. And thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. I will see you in the morning.